Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel, and it's the 1st of December, hopefully, when this is going out. So that means I get to open my first Prezi out of my advent calendar from Create & Bloom, and I'm so excited. So obviously I will have filmed this in advance. So this is number 1 for the first day, 1st of December. And again, if you've got this and you don't want to know what is in here, then switch off now. Plan is to do one of these videos every day, well, 25 days in December, so that we can share this experience together, because I know not everybody could get one of these. So today's the 1st of December. I'm excited to open this and find out what it is. And then I've got to decide what I'm going to make with it, because I want to make something with everything. So let's open it and see what we've got. Hopefully I'm going to be able to make something with it. So this is, I'm guessing, a pigment paste, but I could be wrong. So let's open this up. I know Lou mentioned that there's going to be some limited edition, never before seen colours. Hyacinth. I don't think I've got that one. Now that's a beautiful little lavender colour. So what am I going to do with it? Let's make something with it. I think that would make really pretty little blooms. And I know I love blooms, guys, and there's probably going to be a lot of blooms throughout this advent calendar. But I think I want to make some blooms. What do you think with this beautiful hyacinth pink colour? So I'm going to mix up some resin and then we're going to make some blooms. In fact, scrap that. I've changed my mind. I'm going to use it in an axolotl, but I'm going to be doing a slightly weird technique with that axolotl. And the reason why is I've had a couple of axolotls sell in the shop, so I need to make a few more. So instead of using a white in there, I'm going to use this hyacinth with a few alcohol inks and see what happens. So let's get the resin mixed up and let's go. So with that, guys, I've got 5 ounces of resin, or just under actually when I looked at it. So I'm hoping there's going to be enough, because this is a 5 ounce mould. So let's start off with that hyacinth, and that is going to be the main colour. So we're going to have, hopefully, the bulk of it being hyacinth, which is what this is all about. 1st of December's colour. And we're going to see what it looks like. Now, again, I'm going to do something else to this, because I didn't want it to be just plain. So the only thing I've done here is I've already picked out 2 eyes, put them in with UV resin. Otherwise, we'll be doing a lot longer video. So this is that hyacinth, which is a beautiful pinky purpley colour, I'd call it. Now, I wanted to add something to this as well. So I'm going to have a little bit of glitter. Not a lot. Just a tiny bit like that. So I'm going to add some of this Dirty Stop Out glitter, which is the one that I helped name Create & Bloom, and I absolutely love it. But again, I don't want too much because it could take over. And again, when I'm using a pink, black probably won't be the best colour to go with it. I just want 2 scoops, I would say. So we've got 2 scoops of the Dirty Stop Out glitter now. And then we're going to do something fun with alcohol ink as well. Just create a bit of a pattern. Don't know if this is going to work or not, but I do know that we're going to find out. There we go, just mixing that glitter around, and this I think is actually going to be my first layer. And I think this axolotl will be very much dependent on how I end up pouring. So let's grab a couple of cups. And the reason why is, again, I'm going to fill them. And we're going to mix up some alcohol inks this time. Just because A, it's going to give us a different effect. Hopefully. So I'm going to go with this Sweet Cherry from Octopus. And I want it quite concentrated, I think. So I'm going to, don't want it too light. 9, I think. 9 drops of that. But I still want this pink to feature, this hyacinth. So it's the other thing, I don't want to overpower it. Now I'm going to add a little bit of metallic alcohol ink to this as well from Let's Resin, which is wine red. That's enough. And then, do I go Smurf or do I go blue? Yeah, let's go Smurf. Pink and blues, I think, will go together anyway. There we go. So this is those two colours. I'm just going to mix it around in the resin. So it's all pigmented and it's all that beautiful colour. Again, I'm going to have to use all of this resin because it's a 5-ounce mould. So there's no ifs and no buts here. It's a case of it's all going to have to go in because I've only mixed just under 5 ounces. But I want to do a slightly different technique when I'm pouring that in. We'll get to that in a minute. But I think that's pretty much it now. I've got some clear left, which is good. I want that. So let's just go for it. So in with the glitter and the black. And I'm just going to pour this so it goes all the way along that spine. So that it can go into the head, up the tail, down the spine. And if a bit goes into the... But it does all need to go in because I've only mixed 5 ounces. So whatever happens, all this resin has to go in. So this will hopefully give us a slightly clearer layer on the fin. I'm really going to have to scrape these pots. There we go. Now some of that's already going in there, which is fine. So next I'm going to go in with the hyacinth because I do want that to be kind of a standout colour. But I'm only going to put half of it in at this point. And I've never done this with an axolotl before, but it's just having a bit of fun. So there's that hyacinth. So either way, we've got that top layer now. And now with these alcohol inks, I want to puddle pour them. So I'm going to put a little layer of each. And I'm going to do this in layers as well. So there's going to be another layer of hyacinth in a minute. So that's about half of that. And again, it's not majorly puddle pouring, but it is hopefully going to create an effect. Those blues, I think it's going to make purpley colour, which is okay. Again, I've got to try and not waste any of this because I've only mixed 5 ounces. So there's that. Now let's go for another layer of the hyacinth. And I want to make sure, if I can, I've got a bit of the hyacinth left for the end as well. But you see what I'm doing? Then I'm going to, I think, puddle pour one more. So again, in with the blue, in with the red, in with the blue, and in with the red. So this is going to go in. And this is what I call having a lot of fun with your resin, guys. Nobody knows what it's going to turn out like, but it should be a cool piece, I'm hoping. So there we go. Oh, this is craziness. And now I'm just going to squeeze the fins or the gills, whatever you want to call them, just to make sure that resin is all the way in there. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. I think they're full. Happy with that. So now, before I do anything else, I just want to scrape the rest of this ink in. I'm not wasting any because literally I've just only mixed 5 ounces, like I said. So I need to get every last drop into this beautiful axolotl. Right, let's go in with the red first, I think. So now it's just the plain red. I'm going to struggle to get much more of this out. But again, every drop is going to matter. Let's scrape it all off. I'm not going to have enough for a spare mould this time. It's not like me to not have enough for a drip mould. So there's that. Only a bit left in this glitter as well. So that might as well go in. Now the rest of this smurf. And again, this is really, it's just having fun. I don't know what's going to happen, especially when I do the next part of this. So now, once all of this is in, like that, I'm going to use the rest of the clear. And then I'm going to finish off, hopefully, with the rest of this hyacinth. So hopefully the hyacinth still remains the feature colour, but I'm hoping it will blend, mix, and create some really cool effects in this axolotl. And this will be our first advent calendar make with this new colour. And look at this, just enough. And obviously it's all going to mix around, do its own thing, and we'll see what we're left with at the end. But that's it, pretty straightforward for me. About a 10-minute video, and it was just inspired by this first colour, which is hyacinth from the advent calendar from Create and Bloom. And don't forget, check out Lou over at Create and Bloom. She's got some amazing pigments and going to be doing one of these videos every day for the next 25 days. So come back and see demold tomorrow. So here we go, guys, and we're ready to demold this little axolotl that we made with that beautiful colour, which was hyacinth from Create and Bloom. And these are going to be for another very big project that I'm planning. So this shows you the colour in all its beauty. And obviously we put it in this little axolotl. So let's have a look at this. And this is for the 1st of December with the advent calendar from Create and Bloom. So we've got another 24 days to go after this, I think. I'm just trying to demold. And I have learned with these axolotls, once you get the tail loose, like that, just try and get the rest of the mould loose. And then start with the tail, pull it out if you can, just gently, because you don't want to break your mould. You want to get this bit all the way over the tail if you can. And what I'm going to do is just spray some alcohol in, because that makes it so much easier when it comes to getting to these gills, because they are the real pain. So I've sprayed it with alcohol. That just slides over. I'm really hoping that this has turned out. Let me know what you think. There we go. And that touch of alcohol, just that one spray, loosens everything up almost. There we go. I've got one of the fins out already. Let's get the other one out, hopefully. And it is a bit of a pain to demold. Any of you that have used this axolotl mold will know what I'm talking about. Here we go. So we are ready. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Hello. Look at this cute little fella. Hello, everyone. Absolutely gorgeous. And obviously it is that hyacinth, the main colour, but I can still see those different colours in there. And with that dirty stop out glitter, I think it's turned out really cool. Don't you? So fun little axolotl make. Love the eyes on him as well. They turned out really cool. Have to come up with a name on him, but it's a fun little make for the 1st of December on this advent calendar. If you like this, then there's going to be another video tomorrow where we're going to make something with day number 2 prize out of the advent calendar. But I think he's turned out really cool. I'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel as well. Help support us so much. But here's that little axolotl. Here we go, guys, and it is day 2 of this advent calendar. So let's see what we've got. Number 2 is here. Now it feels lighter than yesterday, so could be anything. Let's have a look. And I hope you're as excited as I am. I'm getting up deliberately a little bit earlier, just so I've got time to do this. And I can get these videos out for you all, so I hope you appreciate them. Let's have a look. What have we got? So we had the hyacinth yesterday. Today, looks like we've got some very green glitter. Wow. Spruce. I'm guessing that is after a Christmas tree, and that is very sparkly. It's almost like chameleon glitter, guys. So what am I going to do with this spruce? Look at it. Beautiful. To me, it's saying a frog. Or a Christmas tree. I could do either. I have got a Christmas tree mold just here. So I think that would be fun. To mix a little bit of green with this chameleon spruce glitter and put it in this Christmas tree. What do you think? I mean, it is the obvious one to do, but it's either that or a frog. And I think with it being called spruce, there's probably no better thing than a Christmas tree. So I'm going to mix up some resin, get gloved up, and I'll be right back. I'll see you in a sec. So here we go, guys, and I've just tested this, and it does just fit in this G3 curing machine, so I'm going to use this. Now this is a Christmas tree I made the other day, and I think it came out pretty perfect, and that was using Sherwood. But for this one I'm going to try something a little bit different, because I want some different coloured Christmas trees. So I've just mixed up 5 ounces of the Apex high gloss resin. And if you want any Apex resin, get over to apexresin.co.uk, use my discount code CCUK. So let's get a couple of these pots. And I've had a couple of people ask. I just use espresso pots from Amazon, cheap, and they do the job. So I'm going to split this resin hopefully 3 ways, not as much as one. So that one, and then let's do a full one here, and I'm going to use a lighter colour in this, and then hopefully we can have some light and some dark trees. I'm expecting to have some left over here, which is fine because I've got a drip mould at the side, which is this skull that I'm filling. And hopefully we'll have some spare to put in there. So let's go first of all with obviously the spruce, which was today's little gift in the advent calendar. And I'm not going to be too stingy, because I want this to be the standout feature. So I'm going to do 3 of these overheaped mica scoops worth. And this is a handcrafted scoop that I got from the shop where I sell some of my bits and bobs. And it cost me £7, but it's perfect. Look at it. Great little scoop just to use for things like this. So that's the first one, which is that spruce glitter which we got today. Now I want a bit of a lighter green, and I'm going to use another one from Create and Bloom. So I'm going to use Lacewing for this, which is almost a grassy green. And in fact, let's do that in this one. And I'm just going to use one of these, which was kindly supplied by Greg's. So just going to go around there. And for this, again, I don't think I'm going to need an awful lot. I'm just going to mix that round in here. And I say it's more of a grassy green there, so this is going to have different tones going through it. Now I was playing around with the idea of putting some mica in as well, but I changed my mind. Now, I do that quite often in my projects. I think it's the creative part of me. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I've also got another green from Create and Bloom, which is Guppy Green, which I absolutely love. So I'm going to use that, and that'll be a different shade of green. It almost sparkles, this Guppy Green. It's gorgeous. So this is that Guppy Green. I'm going to mix that round, and this is beautiful as well. But I do want the feature to be that glitter, so I've got an idea for that, and whether it works or not, we're about to find out. And then for the white, I've just got some ocean white at the side of me, so I'm going to put a few drops of that ocean white in to give us a snowy effect. Beautiful. I don't know if anybody else has this with their ocean white, but look, I always get it all over my gloves. And it's not even 5:30 in the morning when I'm doing this to get these videos out. So do me a favor, if you're not already, subscribe to the channel. It's free and it really helps support us and helps us grow. And if you want to know how to support us further, I've had a few messages which I really appreciate. Join membership. It's a great way to, for the cost of a coffee, it really helps the channel. And I'm hoping to eventually grow membership to the point where I can do this full time, but that's going to take a while. So this is that beautiful spruce glitter. Now it's almost transparent, you can see there, which is okay. I thought it would be. So just get all of that off there. And then I'm going to mix the white, which was that ocean white from Let's Resin. And it's just because I had it out on my table. And it should be quite opaque as a white. There we go. So the first thing I want to do is, as I say, I want this to predominantly be this glitter. So I'm going to pour pretty much all of this in and around this Christmas tree. Hopefully getting in all these ridges so that we get some of this beautiful glitter going around the whole thing. And then that's pretty much most of it. And that's already half filled this. So I've definitely got far too much glitter. And then I'm just going to do this. Just squeeze it to make sure that any air bubbles hopefully come out and we get it all the way down to that tip. Beautiful, and it's also helping bring that glitter all the way back up. It's quite relaxing actually. But hopefully by doing this, the glitter's also staying in those little ridges and coating it almost. So that's that, stage one. And it's not the most stable of moulds. And then I'm going to start off with the Guppy Green, and we are going to pour these. So in with some Guppy Green, then in with some Lacewing, then a tiny bit of white, then back in with the Guppy. And I'm going to scrape these in a minute because this is going to be far too much resin.
Back in with the lace wing, and then I'm just going to finish off with a tiny bit of white. Look at that, beautiful. And then I'm going to try and mix that glitter one more time, give it a squeeze, and then go in with the rest. And pouring it around whole of this mould, hopefully getting some different colours going around. And I don't know what effect this is going to have, if any, but hopefully give it one more squeeze. Look at those bubbles coming to the surface like that. We'll get a slightly textured Christmas tree without as much white is what I'm going for. Here we go. And hopefully we're going to get some different coloured branches. I can see it's getting darker now. And there we go, that is pretty full. I'm just going to leave that to settle. And then I'm going to go again, just smudge drip mould at the side. Slightly differently though this time, all the white can go in. And don't forget, this was all because of that advent calendar I got from Create and Bloom. So check out createandbloomcrafts.com. That's what inspires each and every one of these makes, just because of what I get in that advent calendar. So check out createandbloomcrafts.com. Lou's amazing. You probably already know if you're watching this video. And get yourself some amazing pigments, glitters, even moulds and stuff she started doing now from a small UK-based business who really helps support the community as well. So here we go. This is pretty much all of that lace wing. And now, I'm loving the colours already. In fact, I can probably fit a drop more in that. So I'm just going to top it off with some guppy green. That is now full, 100%. And I don't think the white's going to stand out as much. I'm hoping the glitters do. We'll find out. And this really is the maximum height, this Christmas tree mould, that you can fit in this G3 curing machine as well. But I thought this way it'll be cured for me to well, we'll be fully cured tonight for me to demold. So this is that skull, and it's not going to fill it, but it's going to create another layer in this beautiful skull mould. And I love doing drip skulls. They turn out so cool. So here we go. This is all of that 5 ounces used. Then I'm going to put that to that side. And then we're just going to switch this on. Just torch the surface once so I can see a bubble. There we go. And let's see if we get a beautiful Christmas tree inspired by that beautiful spruce colour glitter that we got today. So I'll see you later for demold, and I'll see you for tomorrow's as well. Here we go, guys. Just got back from work and I'm looking forward to demolding this. And do me a favour, if you're liking my content at all, subscribe to the channel. And if you like this, we'll be doing another one every day for the next 23 days, thanks to this advent calendar from Create and Bloom Crafts. So let's demold this Christmas tree. Now it's a bit finicky, so I've got to be a little bit careful because I don't want to ruin the mold in case I need it for a future make. But I managed to do it last time in one piece. Hopefully I can this time, and we'll get a slightly different looking beautiful Christmas tree, which hopefully shows off that spruce glitter that we got perfectly. And you've just got to get in every nook and cranny with this mold, I find, and just try and be gentle and not break that top off, because the top is going to be the most fragile part, and just almost do it layer by layer. Here we go. Getting towards that top now. And hopefully, there we go, is out. So, oh wow, look at that. So that is very different to the first tree. I love that spruce glitter just shining through the top and on the edge of these little leaves. So let me know what you think. I think it's turned out pretty cool. The white kind of disappeared. So I'll have to remember that if I do another one of these. But do you know what? It's very different to that first one, and I'm really happy with it. So if you enjoyed it, come back tomorrow. Who knows what we're going to get in the advent calendar, and who knows what we're going to make with it. So I'll see you all soon.
So here we go, guys. Who's ready for day 3? I'm excited for this. Let's see what we've got in this advent calendar from Create and Bloom. And do me a favor, guys, like and subscribe to the channel if you're liking this. The whole point behind this was I knew not everybody could get one of these advent calendars, so I wanted to share that experience. And here we go. Let's look for number 3. Oh, here it is. Beautiful candy cane wrapping actually on this one. I wish I could save it. Those of you that know me though, know I'm pretty impatient, so it's whether or not I can. But day 3, make sure you check out createandbloomcrafts.com as well. And you probably guessed the first part of this, you've got voiceover, Andy. So here we go. And it's definitely not a pigment today. I can tell by this package, it's not going to be a pigment paste. So let's see what we've got. It's going to be interesting. Not a clue at this point. Let's have a look. And let me know if you're liking these. I just thought it was a bit of fun for the whole of December so we could get together and do some resin. So, looks like a little flower mould. And don't worry, you've not got voiceover, Andy, for the whole of this video. We go back to normal in a second. But look at this, beautiful little mould. I'm thinking key rings. I'm thinking possibly pendants. Just a great little mould. And this isn't going to use a lot of resin. So again, quite exciting. I think these are probably less than ½ an ounce each. So, and it's the first time I've tried a mould from Create and Bloom. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, 4 little flowers. I'm going to mix up some resin and we're going to see what we can do with these little flower molds. I've got a few ideas. So, and look at this. I'm mixing up the tiniest amount of resin. I'm doing 60 ml of the standard Apex high gloss resin. And if you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK to get some money off. So let's get this mixed. Let's get this project ready. I'm going to use a few colors in this as well. And we're going to see what we can create with this day 3 project. And I've got my drip mold at the side of me for any spare resin as well. And I'll see you guys in a second. So here we go, guys. And I've mixed up 60 mils worth of resin and I'm using the Apex High Gloss for this. And there's a couple of bubbles in there. I'm not putting it through the bubble remover because I'm using predominantly opaque colors. So it shouldn't matter as much. And again, I'm going to do 3 colors just because that's what I want to do. And it hopefully shows off some of these beautiful pigments from Create and Bloom. So I'm going to try and spread it reasonably equally. And I'm not used to mixing this small an amount of resin. So I'm going to try and eyeball it. And then we're going to try and mix the colors. And then we're going to see what we've got. And I think this would probably just about fill one of these cups, which is more than enough for this particular technique. And I think I probably could have got away with half as much, but I'm just not used to working with molds that are quite as small as this. And obviously I've got this drip mold skull that I'm trying to fill anyway at the side. So anything spare can go in there. So I'll start off with the Kingfisher, which is a beautiful, it's almost like a Tiffany greeny bluey turquoise, I would say. So if you've ever seen that Tiffany jewelry, that's the color I'd say. And I'm trying to get the tiniest bit on the end of my stick because I know I'm not going to need a lot to color this resin. And then I'm just going to mix it round. So we've got that beautiful turquoisey color. Look at that. Ooh. And again, I suppose this is in the hamper because they'll be great little Christmas presents. And once this is done, that's going to be 4 little pendants or key rings, depending on what you want to do with them. I think they look like pendants to me, but again, I'm sure they'd make very pretty key rings as well. So there's that beautiful Kingfisher. And always wipe your stick in between so that you're not mixing those colors and you don't want any resin left on your stick either when you're dipping it back into the pot because that can really affect your pigments. There's not supposed to be any resin in them. So there's that first color, which is the Kingfisher. Then I thought I'd go with 2 pinky colors. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of pink, but I know a lot of you are. So I'm going to go with Zinnia, which is a really, really bright pink. Absolutely beautiful color. And I've got two different pinks. I've got this one, which is the zinnia, which is, look at this for a colour. Beautiful. Like so. And then I'm going to wipe my stick. So this is probably as simple as resin art gets. Just get some beautiful colours, some pigments, some resin, a mould, and you're set. It is as simple as that. Now, what you do with it is completely up to you. And I just think these will look really cool, hopefully dirty poured into these and create some pretty cool effects. And then the next one is this Orchid Tears, which is a metallic-y pink. So we're going to have two pinks and one turquoisey colour with that kingfisher. There we go. And that'll be enough in there just to colour this resin. So it's almost like a pinky purple, this one. But it does give it off a metallic shimmer. Look at that. Beautiful. So I think this, with those two dirty poured into these flowers, hopefully will create a pretty cool effect. And if not, then it won't work. And not everything works out in resin. You've got to realise what resin kind of does what it wants, and it's kind of up to the resin gods. You can help sort of inspire it in which way you want it to go, but then really that's about as much say as you get. Now I do want to get these different colours in, so again I'm going to try and dirty pour them. I'm going to put a tiny bit of the turquoise in. Then I'm going to go in with a bit of the Orchid Tears. Then a bit of the zinnia. And then I'm going to keep on repeating this process to really hopefully layer those colours and just create a cool effect for when we pour. Don't know if it's going to work. I don't think I've ever tried it on this smaller scale before, but that is the challenge we got with this mould. And I think I'm only going to do the cup halfway full because I think that will fill these. So look at that beautiful pouring cup. And now what I'm going to do is just pour and see what happens. Again, pretty slowly if I can. And it's a brand new mould, so you are going to get some of that static. Here we go. Now we're getting the beautiful mixture of colours. There we go. That is the effect I want with all of those colours in this mould. I'll probably fit a drop more in there, but I'm not going to just yet. I fill the others. And this is the tiniest bit of resin, guys. You always want to make sure you go over that loop as well, so they go in the back as well. See, I'm getting more of that turquoisey in this one. So we are going to get four very different looking ones based on what colour of the resin is coming out. And I'm hoping it's going to create a cool effect. But again, it's the first time I've done this, first time I've used this mould, first time I've intermixed these colours, and I'm hoping we get a beautiful effect, but nothing is guaranteed. And look at this, it's not even half a cup of this resin. Let me move the skull out of the way for a second. We'll come back to that in a minute. Still got loads of resin. I probably could have done another 10 of these. They take next to no resin. And again, around we go. And I'm trying to get each one of those colours in every piece. Whether we will or won't, I don't know until it cures. Now that one there for me is pretty full. This one could probably have a tiny bit more in. Because I do want them to be full. And there we go, that one is now full. And then this one. Could fit a tiny bit more in. I think this one's going to be my favourite actually. There we go. That is now full. And then this one can have a tiny bit more in as well. And that is as simple as resin art gets, but hopefully we're going to get 4 little pieces to demold. One more drop, go on. And then the rest of this, as I say, I'm just going to pour it into the skull and hopefully get some beautiful colours for this next layer. And obviously it is going to cure in the curing machine. So in about 2 hours, we should be able to demold these. And now with the rest of these, I'm going to do it slightly different in the skull. In fact, no, I'm not. I was going to, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to pour this one in first, which is the rest of those orchid tears, which is a beautiful colour. I'm just going to leave that there whilst I do that. Then I'm going to put in the rest of the kingfisher. And let me know, do you think these are going to turn out or not? They either will or they won't. It's as simple as that. So the kingfisher can go in there as well. And then the rest of that zinnia can go in as well. So this skull is going to be really colourful because it's going to be about 6 different projects rolled into one. And that's the beauty of a drip mould for me, is you never know what you're going to get. But if you're using beautiful colours, you know you're going to get a pretty cool effect. So I'm just going to move that to the side as well. And they are pretty much ready to go. And hopefully we're going to be able to demold these in literally 2 hours because we're using the curing machine. And hopefully it's going to create some pretty cool effects. So now the rest of this, I'm just going to dirty pour it into that skull. Well, pour it into the skull, should I say. And we're going to blend all of these colours around in this next layer. In we go. Beautiful. And that's it. Resin art doesn't get more simple than that. And obviously it's part of this Create and Bloom Advent Calendar. So we're going to demold these and look at the cup at the end. I'm going to hope that cures like that and then I can peel it off and do something with it. But again, yeah, come back tomorrow as well. We're going to be doing one of these every day for 25 days so that we can all share that experience. Don't forget, like and subscribe. I'll see you in 2 hours for demold. And here we go, guys. And it's been about 3 hours. This is now finished, cooling as well. Hopefully, we're going to have some beautiful pieces to demold. This isn't quite ready yet, but it's starting to look pretty cool in there. About halfway, I think, on that skull. But let's have a look at these. Now, this side looks pretty. I'm just hoping that the front does as well. And let's have a look. And the demolding fine, so that's always good. And hopefully we'll just have all of those colours intermixed on the front and have some pretty pieces with this mould for day 3. And if you've enjoyed this video, do me a favour, like and subscribe. It's free, it helps us grow, helps me keep doing projects like this, and hopefully we can all keep learning together. Now, I did think actually you could fill that hole in with another colour if you wanted. Put it on some silicone, fill it in, and that would make a really cool finish. Maybe some yellow or something like that. But again, I'm going to be doing one of these every day until Christmas Day. So hopefully every day we'll get a new something to play with from that Advent Calendar from Create and Bloom and create something cool. So let's have a look. Wow. I like that. Different. And obviously these tiny little air bubbles, probably because it's the first time I've used that mould, but I don't think it detracts from the piece. You could always fill them in. Tiny bit of UV resin and nobody would be any the wiser, but I quite like that. That's the one of them. This one I love because it's mainly that kingfisher. Look at that, and you can just see that shimmer running through the piece. And you do tend to find that the first time you use a mould, you get these tiny little air bubbles. After you've used it a couple of times, you don't tend to get them so much. And I find it's just because the silicone is fresh and brand new. So there we go. Again, you can just see that glitter there. Now let's have a look at the bigger pieces. Wow, really like that. And we've just got a cool little keyring, I think. Little gift for somebody. Or a pendant, depending on what you want to do with them. And then here's that last one. Now that's mainly pink. If you like pink, you might like that one. And we almost got a crackle effect in there, look. That was very, very pink. So again, 4 very different key rings, pendants, whatever you want to do with them really. I think these would probably make really cool little key rings. Just have on your keychain, inexpensive, little gifts for somebody for day 3 of this advent calendar. Now, I'm going to go pour day 4. So if you like this, come back tomorrow and we'll do day 4. Beautiful. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it's day 4 of this advent calendar. So do me a favour, let me know if you're enjoying these or not. Put it in comments as well as liking and subscribing. So day 4, what have we got today? We've had glitter, we've had pigment, we've had a mould so far. So I've got to look for number 4. What are we going to have for number 4? Well, that's heavy, whatever that is. 6, 7, 17. 16's a big one. Oh, what's this? 25. Christmas is a very... Oh, there it is. Right in the corner. So number 4 is quite a big pot. So I'm excited by this. Let's put all the rest of these back in. And these we're going to do together as well. And the whole point of this is not everybody could get one of these advent calendars. So I thought it'd be fun to share the experience so that we could all do it together and hopefully create some fun things and get a bit excited, you know. Christmas is on its way. So there we go. What have we got? It's heavy, it's big, it's number 4. Let's have a look. And Lou did say that some of these products are limited edition and some of them I don't think will be repeated, so that's quite exciting. This is a big pot, whatever it is. Ooh, ooh, hello. Now this is a gorgeous colour. I can see through that packaging, and it's a big pot, guys. So for day 4 we've really got a treat, and this is an opaque resin pigment I can see through, which is called chrysanthemum. Look at this. Now that is beautiful. What should we do with this opaque resin pigment chrysanthemum? Do you know what? I think that would make a really pretty crackle. Let's try it. Let's make a crackle with that chrysanthemum. And I want some metallic in there as well. So I am going to pick out a mica powder. And unfortunately, I don't have any of Lou's mica powders, so I'm going to pick another one. And I'm just going to try a basic crackle with that chrysanthemum because I think it could look beautiful. We'll find out. So I'm going to mix up some resin, get gloved up, and I'll see you in a second. So here we go, guys. Should be pretty straightforward, this pour, hopefully. And I'm using my homemade crystal edge mould that I made. And I really like it, but you can just see there, it's starting to lose a bit of its shine. So I'm probably going to have to top coat this piece. And put a thin layer of silicone back on there to bring its shine back, because I've used this about 50 times now. So first thing you want to do is just get a thin, clear layer on the base of your coaster. It doesn't need to be thick. Just enough to make sure that you've got it completely covered, like so. And then what I tend to do when I'm doing this method is just tilt it all the way around to the edges, so I know that that layer is all the way through. And then I'm just gonna leave it on its side to settle. And I did just see something float in there, which I don't want. So I'm gonna take it out. And then I do want a bit of sparkle in this, and I've got some ignition dust from Create and Bloom, which I've just mixed with alcohol, and for me it gives us a really cool delicate sparkle. And I don't know if this is going to affect the crackle or not. I've never tried this before, but I just thought I wanted it to have a little bit of something extra. There we go. So that's that ignition dust mixed with alcohol ink. Alcohol, sorry, 99% pure alcohol. And you can just see, I'm going to lift up the mould, but it gives you that little sparkle. Not too much, but just enough for me. And then I'm going to try and do this. I think it's more of a dragon scale effect, where I want a ring in the center as well. And I've done this before, and it's worked quite well. And then I've tried it again, and it hasn't worked. So about half of this resin, and this is roughly just over a 5-ounce mould, I'm going to put in here like so, and this is going to be for the chrysanthemum. And then with this I decided to try something different, and I've got some bloom drops from Create and Bloom, which are like an alcohol ink, but they're not an alcohol ink, and you're not supposed to use this in resin, guys, but I do. So I'm going to go quite pigmented with this and put a full vial in there, because to me the chrysanthemum is almost a bit of an orangey colour. In fact, I've gone with 2 vials, which is a lot, but hopefully it's just going to keep that colour, which will go in between the cracks, and the light of this chrysanthemum hopefully will stand out. So just going to mix that round first. And I don't even care if it gets a wishy-washy effect. I actually think that will add to the effect of this if some bits of it end up being clear and some of it end up being deeper pigment of orange with these golden ember bloom drops. Look at it, beautiful. It's like fire. So I've just given that a little mix round, because if you mix it completely round, I find it goes pink. And I actually prefer the natural effect of the drops. So again, I'm going to probably experiment with that when I start pouring it. But this is all about that chrysanthemum. Let's mix them up and let's see what happens. So again, stir it around. It's almost like a light peachy colour, this to me, and whatever's left on my stick should be enough to pigment it. But when you do a crackle, you do want it to be reasonably heavy, because that is what creates your crackle. It's the difference in density between the clearer resin with your alcohol ink or just plain clear and your pigment. And same with micas. You can use micas in them really well, and as long as it's heavier it should work. And I haven't done this technique for a little while, so if it all goes wrong I apologise now. But there we go. I just want to make sure it's beautifully mixed, and I'm going to do the same again with that pot, and that is because I want to try and get a circle in it to create what I would call more of a dragon scale effect than a crackle. And I don't know if it's going to work, but we are going to find out. And especially since I've used those bloom drops, which again, they're not supposed to be used in resin, they're supposed to be dripped on resin, and it gives you a slightly different effect. So again, I'm going quite heavy, so if there's a little bit extra on my stick, I still want it in there. So there we go, we've got 2 cups now of this beautiful chrysanthemum. And then we're going to get to the fun part, which is just pouring. And then we're going to let the resin do its thing and hope that we get a nice crackle. But I'm going to try something as well with these bloom drops. And I don't know if it'll work or not, especially since I've already got technically alcohol in there from what I've just done. So here we go. And this is going to be very interesting. So the first layer, just going to pour this whole pot straight in the center. Nothing special. In it goes. Like so. All of it can go in. Beautiful. Then I'm going to try and put a little bit of the clear, which is already going to create a kind of a crackly effect. And I don't think I'm going to drip more in. I could do, but I'm not going to. And then I'm going to go in with the second lot of this chrysanthemum. And hopefully you can see that is what hopefully is going to create that ring.
when we do that final push, again, try and keep it in the center if you can, all the way to the top. You can see it goes a pinky color, and I'm pretty confident that is now full to the brim, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it will make a crackle. Don't know, it's been a long time since I've done one, and I'm hoping for that dragon scale effect. So anything spare, as always, is going to go in my drip mold at the side, which at the minute is the skull. And that's hopefully going to create a crackle. I don't know, it's been a while since I did that technique. I think that's how I did it last time. So we're going to find out. Hopefully it's all going to close in, and then it's going to create that crackle effect on the front. But we're going to find out together tomorrow. And I don't expect every experiment we do throughout this advent calendar to work. You never know, it might. So we'll find out tomorrow together. I'll see you then.
So here we go, guys, and it is day 4 demolding time. And you know what? I've been thinking to myself, I don't think this is going to work, because it's almost creating a bit of a Larimer style effect because of the colour of this beautiful chrysanthemum pigment. But it's going to be interesting, and look at that layer in the skull. Looks really cool. But this side, I absolutely love. Look at that. So worst case scenario, if we've got nothing pretty on the other side, we can have a wonderful upside down coaster, and just look at that. Stunning. So let's just go for it. But before we do, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. It's free for you. Or if you want to support us even more, join membership, you know. And I'm going to be doing one of these every day in December, and it's taken a lot of editing, a lot of work to get this done, just to celebrate that Create and Bloom Advent Calendar, so we can all enjoy the experience. So here we go. Here's the close-up first. It's definitely done something this side, but I don't know if it will have worked, or if we'll just get a mainly chrysanthemum colour. What do you think? Here goes. Dun dun dun. Wow. Now that is, we've got a crackle, but it's mainly in that colour. Look at that. Oh my. Do you like it? It's very different. So the great thing I thought about this, do you know what? You can use it both ways around. So there is a crackle in there. It's just a very strange one, because normally I'd do this with a mica rather than a pigment. But look, it's crackled 100%. We can see that crackle. It's different. And the great thing is, this coaster, let's say you have it that way round for a while, and then you get bored and you say, I want a different effect. You can go, boom, look at that. Now, I prefer this side. I think this is stunning, and I wouldn't change this at all. So I would probably have this as an upside down coaster rather than the right way around, but it has got that crackle in there. It's not my favourite of crackles, but it does really show that beautiful chrysanthemum colour, which is almost a peach-like colour. And yeah, let me know what you think. We do have a crackle. And it went all the way into that centre as well, so that was cool. So let me know which side's your favourite, this one or this one, and I'll see you tomorrow for the next unwrapping of the Advent Calendar and creation. Beautiful. Here we go, guys, and it is day 5 already. Can you believe it? So welcome back to the channel. If you don't know, my name's Andy. This is CCUK Resin, and we're gonna see what's in the Advent Calendar for day 5, and then hopefully create something. So we've had a mould so far. We've had a couple of different pigment pastes. We've had some glitter. What is today gonna give us? Let's find out. Oh, and I opened it the wrong way around. So we are looking for, oh, there we go. That was pretty straightforward. So day 5. There's definitely not a pigment today. So let's open it up And let's see what we've got. And obviously these are just quick videos, quick creation videos to basically share this experience with everybody, because I know not everybody could get one of these advent calendars, A, because they weren't cheap, and B, because they were limited availability. But it's the advent calendar from createandbloomcrafts.com, and so far every day we've done something different with whatever we've got, and I'm hoping to do that all the way through till Christmas Day. So what have we got in this? I haven't got a clue what it's going to be. I hope I don't rip it, whatever it is. Oh, okay. It's definitely not a pigment, guys. Not a pigment paste this time. So what have we got in here? Whatever it is, we're going to try and create something with it. So, interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, so it is a resin artist transfer to go onto fabric. So I think I've got to transfer this onto a top or something. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that on a video. But that, to me, looks like it will fit in a coaster mould. Or a tray. So I'm thinking, we haven't done a tray yet. Let's do a tray showing off some amazing colours, a couple of techniques with that in the centre. I don't know, what do you think? It is a transfer. So you've got to transfer the design to a garment, press the fabric to remove the wrinkles and moisture, heat press or iron, 7 to 10 seconds, position the fabric on a heat press base. I don't have a heat press. So I think I could do this with an iron, but I'm not gonna. This is, for me, it's all about resin, and I'm intrigued. So that is the bit there that would stick. But I think if you put that into resin, you could peel the top off. But I don't, no, I'm going to use it the way it should be. So I'm just going to try and iron this onto a t-shirt or something by putting a tea towel over the top and a steam iron. And I can't really show that on camera, I don't think, unless I can set up the camera. So I'm going to set up a camera and we're going to see. So I'm going to set this up. I'll see you in a sec. So here we go, guys. This is just a plain black t-shirt that I sometimes wear when I do my resin art. I've just given it a quick iron. I'm positioning it roughly where I want it, which is, I think, about there. Looking reasonably straight, I think. I'm going to just push that down gently. And hopefully you can see this on camera. You have to excuse any mess if you can see it. And then I've got an old tea towel. And what I'm going to do is just put that over the top. And I'm using a steam iron. And hopefully the steam will work at putting that design, transferring it onto my t-shirt. I've never done this before. And it's not really resin art, so this is a bit of a strange one for me. Look at that steam, guys. I'm just going to carry on for about 10 seconds and then see what we've got and if it's worked. I've never done this before. I suppose that's part of the fun of this advent calendar, though, is you don't know what you're going to get. And I certainly didn't expect this today. Now I'm going to leave it for a second to just settle. Okay, it's going to be 30 seconds to 1 minute intermittently. So it's only had about 10 so far. So let's give it another go. And this steam is hopefully what is going to secure that image to this t-shirt. And I don't know, I've never done this before. I'm going to give it a minute. Again, excuse the tea towel, guys. It was just something that I grabbed because I wasn't expecting to have to do any ironing this evening. So, Lou, if you're watching, thanks for making me iron at this time of night. So there we go. Another iron. And I'm hoping that this is working. Never done it before. Never done any kind of heat transfer before. And obviously don't do it on one of your most expensive tops, guys. And then I'm going to give it another, I think, 10 seconds. So this is quite a powerful iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And I'm just going to add a little bit of pressure this time. And hopefully that will now be nicely secured onto this t-shirt. And then I'm going to try it on for you if it's worked. So there it is. The iron is still okay. And let's see. Don't know if that's sticking, guys. So in fact, I don't know if the steam's been getting to it properly. So I'm going to unfold this even more. And we're just going to go straight over it now. So I don't know if that was sticking enough. And I'm applying a bit of pressure. Things you do for this YouTube channel. These are meant to be quick, simple videos, not involving ironing. And again, I don't have a heat press, so I don't even know if this is going to work. This is just me using an iron because it's what I've got. And you've always got to just use what you've got. And to be honest, this tea towel, I really use it for wiping my hands when I'm doing resin art. So it's probably not the best one to be using. And then we should almost be there. Hopefully, this will now stick that design to the t-shirt. And I'm not sure if you're going to let this cool or not before you try and peel the back off. I might actually read the instruction video. Press fabric. Remove wrinkles. Position onto the fabric. On the heat back, press base, ensure it's smooth and flat, transfer the design, so place the transfer with the design facing down on the fabric, blah blah blah, cover film with a Teflon sheet or parchment paper, which I don't have, heat press, peel off the film, check very carefully first, remove the backing, only after checking carefully that the transfer is fully adhered, do not instant peel if any area lifts, repress and allow to cool before peeling. Okay, I'm going to give it another 30 seconds just to hopefully make sure that that has completely adhered. And I'm applying some pressure this time. And I think I'm pretty confident if it's going to work, it will have worked now. That's a lot of pressure, a lot of heat. A lot of steam. That feels better. Oh, it's coming off. Coming off. Beautiful. That's better. So that has adhered beautifully to this t-shirt. I'm now going to put it on and you can have a close-up of me in this Resin Artist t-shirt. So there we go, guys. And I'm not sure if you can see it on screen properly, but I think it's worked. It worked really well. We've got that beautiful piece of artwork on the t-shirt. And now people know if I wear this t-shirt that I'm a resin artist. So again, a fun one for day 5, something completely different, which I wasn't expecting, as you could probably tell, but make sure you come back tomorrow for day 6 and we're going to see what we've got. And don't forget, if you're liking the content, do me a favor, like and subscribe. It is completely free of charge, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And morning everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin for day 6 of this advent calendar. Who knows what we're going to get? We've had pigments, we've had glitter, we've even had iron-on designs for t-shirts. So let's have a look and try and find day 6. And don't forget, do me a favor, like and subscribe if you're liking the content. And I just thought this was a great way to share this experience with everybody. Now let's look for day 6 and see what we've got. And hopefully we can make something beautiful. Don't forget, if you see a 6, oh, there we go. So this is number 6. Quite heavy. I'm going to guess at a pigment. But you never know, could be anything, as we found out yesterday. And hopefully you won't just have a video of me ironing today. So there we go. So day 6, can you believe it already? It means we're only, what, 19 days away from Christmas. And I'm going to guess at a pigment with this, but it could be anything. Let's have a look. Day 6. And don't forget to check out createandbloomcrafts.com. Does some amazing products. And obviously that's where I got the idea for these 25 videos. So if you've not watched the rest, go back and watch them as well. And we're going to be doing a make every day all the way up until Christmas. And I think this is another pigment. Let's have a look. We have got aubergine, which is a beautiful purpley colour. So what are we going to do with this aubergine? Give me 2 minutes, and it's an opaque one. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to get gloved up, get some resin mixed, and we're going to see what we do with this beautiful aubergine colour. So here we go, guys, and I've just mixed up 5 ounces. I think I'm only going to need 4 for this mould, but 5 ounces of this Apex High Gloss resin. If you need any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk, and if you want some money off, use my discount code CCUK. So here we go. All I'm going to do is I thought it'd be fun to show you that you don't need to be able to do 3D blooms to get a pretty coaster. If you've got the right colours and you've got a beautiful mould, it's as simple as that. And I thought it'd be fun to intermix that first colour from day 1, which is hyacinth, just because I thought they would go well together. So pouring some of the resin into those pots. I've still got some clear left there, which is fine. But let's have a look at this aubergine first, shall we? It's a rich, deep purpley colour, which is great because I love purples. And you don't need a lot of these pigments. All I'm going to use is that. Whatever's left on that stick should hopefully colour this resin. And again, just give it a good swirl around. Make sure that you've mixed it thoroughly through so it's gone all the way through that resin. And there you go, you've got a beautiful aubergine colour. And I do like purples. I've got quite a few of the purples from Create and Bloom. Might do a piece one day intermixing them all. We will see. And then wipe your stick and you're ready for the next colour. So that's the aubergine. And this is a technique which I came up with for people that were really struggling with 3D blooms. And it's almost like 2D blooms. So hopefully it's going to work. Haven't done it for a while. So this is that hyacinth that we got on day 1, which is obviously a lot pinker. But it's still got a purple tinge to it. So I just thought they would go well together. So in we go. And I just thought these two colours are going to complement each other perfectly. And if it works, hopefully we'll get a nice piece. If. And remember, resin does what resin wants. So it's a case of, as much as you try and control it, you kind of have no control with resin, which is one of the things, again, I love. You never know what's going to happen. And I just thought it'd be more fun to try and do something like this rather than just use the one colour on its own and pour it in a mould. So we'll see what these two colours look like together as part of this experiment. So let me just move the aubergine out of the way. Now the only thing I'm going to do is I like a bit of sparkle in my resin. So I've got some, I think it was ignition dust powder mixed with alcohol there, which was again from Create and Bloom. And I'm just going to literally put a few dots of this along the base of this flower mould. Not too much, but enough that I know it's going to be there and give us a beautiful sparkle, hopefully, on the finished piece. So that's it. That's all I'm doing. Now, I'm not going for a crackle, so I'm not going to pour a clear layer. I'm just going to try and intermix these colours and then possibly do a bit of a push. So I'm going to start off with the darkest, which is the aubergine. And I'm just going to try and pour it around the edge for the first colour. And it helps if you haven't got the resin in the way. And again, just going around that edge with this beautiful rich purple, which is the aubergine. There we go, all the way around. Trying to make sure it's reasonably even, but it's not a problem if it's not. Then I'm going to get that hyacinth for the next layer. Almost a little star there now, so that's that one. Then I'm going to go back in with the aubergine. And then quickly before it closes, I want to get a little bit of the hyacinth back in the center. And then I'm going to go around the edge again with the hyacinth. And it's hopefully the effect on the base that is what's going to create some sort of effect for us. I don't know at this point. Then I'm going to go back into the center. And I'm almost going to puddle pour these now till we're about halfway full. And again, it's definitely going to do something. What, I don't know at this point. I think it's going to give us a very different effect on the back to what we've had on the front. I'm just creating rings of colour now on the back. And I don't know if that's going to transfer through to the front or not, but I just thought it'd be fun to try. And then for the final bit, I'm just going to push it out with some clear until the mould is completely full. And I think that's about full, tiny bit more. And hopefully that's going to give us a different effect on the back to what we've got in the front. But I do want just a dark center, so I'm going to add just a drop into the center. And then kind of let the mold do its thing. But I do want to draw some petals in. So I'm going to leave that for a second just to pull in. Then I'm going to go in and draw the petals in. So the spare that I've got, as always, I'm just going to intermix it into a drip mold at the side, which at the minute is this skull. So you can see it's creating a cool little effect already. So let's put the pink in there first. Now what I'm going to do with this is literally, normally I say just tickle the surface, but in this effect, I actually want to go all the way down and almost be touching the base of that mould. That's why I'm using a silicone tool. And hopefully this is just pulling that resin into some sort of design on the front, but I really won't know until we get to demold. And then I'm going to give it a tiny swirl in that center, and then I'm going to leave it. And whatever happens with that now, the resin is going to do its magic and hopefully create some cool effects. Dunno. But again, just using any spare into this drip mold, so I'm not wasting any resin. In fact, have I got enough? No. And just scrape out your pot as well. No point wasting any colours. And the beauty of doing things like this is I don't know what it's going to create. I've never done that before in that particular way, but it's just a bit of fun to see what happens. There we go, and that is pretty much all of that. Just going to give it a couple of swirls in this clear. And then I'm just going to, I think, add a couple of drops of alcohol ink to it. And I've got some octopus sweet cherry at the side. I think that'll be nice. That's 4 drops. That should be enough. And again, not wanting to do much with it, but I am going to just not even properly mix it through, just push it through the resin so that hopefully we get some weird effects when we pour it. And that can now go in this skull. It's going to be an interesting drip mold, this. And we're getting there, it's nearly full. I think another couple of ounces and this will be full. So I'm going to switch the curing machine on. Going to let this cure. I'm going to go to work, and then tonight we're going to demold this when I get back and see if it's created any cool effects either on the back or on the front. We will see. But I hope you've enjoyed this for day 6. I'll see you at demold, and don't forget, like and subscribe. Here we go, guys. I'm back from work. Hopefully this is good. Wow, hello. I love the back of it. That's always a good start. So this is cured. Look at that wispy, almost web-like effect. I love that. So I think we're going to get a good demold, but do me a favor. Well, if you're liking these videos, like and subscribe to the channel. It is free, and it really helps support us. And obviously, if you can join membership, that is a great way to support us for the cost of a coffee, and you get early access to all of these videos. And don't forget, this is day 6 of 25. So if you like it, come back and let's see what day 7 brings. And you never know what you're going to get. So I'm just going to go for this, and I'm excited. Hope you are too. Bang. Oh, wow. I love the edge. It is, I don't know, I think this is like a ghost flower. We've kind of got a bit of a crackle. And then we've kind of got, I don't know, is it like a ghost eye in there? What do you think? I don't know. I'm liking it, though. It's different. I've not done this technique before, but I don't know which side I prefer. And it's pretty. I don't think it's very, how to put it, precise, but I still like that effect. Let me know what you think. Those 2 different colours. So we got the aubergine and we got the hyacinth in there. Almost a crackle effect, which I wasn't going for, to be fair. So it's quite interesting that it's done that. But what do you think? So this was just a fun make. Hope you like it. I'll get you a couple of pictures, and I'll see you tomorrow for day 7, where who knows what we're going to get. I'll see you all soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it's that time again. Can you believe it's day 7 already of this Create and Bloom Advent Calendar? I'm excited. Who knows what we're going to get? Could be another iron-on transfer, could be another pigment, could be glitter. Who knows? So do me a favor whilst you're here. If you're liking the content, like and subscribe. It's completely free. Now we've got to find number 7. 10, 22. Where's number 7? Gotta find. Oh, that's a weird looking one. Nope, still not there. 8. Oh, we're getting closer. I can feel it. I know that one's 25. Where's number 7 gone? That's number 9. Aha! Feels like it could be a glitter, but who knows what it could be. So that is number 7. I'll leave number 8 near the top so I know where that is for tomorrow. And let's see what we've got. And don't forget, because you're first time watching one of these, the reason I did it is not everybody could get one of those advent calendars. So I thought it'd be fun to share the experience. And I'm doing one of these every day from the 1st to the 25th of December. So that we can all share that experience. And don't forget, whilst you're here as well, check out createandbloomcrafts.com, which is who did this advent calendar. Now, this isn't very me. Cupid. It's very pink, glittery hearts. So, again, it's not very me. Look at these. They're gorgeous, but I'm not a massive fan of hearts. But I've got an idea what I'm going to do with them. I'm not going to use them all in one piece, but I've got an idea. So I'm going to mix up some resin and I'll be right back. Right, so we are back and I've just mixed up, I can't remember how many ounces this takes. I think it's 6. So I've mixed up 4 ounces of the Apex High Gloss Resin. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk, use my discount code CCUK, get some money off. But the idea is to do this into resin turtle mold in 2 layers. Now, I'm quite happy I've got a curing machine for that. And the plan is I want to use these beautiful Cupid little hearts in a clear layer pretty much up until where that head is. And you can just see there. Hopefully I can get it about right. And maybe even a little bit of clear layer on the top. I don't think that will hurt. And then the bottom layer, I'm going to do a different colour because it can cure in about 2 hours and hopefully give us a cool piece. So let's get these little Cupid hearts out. And I'm going to use this handcrafted mica scoop that I got from the local craft shop where I sell my pieces, which I think is really cool. Look at it. Very, very cool. And I'm just going to go, well, I'm going to have a look first. 1, because I don't want these to take over. 2, I think 3. Well, it is Christmas after all, so let's go with 4. 4, no more than that. 4, that's enough in there, I think, to hopefully show those off. And this is just for that first layer. And I've got plenty left in there. So this is for day 7 of the Advent Calendar, and we got those Cupids. So look at these. They're almost like iridescent hearts, which if you like that kind of thing, you'll be very happy with them. I'm not a big iridescent hearts kind of guy, probably because I'm still single at the minute, but there we go. I think this would be a great make for Valentine's Day, anything like that. So I'm just stirring them around, mixing them into that resin so we get a bit of a mix going off and that they're evenly spread. Now I am creating some bubbles whilst doing that, and I think that's because it is a little bit colder. So in my house right now, because it's colder in the UK, it's only 19 degrees and normally it's about 21 degrees. So I'm just weighing up whether to put this back through the debubbler or not. And I don't think I am, because I do think it will still degas. And I've got some, you've seen me use this in a couple of makes now. I think it was Ignite Dust, I think it was called, from Create and Bloom, which I've just mixed with some alcohol. So just to give it a bit of sparkle, let's put a few drops of that in there as well. And let's give it a mix around and see what we've got. So about 10 drops of that went in there, which was that ignition dust just mixed with alcohol. And then I'm going to give it another stir around. And you know what? If I get a couple of tiny bubbles in this piece, I'm not that fussed, because it's a sea creature. It's a turtle. So as long as I don't get any big ones. So again, just mixing it through now. I've put those glitters in. And I'm happy with that as a mix for this first layer. And you can see it's thicker than normal because of how cold it is. Now, part of me is saying, let's put this back through the debubbler. Part of me is saying it won't really matter and I want to see. So what do I go with? I'm just going to go for it, guys. So let's just fill it up. And I'm pretty confident this Apex resin, it degasses pretty well anyway. And I want to get this up to that sort of head. I'll go a little bit further, I'm not too fussed. And this is just going to hopefully create that first layer, which is going to be an almost glass crystal-like effect. And I don't want it to go too far over the head. I don't mind a tiny little bit in the head, which it probably will just about. And I just think this will look so pretty. There we go. So we're just going into the head now. That's it. I don't want any more than that because I want to save a bit of space for that back layer. The rest of these, I have got a skull mould at the side of me, as always, as a drip mould. And they can go in there, but I am going to add a tiny bit of ink. And I'm tempted to do the same to this, but I'm going to stop myself because I want to see what these look like clear with just those hearts shining through. But in the skull, I'm just going to put 2 drops of this red alcohol ink in before I pour. Hopefully that will create a cool little effect. So, and that's the great thing with this curing machine as well from Resin is you can fit these bigger molds like skull molds in there as well. So this is just going to create another layer in the skull. And hopefully we'll still see some of those in the finished piece. And always don't forget to scrape your cup because there'll be about ½ an ounce of resin in there and you don't want to waste it. In fact, I love that colour. Part of me is tempted to do the same with the back of this turtle, but I'm not going to. I want to see what it looks like clear first. Do you ever question yourself when you're doing a mate? I know I do. So there we go. 5 minutes in, pretty straightforward. I'm going to put the curing machine on for 2 hours, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do a base layer in completely different colours, and hopefully get a really cool turtle. Who knows? I can't see any bubbles on the surface. I'm not going to talk. Well, we'll give it one just for good measure. There we go. And let's put this curing machine on, and I'll see you guys in precisely 2 hours where we're going to finish it off. I think it'll only take another 2 ounces of resin, but I'll probably mix 4 so I can fill up the strip mold at the same time. So I'll see you in 2 hours. Don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel. And if you can, consider joining membership. I'll see you in a sec. So here we go, guys. We're back. It's been 3 hours. This is now cured. And I thought, what am I going to do for this final layer? I want it to be special. And I've got 2 items that I haven't used yet from Create and Bloom, which are abalone shards, which are absolutely beautiful. And they're just broken up pieces of abalone shell, which looks stunning. So I picked out 2 pieces, and hopefully this is going to work. One for the head and one for the main piece. But then I've also got some of these beautiful midnight sapphire pieces, which I thought would look really cool. And we're going to try that. So I've mixed up some more resin. And I think I want a bit of colour in this layer as well with the resin. So I've mixed up far too much. I've done 4 ounces. It's not like me to mix up too much resin. But we're going to have a go with this. And I think blue and that pink would actually go quite well together. So this is pretty much cured now. You can touch it and it has, well, it's completely cured. So what I want to do, I think, is position the 2 pieces that I've picked and make sure they fit. So this should fit nicely, hopefully in the head, just to give us a bit of a shimmer. And it does, and it fits underneath the mold, which is great. And then this big piece, and these do sync by the looks of things, guys, but I think it'll be okay. So I'm going to put that somewhere in the center there, just like a little heart, and I love the shape of that. And I think this should work. So, and all I'm going to do to this is I am going to add a little bit of color. I want Smurf, I think, which is a blue octopus ink. It's not going to take a lot. I don't need too much color, but I just want a little bit. 4 drops should be enough. And then I'm going to mix that round, he says, just to make sure it's coloured all of the resin. And you could do it, just leave it like that, and then you get a really cool sort of, some bits clear, some bits blue, but I want it predominantly Smurf, like so. So this is now just beautiful coloured resin, ever so slightly. And then what I'm going to do is get another pot, and we're going to get some of these Midnight Sapphire pieces into this pot, add some resin for this final layer, and see what happens, you know. I want them to be very visible though. I love these. And don't be afraid to add things to your resin, guys. You know, this is going to create a lot of bubbles though, so I know that before I even start pouring, because it's like when you add rocks or things like that. So I'm just going to add a decent amount of that resin in there. Now that's trapping all of those all of that air in, which I don't want. So I am going to stir it around and make sure that all of these pieces get completely covered in resin. And then we're just going to pour. Just going to leave it for a second, let some of those bubbles come out. But look at these. And I think then with that resin is going to be gorgeous. And anything extra is going to go into this drip mold at the side anyway. So let's just pour. And if I get a few bubbles, as I said before, I'm not overly concerned, because I actually think it'll add to this piece. So let's get these going in and around the head as well. Now I've got to make sure I don't leave any air pockets, because that could cause a few problems. But I'm just going to pour, and wherever they fall, you know. I'm not overly concerned, but I just think these will give a great little effect to this turtle, hopefully. A few more over the back, a couple more in there, a few more in the head. Now I do want to make sure that it does sit level though, because if it doesn't sit level we may have problems putting it on a flat surface. But these were just beautiful. I haven't used them yet, so I wanted to see what they would look like in this. And again, we've got that mother of pearl as well, which should hopefully shine through. And that's most of those. I am going to mix up some more though, because I want some in the skull. I'm just going to get this and just maneuver them around, flatten them out if you like, especially in these little feet. And I do want to make sure that this mould is completely full as well. But before I do that, I might as well mix up some more of these for the skull. And whilst I mix up some more of these, hopefully the rest can be debubbling. So again, that many I think should be enough to pretty much fill it. So I'm just going to pour some more resin in there. In we go. Let it do its thing. And I do need to put a tiny bit more in here just to make sure that this is completely full as well. Almost doming is the look I'm going for. And you've really got to make sure that these feet are full as well on this mould. But I'm pretty happy that that should now be full. And I've still got plenty of resin left, so figure out what I'm doing with that in a second. But again, just mixing this around as well before I add it in the skull, making sure all of those pieces get completely covered. And again, this I mainly want around the edges of this skull, so if there's any clear, it'll be in the center, and these are the bits that you'll see around the edges. Out you come. And I think it would just give this skull a lot of bling. Don't really want it on the outside of the mould, but there we go. And now I'm going to use my stick just to maneuver them around, so I know I've got a bit around the edge all the way around. Push them back. And there's a load more in this cup, and I don't want to waste any of them because they are absolutely beautiful. I just want to hopefully get them all out of this cup into the skull, almost building them up around the sides, because this is going to be the final layer, I think, of this skull. Again, pushing them through. I don't want any ear gaps. That's the only thing that could spoil this right now. So let's get the rest of these out and into this skull. And hopefully it's going to be a beautiful piece. But it is resin, so you never know until you demold. And obviously once I fill this completely with the resin, once I've built it up at the sides a little bit more, it's all going to level itself out anyway. But I just want to make sure I'm not wasting these. There we go. I think that's about as many as I can get out. So I'm just going to make sure it's full, and then we're going to cure it. So hopefully in this video, not only will we get this beautiful turtle if it works out, but we'll also get to demold that drip skull. I'm just putting a drop more in just to make sure that these feet are completely filled, and the head. There'd be nothing worse than a, and you can see that's now overflowing, so it's definitely full. And I think this skull mould is as well. Just going to give it a second for any bubbles to naturally come out. Then we're going to switch this on, and then we should be able to demold in around about 3 hours. Now I've still got a tiny bit of resin left, and you know me, I don't like to waste it. So can I move this ever so gently? Yes. And I don't mind that it's gone over the edges a little bit. I can always sort that out when I demold. But have I got a starfish mould? I have. I think there should be enough there to fill a starfish. Hopefully. So let's do this one. So again, I do want a few of these to be in it. So what I'm going to do is there's still a few in there, which I said I didn't want to waste. So I'm just going to pour some of this resin in this cup. Mix them around. Like so. And then start pouring them in. I'm going to see what it looks like in this starfish as well. Hoping we've got enough resin to fill it. We should have. There we go, and there's still some in there, so let's pour the resin back in the cup and pour it out of the cup. Hopefully just to encourage any of those that are stuck to come out as well. And we're going to fill this up all the way. And hopefully this will give us a cool effect as well. Don't know, not tried it before, but that's what this channel is all about as well. So if it's your first time to the channel, welcome. It's all about experimenting and seeing what we get. There's no promises on this channel that we're going to get a perfect make every time. Just about having fun and seeing what happens. So let's put all of this resin in. Completely fill up this starfish, and again, if there's a few bubbles in there, I don't actually mind in a starfish. And there we go. That is about perfect. So gonna put the curing machine on. We're gonna leave it for 2-3 hours to cure, and then we're gonna see what we've got. Hopefully it's gonna work out. And then we can see what we're going to get for day 8. This is the end of day 7, so I'm going to put that curing machine on, and I'll see you guys. In fact, let's put a drop of this on, just because I've got it out, and I love one of my favourite little glittery sparkles is just from using this ignition dust from Creating Bloom. I don't want too much in there, but I want enough. We just get a little sparkle, hopefully, around the whole piece. You have got to shake it up though, because the glitter might get stuck. It's tiny glitter though. Have a couple more drops. And I think I've just spotted a hair, so that needs to come out. The good thing is the alcohol will also disperse any bubbles that you might have on the surface. And just remember, if you use an alcohol, you do not use a torch afterwards. There we go. Happy with that. Don't want too much sparkle, I just wanted a tiny little bit. And you can see where it's going over the edge, but we should be okay. I'll just clean those up at demold. I could take some resin out, but I'm not going to. I think it'll be easier to clean off at demold and just sand them back. So that's it. Let's put the lid on and I'll see you guys at demold. So here we go, guys. And I'm excited for this day 7 demold. Let's see what we've got. So they're looking cool already. Let's do the starfish first. And this is just, well, 2 of these are actually into resin molds. And I think that's turned out really cool, actually. Got that beautiful sparkle from the gem effect. And then you can just see those stones in there. I really like that. For a little sparkly starfish. So that's that one. Let's do the turtle. In fact, no, let's do the skull next, because that was a drip mold. And let's see what we've got. Slightly overfilled, but I can sort that out. Look, the edge. I'd rather overfill than underfill with these. And let's see what this guy looks like, shall we? Just be careful if you ever overfill as well, because they are sharp. So here we go. And it's just about getting this bit over the edge. And then they demold pretty easily. Right, so let's see what this little drip skull looks. Wow, look at this guy. He's turned out really cool. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 projects gone into there. And it's just the leftover drips that make this beautiful skull. So I'm going to sand around the edge, just because I slightly over poured, and you can see that lip there. But I think it turned out really cool. I think that was day 3 layer there. That was day 1. So I can see those different colours in there. That's what I say when I say don't throw away your spare drips of resin. You can always get a cool little drip effect skull or something like that. And I really like how he turned out. So there we go. Another skull. So that's him. Now what we came for, which is the turtle. And again, I am going to need to sort the edge because I did over pour, but we knew that. And I'm intrigued as to how he's turned out like. So I love that where you can see through. But let's just go for it. Let's have, oh wow. So you can see it did sink, but I love that. It's got kind of a 3D-ness about it because they're still spread around the edge. So if you look closely, you can still see those hearts. But you can still see that mother of pearl as well, even though it's a slightly coloured resin. And I don't know about you guys, but I quite like it. And I could sit looking at this for hours, just looking in there at the mother of pearl. I might do another one of these without the glitter.
But that's what obviously day 7 was. It was that glitter, and I thought it was a fun way to use it. So if you want to know, it does sink, guys. But I still like the way that it's sort of fallen around the sides as well. And you can still see that mother of pearl at the right angle through this beautiful crystal mould. So let me know what you think. But I think for day 7, he's turned out really cute, really cool. Just a little turtle with those beautiful Cupid hearts. And I'm sure I'm going to be using them again as we get towards sort of Valentine's Day. But that was day 7. Let's get on to day 8. And I hope you're enjoying it. If you are, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything. And by all means, consider joining membership for the cost of a coffee. It's just a great way to support the channel. So here we go, that little beautiful crystal turtle with that glitter. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 8. Right, here we go, guys. Welcome back to the channel, CCUK Resin. Time for day 8 of this advent calendar from Create and Bloom Crafts. Let's see what we've got, and it should be somewhere near the top. There we go, day 8. It feels glittery to me, but we'll see. Yesterday was a glitter though, so I don't think we'll get 2 glitters in a row. We'll see. What do you think we've got? And don't forget, the reason I'm doing this is not everybody could get one of these advent calendars. So I thought it'd be fun to share the experience with everyone, which is an awful lot of editing, an awful lot of creating. So do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything, but it helps support us, helps me know, helps YouTube know that you're liking the content. Oh, hello. Wow. This looks beautiful. Secret Violet Interference Mica. Wow. Interestingly, I was speaking to Lou the other day and I said, do you do any interference powders? So this looks like a pinky goldy interference powder. So what are we going to do with it? I'm thinking something a little bit different actually, and I've got a mold that I haven't used yet. Let's open it up and have a look, shall we? This looks beautiful. Look at that. Wow. Just that sparkle. Now, I could either do something with the supernova effect, but I want to, I think, initially just see what this looks like on its own. So I've got a small little mold. I'll see you in a second. So here we go for day 8 pour. And I've got this beautiful picture frame, which I've never used before as a little mold. And I don't know where this came from. I'm guessing Temu, but this was actually sent to me from Stormy and Dark, as with these little reindeers. So I thought they'd be quite fun to play with, especially with this interference powder. So the first thing I'm gonna do is get a little cup. And I'm gonna be playing, I suppose, with alcohol inks in this as well. So let's fill these 2 cups first of all. And I don't know how much these are going to take, but I've mixed up just under 6 ounces because you know me, if there's spare, it's going to go in a drip mold. So let's do 2 cups first and see how far that goes. But I don't think we're going to need an awful lot of resin for these. I think I've mixed too much. I think I would have got away with 4 ounces. This is about 3, I think, in these 2 cups. So let's mix up some of this beautiful Secret Violet interference powder first of all, and see what colour we get, and I'm excited by this. I'm just going to take the top off. And it shouldn't need too much, but I am going to be quite... Let's go 1. And that didn't actually come out. So this is probably 2, which is probably... Let's have a little bit more as well. So there we go. Again, they go a long way, guys. So I want to make sure I've got enough of this to last me for a few projects. So there we go. So that is that in there. Let's see what color that is first of all, shall we? Let's just mix it round. Where's a stick? Here we go. So this, I think, is going to be absolutely beautiful. Goldy pink, I'm thinking. And it does give you a bit of a white backdrop as well, these interference powders. So let's just mix it through and see what color we've got. I'm expecting a goldy pink, I think. Secret violet, it sounds pinkish, pinky purple. But you do need to really mix them around just to make sure you're not going to get any mica clumps anywhere. And I can still see some on the top. And it's looking beautiful. So I'm glad I didn't go out and buy any because I love interference powders. And you can get so many different effects with them. This is just going to be a fun little pour, mainly to see what this color looks like, but also just to test something else. Another theory that's going around in my head that I wanted to try with alcohol inks. So this is that first color, which is that beautiful interference powder, which is the Secret Violet from Create and Bloom. Look at this. Wow. That's what an interference powder's all about, guys. It's about that shimmer coming through. And look at it. Beautiful. I'm just going to scrape around the sides as well. Make sure that I've not got any unmixed mica. Wowzers. And that is beautiful. And I might have to mix up some more. I'm not sure at this point. And then the second color, you're probably going to think I'm crazy, but I'm going to go with coffee and alcohol ink. And I want it to be quite pigmented. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now that's dark. So we need something to just brighten it up a little bit. And I'm going to mix in a little bit of sparkly brass, which is a metallic alcohol ink. So you really need to shake these. And I think I'm going to go with 5. Okay, 6. Okay, there we go. So we've got some sparkly brass in there with that coffee. And I think that will just give it a bit of a shimmer itself. And then I think we're going to intermix these into the reindeers. Maybe not so much, I don't know, I'm still deciding with the frame. And that was a little bit of broken stick. Not what you want. So again, same with your alcohol inks. Make sure you mix them around well. So you get a nice, consistent, even color. And I'm loving this for the reindeer, definitely. Beautiful. And it's, again, because it's alcohol ink, it's semi-transparent anyway. You don't get an opaque color with your alcohol inks. And I'm hoping by pouring the interference powder on top of this, we're going to get a slightly different look. But look at that in there, beautiful. And part of me's thinking of doing this in the frame as well. I wasn't gonna. Let's have a look and decide. So I'm pretty confident that's now mixed around. And we've got almost a coppery color now. Now I've added that sparkly brass to the coffee. And the main thing I want this for initially, and I'm still deciding in my head about the frame, but is for these reindeers. And I thought it would be just a little bit of fun to pour this into these little reindeers. And I want at least a base layer for both of them. And these are quite deep molds. Now, I think they're meant to be for Christmas tree ornaments, which is fine. But you don't have to fill them all the way if you don't want to. That's what you've got to remember. When you get a deep mold, you can often half fill them and still get a beautiful effect. So Now the question is, do I want to do the same effect in the frame, or do I just want to see what the interference powder comes out like? Decisions. Well, let's carry on with the reindeer first. And I'm going to see what this looks like poured. So I'm going to go in with some of this interference powder now. And I think this is going to give us a very different effect. And as you can see, I'm just having fun with it, pouring it around. In this reindeer. Until we get to about halfway. And I'm hoping these two different colours will stand out together in the end piece. We will see. Again, no particular design here. It's just about pouring it on top of that initial layer. I don't know, I'm thinking we might get sort of an interference crackle effect. So there's that. Now for the frame, I definitely want this to be the feature. So I'm going to pour the interference first anyway. And you can see by the static, this is a brand new mould that hasn't been used before. I'm just going to go around the edge and hopefully create that initial base layer with this beautiful interference, making sure I'm not missing anywhere. And this is just having fun with your resin. Don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that I'm using a beautiful interference powder, so it should be pretty no matter what happens. So this is just that base layer, and I do want it all the way around this frame, all the way into the edges, so I'm not missing anywhere. And then what I might do is go on top with the brown, just to see what that looks like. And then we'll know there's almost two different effects there by doing it in a different order. And then when we get to demold, we'll see which one we prefer. There we go, we're all the way around the edge. Pretty confident this side has now got most of that interference in there. I just want to make sure that I've not missed anywhere. Again, I've never used this mould before, so I don't know what it looks like demolded. I just want to make sure that all of this is pretty much around that beautiful edge. Add a tiny drop more up here. And on this bit. And here, so these corners are really where I want to make sure that I've got that interference. Beautiful. And then I've still got some left, so I might as well use it in here. So this is the second layer now of that interference. And I think it's going to create a cool effect. I don't know, what do you think? Should we do another drip skull as a drip mould? Why not? Because I do love a drip skull. So that's pretty much all of that interference. And let's go with, I am going to back this now with that mixture. Almost like wood, I suppose, sparkly wood. And I want to make sure I go all the way through the piece as well. And I don't know, I'm hoping it's going to give us a cool effect. But you never know until demold, and that is the fun of resin for me. Every time you demold, it's like Christmas morning. And we're going to see what effect this interference and this alcohol ink together is going to look like. And I think that's pretty much full. Maybe a touch more over here and on this side. But I think it's pretty much there. There we go. And then the remainder, again, can just go into this beautiful reindeer. And we'll see what we get. It's as simple as that. And resin art doesn't get much simpler than mixing up your pigments, mixing up your colours, and just pouring it in and seeing what happens, you know? And that's the fun for me. So I've got quite a lot of clear left, and I'm thinking it'd be fun to do a skull with a clear layer. But I don't want it to just stay clear. So let me grab something else. Here's some flowers that I dried myself. So a beautiful purple chrysanthemum and a beautiful yellow rose. I've not used these yet either, so it's going to be interesting. But last time I did a chrysanthemum in a skull, it turned out absolutely beautiful. So go back and watch that if you want to. But I'm going to try and see if I can get both of these in. So we're going to see. And this isn't what this is about, but I've got some spare resin, and I just think it'd make a great top layer for this skull. So I'm just going to pour a little bit in to the skull. Not too much, but enough. And then what I'm going to do is pour some. In fact, I don't know if these are both going to fit, but we're going to see. So I'm going to pour some directly into the voids onto this rose, because I don't want air bubbles. And obviously this has been drying out now for a couple of weeks, so I'm just going to then dunk it in here into the resin, hopefully not damaging it or anything like that. And then I'm going to try and get it straight in there. Here we go. There we go. So that is the rose pretty much in. Pour a bit more resin over the top of it, like so. And then this chrysanthemum, I'm going to try and put to the side of that rose if I can get it in. But again, I want to pour some resin over the top first, so it can sink into any of those voids, hopefully preventing too many air bubbles when it goes in. But I do want it to be a feature in itself. And then we're going to pour over it. And this is going to go into the face and everywhere. So I'm just hoping this is going to work. If not, then it doesn't. But it's something that I wanted to play around with. And I'm going to get the rest of the resin out. And then I'm going to reposition them a little bit, I think. And this is just clear resin. And it's just because I had so much spare. I wanted to have a look and see if I could get both of these in there. And they do both fit, which is good. But I think I want a tiny bit more clear because I do want it to go up to sort of that level. And what I want to do is tilt it back a little bit so that when it cures, I've still got enough room, hopefully, for this face to stand out. I'm just pushing it down, and they are going to look a little bit squished in there because I don't think there's enough room to do exactly what I want. But there we go. They're both in that resin now. Pretty comfortable that they're in there. And now I'm just going to get a lid or something just to tilt it at an angle whilst it cures. And then we're going to get a chrysanthemum and a rose in that piece, hopefully. So yeah, I'm just going to tilt it on its side, just thinking what I've got. Let's use this baby skull here, just to tilt it on its back a little bit whilst it cures. And that should keep most of the resin away from the face, because I do like to have the face as a standout feature in its own, and I think that will stand nicely. And now I'm just going to let these cure up But I'm not happy with the position of the rose. I want it to still stay upright, like so. Now it will move around in there because it is resin. You can position it with a clip or something like that, but I don't want to know exactly how it's positioned, which sounds a little bit strange. But again, I want that surprise element of not knowing. So hopefully some of that chrysanthemum is going to go into the face. I'm just having a look now. I do want a tiny bit more resin, I think, just to make sure that chrysanthemum leaf is fully covered. So I'm going to mix up literally an ounce, pour it in, and then I'm going to cure these, and we're going to come back in 2 hours when they're done and put that next layer in. See you in a sec. So here we go, guys, and it's been about 3 hours and they have cured beautifully. But I don't want to leave this video here. I want to give you a finished skull as well. And I'm loving the way that they look in there now. But what I want to do is, obviously it's not covering the whole flower, but I didn't want it to, if I'm being completely honest. I wanted it to cover most, which I think it will on the other side. But I want to continue with this, and I think I'm going to need at least 6 ounces, possibly a little bit more. But I don't want it to be just that. I want to intermix a few different colours into it as well. So I'm going to mix up 6 ounces of resin. Hopefully that's going to be enough to fill this, and then we can demold these at the same time as this skull. So I'll see you in a sec. So I've just mixed up 6 ounces of resin, and I'm hoping it's going to be enough. I don't know at this point. So I'm going to pour some pretty evenly, I think, into these 3 pots, and hopefully leave some clear as well. And I want this to kind of be a fusion of different colours, different effects, with that iridescent standing out. So I'll leave some in the pot for now. Here we go. And first thing I'm going to do, I've got some gold bits, and just because I think it's a festive time of year, let's sprinkle some of those in there, around the mould. Wherever they land, they land. And that's okay, because it's obviously an angle, so it's going to push those forward. But again, I'm not fussed about that. I don't care where they land. It's just a bit of fun, just to add an extra dimension. So the main point is going to be using this Secret Violet iridescent powder again. And I'm going to put a good size scoop into one of these. Maybe a touch more. I'm going to run out of this, you watch. So that's that. And then these other 2, I'm going to use some alcohol inks. So I've got some octopus at the side of me, which I absolutely love. Just giving them a shake. And I'm going to go with Smurf, because it's one of my favourite blues. And then I'm going to go with Sweet Cherry. But to the Sweet Cherry, just because I've got it out, I'm going to add a little bit of metallic as well. Which one have I got out? So here we go. I've got the metallic sparkly brass. So I'm going to add 4 or 5 drops to that, just because I've got it out, and I think it'll add just a little bit of an extra dimension on top of that iridescent. And then we're going to kind of dirty pour these, I suppose, just into the skull. Hopefully I've mixed enough and it's going to turn out okay. Don't know at this point. And that's the beauty with resin for me. It's experimenting, it's having fun. You know, you never know what's going to happen. You're never going to know what's going to happen until you demold, but that is the fun for me. Every time it's a surprise, and hopefully you're liking these little experiments. And hopefully we'll get 25 different pieces of resin or something resin related at the end of it. But with these iridescents, just remember to really mix them around so you haven't got any powder, because if you do keep powder in there, it will show up in the end piece as like a pocket, which you don't want. So again, just take your time, scrape your sides and your bottom, the same as you would when you're mixing your resin, just making sure that none of that powder's left and it is all thoroughly mixed into the resin. But it's a beautiful color. I'm loving this as an iridescent powder. I can speed up now, it's predominantly mixed. There we go. So that's going to be the first color.
Then I'm going to wipe my stick. Then we're going to mix the blue. And this Smurf is a gorgeous blue from Octopus. I absolutely love it. And again, just scrape your sides, make sure it's thoroughly mixed. And then wipe my stick. And so I don't know if I've got enough resin here, but I'm hoping I have. And then this is that sweet cherry mixed with the brass. And again, hopefully that'll give us some kind of effect in this skull as well. But look at that, beautiful. Almost a metallic red now. So, as I said, we're going to dirty pour these in. I'm hoping there's enough resin. There's only one way to find out. So I've got a used spare cup at the side of me, and I'm going to use that. So I'm just going to pour in, I think, some Smurf first. Then some of the iridescent. Then some of the red. Then some more Smurf. Then the iridescent. And I think this will really make the iridescent pop, actually. And some more of this red. And Smurf. And I'm just hoping I've got enough resin. There's only one way to find out with resin, and that's to actually pour, though. So we will see. So essentially, this is our pouring cup, guys. And look at that. Doesn't that look stunning? So I'm just going to pour it, you know. However it lands, it's going to land. And hopefully that you'll still see the flowers on top. And it will give us a cool effect in this skull. As you can see, there's nowhere near enough to fill it, but that's okay. I'm not done yet. I'm going to scrape my cups though, because I don't want to waste any of these. So probably about halfway at the minute, which is fine. So I've still got roughly half the resin that I mixed. So again, just putting this in. No order. As you can see, it's quite chaotic, to be fair. But I just love throwing in different bits of resin, seeing what happens. There we go. And then I'm going to scrape the cups out. Because as I said, I don't want to waste any of these colours. Not now I've mixed them. And hopefully just get a bit more colour into this. And then I'm just going to fill it with the clear, hopefully, if there's enough. And it should give us kind of a ghosty coloured effect, is the plan. Now, as you know, if you watch this channel regular, things don't always go to plan, and that's okay. We still come out with a finished piece, and hopefully it's going to be beautiful. But I'm one of those that I don't class myself as the artist. I think the resin is the artist. The resin creates what it wants, and you just kind of guide it roughly to what kind of effects you want. Putting a bit of this on the teeth because I think it'd look pretty cool if it stays. Now I could cure this now as a layer and then pour another layer, but I don't want to because I deliberately want to see what's going to happen when I push all these out with the rest of my clear. I'm just going to pour straight into the center, pushing them out. And look at this, beautiful. But as I thought, I'm slightly undermixed. And I'm not going to panic. I'm just going to mix up another ounce or two. I'm loving that though. It's looking stunning. Now I'm just hoping we can see those flowers still. Let's do 3 ounces, hopefully. And don't panic if you've not mixed up enough resin, just mix up some more. It's as simple as that. And I think 3 ounces is going to be a little bit too much, but we'll see. And anything spare, you know me, I will always have a drip mould nearby. So there we go. And this is actually kind of my usual drip mould, so I'll have to go to something else. But that's okay. But I'm loving the way those colours are looking. And I'm loving the colour. So I'm just going to mix this round with the same stirrer. I'm not overly concerned because most of that resin's already in there. This is just going to top it up. And then I'm going to see if I can scrape any of those colours out as well, so it's not just clear. I think there's a little bit of red left in there in that cup. Let's scrape it out, add it in. And this is not the way to mix your resin, guys, so don't view this as a resin mixing video, because it's not. This is just because I'd undermixed and I wanted to fill this so that we can get it in the curer. And do you know what? I'm going to add some sparkly brass to it as well, just a little bit more. Always shake these though, otherwise all your pigment just stays at the bottom. And hopefully this will just fill in the center. Again, I'm going to pour it into the center so it actually pushes what we've already done out. So this is just sparkly brass with a tiny bit of that sweet cherry. Beautifully mixed. Look at that. And then that is just going to go straight in here until we're full. Then we're going to put it on the curing machine again, and then we should get to demold this in about 3 hours. Pretty confident that's full, and I've got a tiny bit left of this sparkly brass and I don't want to spoil it or waste it. So have I got enough in there for a starfish, do I think? Probably not. Let's use it in the top layer of an axolotl, I think. No, I'm going to do a different axolotl video actually. So, well, I've got this by the side of me, which is just a beautiful little trinket tray mould, which actually, again, I got from Create and Bloom. And I'm just going to pour this remaining layer in there so it'll create a bit of a rim. Just a sparkly brass clear rim. I'll get one layer out of it, I'm happy with that. And then we can backfill this because it's a semi-transparent colour anyway. Now, that should be going into the rim. How many times can I say rim in one video? But there we go. So that'll just give us a sparkly interior once this is full as well. And then we can do that, hopefully, on the next piece. Here we go. So I'm going to put the curing machine on for another 2 hours. And I'll see you guys in 2 hours. Then we're going to demold these, which is what this was all about. And hopefully we can demold the skull as well. So I'll see you all in 2 hours. Right, here we go, guys. Let's hope it was worth the wait. And let's see what we've got. Woo, I'm excited. Where do we go first? Obviously, this one I can't really demold. But you can just see we've got that edge in there. That'll be useful, I think, for tomorrow's project to add another layer. We did have some bubbles because I didn't check for bubbles, but that's okay. They're on the base. I'm not fussed about that. I'm just loving the look of that. So let's go with what the project was meant to be about first. In fact, no, we're going to do the skull first. Look at that beautiful colours. And I can sand those down if I want, but I actually quite like the textured feel of these bubbles. Call me crazy. Let's do the skull first, and then we'll see what we actually came to this project for. Hopefully, oh my, it's going to be a gorgeous one. Oh wow, hello. So, we got the chrysanthemum, on the front. And we got a slightly squashed rose in the back. One bubble there. But you know what? I'm pretty happy with that. That looks really cool. And then we've got that beautiful iridescent shine, almost metallic, around the whole skull. So let me know what you think to this with the chrysanthemum and the slightly squished yellow rose. But you know what? I really like the way it came out still. Beautiful. So let me know what you think. I think he's a winner. But let's have a look at what we actually came for, which was this iridescent powder. Always remember as well, guys, with your molds, fold them straight back the way they should be. And they will last longer. I do love the little gold in his eyebrow. Look at that. And just on tip of his nose. Look at my flowers. Beautiful. Let's do the picture frame first because I'm curious as to what that looks like. And remember with that one, we did the iridescent first and then we added the alcohol ink layer on the back. Yeah, Mum. Wow. Look at that. Beautiful. It's whitey with that purple iridescence about it. Imagine that with a nice little picture on. Really like that. And interestingly, I've just been to a charity shop in the UK and found an old picture frame, which I'm planning to make a mold of. But look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So hopefully we've got a great design in these little reindeer. Let's have a look. And this one was different. Oh no, we did do the iridescent. No, we didn't. We didn't do the, oh wow. Look at that. Purpley, crackly, iridescent reindeer. I absolutely love how they came out. Well, let's hope the other one has. I'll be a bit disappointed if we haven't got a similar effect. We have. It's okay. It's all right, guys. And look at these guys. Little iridescent, crackly reindeers. And you can really see that shimmer as well. And sparkle. So I love these. I think they've worked out really cool. And that little picture frame as well. I think that's worked out gorgeous. And obviously that skull with those flowers in, I think is amazing. One little bubble. I can live with that. I actually think it shows that it's handmade. But a beautiful piece nonetheless. Let me know what you think. And I'll see you all tomorrow for day 9. I'll get you some close-ups of these as well because they are beautiful.
Hello, hello. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin. And here we go with day 9 of this advent calendar. And you'll have to excuse my voice, I'm a little bit croaky at the minute. Probably the start of a cold. I always get one just before Christmas. But let's have a look and see what we've got for day 9. I've got to find it first, which is part of the fun. And don't forget, do me a favor guys, like and subscribe to the channel. If you're liking any of my content, it's the only way that we grow on YouTube. And the whole point of this was that I knew not everybody could get one of these advent calendars. So it's a case of how can we all share the experience? And I thought this would just be fun to do an unopening and here we go. And a bit of a creation every single day, all the way through to Christmas. And make sure you check out crateandbloomcrafts.com, who put this advent calendar together, which is a great idea. It means every day for 25 days, I've got something to look forward to, and hopefully you guys have too. So there we go. So let's have a look and see what we've got. And don't forget, go back and watch the previous days if you want to see what we've done up to now. And I can't believe it's day 9 already. Oh, this is looking like a pigment paste, which is cool. Let's have a look. We've had a few of those and they've been stunning so far. So for day 9, what have we got? Oh, hello. And interestingly, I've just done a peacock tray, but this is just called peacock. And it looks quite opaque, this one, I think. It is. So the other peacock I've got is a transparent-ish, so peacock prism, and I've got it to the side of me, which is here. Now, very similar in colours, but this one's more of an opaque. So let me mix up some resin, let me grab a mould, and let's see what we're going to do with this new peacock colour. But that is beautiful. I'll see you in a sec. Here we go, guys, and I've just mixed up 5 ounces of the Apex High Gloss Finish resin. If you want any resin from Apex, go to apexresin.co.uk, use my discount code CCUK to get yourself some money off. But I thought for this, because I've got Peacock Prism, which is transparent, and now I've got Peacock, which is the opaque, it'd be fun to kind of do a bit of a crackly effect on this beautiful turtle tray mold that I've got from InterResin and see what happens. You know, it's just a fun pour, and I thought it'd be fun to see what happens. So we're going to use both of these colours, but the main feature is going to be obviously these peacock colours, which are absolutely beautiful. And if you've not seen my peacock tray, go back and watch it. It turned out amazing. So first things first, I think, is let's mix up 2 pots of these colours, like so. And I am probably going to have some spare. I've mixed up 5 ounces, but as I say, I can't remember how much resin this mould takes. I think it's only 3 or 4, so we will find out together. So let's mix up some peacock first, which is the opaque one, and that new colour. And these pigments go a long way, guys. So all I'm doing, stirring it around. Whatever's left on the stick will be more than enough to colour that. I've actually gone probably a little bit heavy for me. Then stir it round, and we're going to get that beautiful opaque peacock colour. Look at this. That is absolutely stunning as a colour. I can see me using this a lot, and I can see it going really well with some of the other colours as well, like Kingfisher, things like that. So, and even in an ocean pour, I think this would be a really good colour to use. But I'm loving that. Absolutely beautiful. And how Lou comes up with all of these amazing colours, I don't know, because she must have hundreds of colours. And I know this because I've probably got about 100. So how she keeps on coming up with these new colours, I don't know. But let's hope she continues. So, and then this is the Peacock Prism, which is kind of a semi-transparent, and it's a metallic-y finish as well. So again, just stir your stick around, whatever's left can go on there. And I just thought it'd be fun to see how these 2 different colours would intermix in something like this beautiful tray. And it's such a simple pour, you know, there's no complex techniques here. It's just a case of mixing these 2 colours, pouring them in, and seeing what we get. And as you can see, this is a similar colour, but it's metallic and it's more transparent. So hopefully by using the 2, we're going to get a different effect. Now, I'm not going to dirty pour these either, I don't think, because then we probably won't get any kind of crackle, which actually I think would be cool if we do. And I don't know if we will get the crackle or not, but I just thought it's going to be a fun experiment. So, especially not with this mould being the shape it is. Hopefully we'll get a couple of crackles though. So, it's dead straightforward now. I'm going to put these lids back on the pigments. And then we're just going to pour. And whatever happens, happens. And that is the beauty of resin sometimes. So with these espresso cups as well, just remember, fold them like that and it makes it easier to pour. So I'm going to go around the whole thing, I think, first with a thin layer of this peacock prism, if I can. And then I'm going to fill it all in with the more opaque colour. Again, I want to go across here as well. So we get a thin layer of this semi-transparent peacock prism first. And then we are going to fill it in with the more opaque peacock that we've just got. And resin art doesn't get much simpler than this. Have a great mould, have some beautiful colours, intermix them, and see what happens. You know? Pretty confident all of those gems are now filled. And hopefully it'll be about the way the resin moves that will create a cool effect. So I'm pretty happy with that. That is my first layer. The rest can go in this drip mould at the side. And now let's fill it up with the opaque on top. So this should give it a darker colour. And it is, it's much darker, I can see that already. And here we go. Whatever happens will happen now. And that is up to the resin gods. These beautiful colours, intermixing, hopefully creating something stunning on the front, but we won't know until demould. There we go. And this is probably a 3-ounce mould, I would guess, because it's pretty much taken all of these little pots. In fact, it could probably fit a little touch more in. So I'm just going to pour a bit more of this clear into the opaque. And again, this will be a slightly lighter shade now, but that's okay. I'm just going to mix it around with whatever pigment's left in that pot. And then I'm going to make sure it's completely full. This can go in there now because I'm going to be using that in my drip mold. And then I'm just going to, again, go around making sure this whole tray is beautiful and full, which I'm pretty confident it is. So just over 3 ounces of resin here. There we go. And we're going to see what it turns out like. It will be a darker colour, which is quite cool because, as I say, the peacock prism on its own is quite a light semi-transparent colour. So the rest of that I'm going to pour in there so that I've used every drop of this beautiful colour. In it goes. And then this is just going to go in the drip mould at the side of me so that I'm not wasting any. And this will give us a lighter sort of wispy effect. Look at this. Ooh, beautiful. But what I am going to do for the drip mould is just put a drop of alcohol ink in as well. And I think I'm going to go with a metallic sparkly brass for this layer. There we go, that's some of that alcohol ink. And then I'm just going to pour the rest of this into the drip mould at the side. And that should create our next layer. For the skull, I'm going to put the curing machine on. And these are really cool, guys, these scrapers. Make sure you get every last drop of resin out of your cups. And you know me, I don't like to waste resin. Expensive stuff. Anything you can do to use every last drop, I think you should. And this cup is now virtually clean. Look at that. And every drop of that resin is being used. In fact, I can still see a drop in the pigment cup. So I'm going to go back and grab that in a second. But as I say, always have a drip mold ready, because your drip mold sometimes can be nicer pieces because you don't know what's going to happen than your finished pieces. Look at that, virtually clean, that cup. But I did notice there's a drop left in here. So let me see if it works on these. It does. Look at that, I nearly wasted that. Beautiful. Also means you can reuse your cups a lot easier. If they're virtually clean and you've scraped every drop of resin out, makes it a lot easier to reuse them. Again, look at that, virtually clean. It is amazing, these little scrapers. And I think they're from Temu, because I got these from a subscriber, Paula, who sent them to me, and I'm so glad she did, because I probably wouldn't have ever ordered these. But again, wipe your stick at the end of it. Let's get this switched on, and I'll see you in 2 hours for demold. And hopefully it's going to be a beautiful piece that we've got for day 9. Then we can look forward to day 10. I'll see you in a sec. And here we go, guys. Time for the big reveal for day 10. I'm loving the way that's looking in there. Still got a few more layers to go yet in there. But let's have a look at this turtle. And look at this. I love this weird, almost scaly effect on the back that we've got. Absolutely beautiful. So let's demold and let's see what we've got. Still a little bit warm. Wow, look at this. Absolutely stunning. And that's just those 2 different colours layered in there. Beautiful. A little bit of overpour, but I can sort that out. But I think it's turned out really cool, so I hope you do as well. And do me a favour, if you've liked this, if you like any of the content, like and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything, but helps us grow. But yeah, and I'll see you tomorrow for day 10. Can you believe it? Day 10 already. But I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and we're back for another day of the Advent Calendar from Create and Bloom. And if you've missed any of the previous days, we're doing one of these every day from the 1st to the 25th of December, where you get to see not only what we get in this Advent Calendar so we can share the experience with everyone, but also, hopefully, what we make with it. So let's have a look. And I'm looking for day 10. Oh, that was easy. Now, this definitely isn't a pigment. And the whole point of this was, I know not everybody could get one of these, so I thought it would be a great way to share the experience with the whole resin community. And make sure you check out createandbloomcrafts.com as well. She does some amazing colours and pigments. So let's see what we've got for day 10, shall we? I'm going to guess glitter. But I have been wrong before. And again, whilst you're here, guys, do me a favour. These videos take a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of editing. So do me a favour and just like and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free for you, but it helps the channel grow. And oh, hello. Wow. This is very, very, very green. Look at this. Peter's wings. Now that just reminds me of a green dragon. I may have to find a dragon mold, I think, for this. Look at that. Beautiful. And that is just a greeny chameleon glitter. Stunning. So let me mix up some resin and I'll be right back. So here we go, guys. And to celebrate Peter's wings, it had to be a dragon. So I've fished out this dragon mold that I've not poured for a while, actually, since I used tiny turners. And I'm going to do a bit of a, hopefully get an interesting technique on it, but feature Peter's wings in this dragon. So hopefully his wings will be very glittery and sparkly. Now, those of you that follow me as well know that I used to not like glitters at all. But what changed my mind is getting some better quality ones. They look amazing in the right piece. So I'm going to fill one of these cups, and then I've got 6 cups at the side of me. It's going to be a colourful piece, this dragon. Although it is going to mainly be greens, I think. I don't know, because I am going to do something a little bit risky as well with one of the colours. And it does fit inside my curing machine. So hopefully, once we poured it, I'll be able to demold this in about 3 hours, which is very exciting. And I think this mould, if memory serves correct, it's either 9 or 12 ounces. I've actually mixed up 400 ml of resin because I've also got a couple of drip moulds going on the side anyway. So anything spare, I can always put in them. And 400 ml has pretty much filled all of these with a tiny bit left. So I probably would have got one more. So I'm just going to put that to the side for a second. And then we're going to get mixing. And then we're going to decide what we're going to do with this dragon. So the first thing is obviously this beautiful Peter's wings glitter. And I'm going to go quite heavy with this. But I am going to add just a drop of some swimming pool octopus ink to it as well. So it's not completely clear. Okay, let's make it 2. There we go. It's kind of a bluey green, this swimming pool. And it's just because it's at the side of me and I didn't want it to be completely clear. I do want this glitter to be the feature, but sometimes you're good to just have a little bit of colour in there rather than clear. So I want this quite concentrated. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 5, I think, and I'm happy with 5. So that is 5 big scoops of this glitter. Then we're going to mix it and see what it looks like. Hopefully it'll be roughly the consistency that I'm looking for, and hopefully it'll just give us a lovely green glittery mixture for the wings of this dragon, which, to be fair, if we're going by the name of the glitter, we should call him Peter. So that's going to be stage 1. And look at that, beautiful, this glitter. I'm going to wipe the stick. And I love the fact that there's all different sizes in it as well, because I think it gives you a really cool effect when you use these sort of mixtures of glitters. Now I've got some more colours at the side of me, and some of these are going to be very questionable. I don't know if it's going to work. So here's Kingfisher. And that's one of my favourite turquoises. So let's just get a bit on the end of my stick. And let's do one of these. And it's the first time I've done this, as with most of my resin projects, you know. I don't know if these are going to work or not. I just like to experiment. I like to have a bit of fun. And hopefully we can all learn together and see what works. And sometimes, unfortunately, what doesn't. Which does happen on occasion. Not every resin project works. Always wipe your stick in between. And give it a good scrub, and then that way you know all of that pigment's off. And then always put your lid back on, because if you don't, you knock it on your floor, you're going to have massive issues. So that's that Kingfisher. Now you're going to think I'm really crazy. White. So I'm going to use some of this Supreme White. Again, whatever's left on my stick is enough. And with the white, I actually don't care if it comes out less opaque. So here we go. Let's mix in the white. And that's the Supreme White, again from Apex. And I'm using the high gloss Apex resin. So if you want any resin, check out apexresin.co.uk and use my discount code CCUK to get yourself some money off. And let me know if you're liking these videos, guys, because the plan is to do 25. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way up to the 25th of December. So we can all experience this advent calendar together. And see what we create along the way. I just thought it was a really fun way to get everybody involved in the community, because I know we couldn't all get one of these. And I'm all about community. I think community in this space is absolutely everything. And you guys are amazing. You're what keep me motivated to keep going on. So all I ask of you is that you like and subscribe. If you want to, by all means, join membership as well. Now I've got Blackberry, which is one of my favorite purples from Creating Blue. And you guys are probably thinking, what is he doing? And honestly, I don't know. I've never tried this before. I just thought, let's get a few different colors mixed up for this dragon. Last time I did this, I did it with Tiny Turners and got amazing colors from those powders. But I just wanted to see what would happen if we do almost a dirty pour, I suppose, with these different colors in this dragon. So it's exciting for me just to see what the end result is going to look like. And obviously the main feature will be that Peter's Wings glitter, and I'm guessing it was named after Peter Pan. Not sure. Next I've got some Peacock Prism, which is kind of a transparent. And again, whatever's on your stick is all you need. And if you didn't know, guys, I've got a very limited workspace as well. I've got literally 3 feet of space and that is it. So that's why sometimes I know my area doesn't look the neatest or the tidiest, but it gets the job done. And it gets hopefully creating some of these amazing resin art pieces. I love that. Look at it. Beautiful. So that's the Peacock Prism, which again, it's a semi-transparent. I'm going to be using another semi-transparent as well, which is the Guppy Green, which we're going to mix next. So we're going to have 3 different opaques, 2 transparents, and this beautiful glitter is what's going to create. So this is that Guppy glitter, which is a really beautiful green. As soon as I saw that as well, I was thinking dragons. And don't forget, check out createandbloomcrafts.com as well. That's where all of these pigments and this fun advent calendar comes from. I really don't know what this purple is going to mix like. I know it's one of my favourite purples, but I've never puddle poured it, dirty poured it, and I've never dirty poured it with a green and a white, so we'll see. So this is that beautiful Guppy Green. And look at this for a metallic green. Stunning. There we go. And then the last colour is an opaque peacock, which I think was yesterday's, if memory serves correct. So here's the opaque peacock, which is again very different to the semi-transparent Peacock Prism. Look at that. So we've got all of these different greenish colours. Now I wouldn't say green, greenish. We've got a purple, we've got a white, and we've got that glitter. And we're going to see what happens. You know, it's as simple as that. Resin will do what resin wants, and I think we all guide it. We've got an idea in our head, what we want it to do. Whether it does that is another matter. So there we go, that's these colours ready. And as I say, we are going to dirty pour these. And I think it's going to be a very interesting looking dirty paw pot. Just wiping the stick. And the first thing I'm going to do is that layer of glitter. And I'm going to use it all because you don't want to waste any glitter. So here we go. But I do want to get the dirty paw pot ready, which is just, I'm using a used cup. And I'm going to start with the opaque peacock. Put about a third in. Then I'm going to go with the metallic guppy green. Again, about a third. Then I'm going to go with the kingfisher. About a third. Oops. Then I'm going to go with the white. Then I'm going to go with the purple or the blackberry. Then I'm going to go with the transparent kingfisher. And then try and remember which order I did it in. Now this time all of it can go in, I think. Anything spare, I have got a drip mould at the side. I think it was the guppy green next. There's going to be an interesting pour, but I don't want the white at the top, so I am going to mix up the colours a little bit, I think. I'm going to go in with the second layer of white now. And that can just rest on there as well. Then let's go with that one. And I know they're not in the same order, but that shouldn't matter too much. That's very, very colourful. There we go, that's pretty much filled up this cup, this pouring cup. Look at this, beautiful. So what I'm going to do before we do anything else, just put that on its side for a second. And I'm going to scrape these out into a drip mould that I've got at the side, just so I'm not wasting any. And then we're going to go ahead with this pour. And always scrape out your pots so you're not wasting any of that beautiful resin, because we all know resin's not cheap. And some of my drip molds, you know, they come out better than the finished pieces. So always try and use that resin if you can. Especially when you're using this many different colours. Okay, pretty happy with that. Just going to wipe that off, and then we're going to pour this dragon. And whatever will be, will be. But I have noticed I dripped a drop of resin in. I don't want that to potentially affect the pour. So let's just take that out. So the first thing I'm going to do is get the glitter into these wings. And this is going to be kind of the feature colour. At least this first layer is anyway. Beautiful. And the same on this side. And as I say, I want this to be the main feature for this dragon, hopefully. And then maybe just a couple little drops around the tail. Not too much, but I think that'll be enough there. And then might as well get rid of the rest of it into these wings. And there we go. That's the glitter. Okay, now for this very interesting dirty paw. Here we go. Go around. Beautiful. And then I am going to go over these wings. And the purple's really standing out more than I thought it would, to be fair. But that's okay, I still think we're going to get a very cool dragon. And he's almost full. Not quite, but almost. And I think he is now. That looks pretty full to me. So there we go. Might as well get every last drop out. I could always back this if I wanted to as well, with a thin layer of black or something like that. But I don't think I want to. I think this is going to be stunning as it is. So there we go. That is it. And it looks pretty cool from this side. But I am gonna obviously scrape this out as well into the drip mold and fill that up at the side. I am gonna put the curing machine on, and then hopefully we'll have a finished piece in 2 to 3 hours to demold. See if that Peter's wings glitter has stood out still, even with the way that I've done that pour. And you'll see that some of the glitter's intermixed everywhere. I don't mind that. I'm quite happy it has. So yeah, I'm going to switch that on and I'll see you guys demold in about 3 hours. See you then. And here we go, guys. Who's ready for this one? I know I am. So it's been about 3 hours. I'm still going to be careful though, because I couldn't fit the spare bit at the side of me in as well as this dragon. But let's hope it's turned out. And do me a favour, whilst you're here, like and subscribe. It's free. Helps us grow. And by all means, if you can afford it, please join membership. But look at this. I'm loving this side. Still a little bit warm. So I'm expecting this to be a little bit flexible as we demold, but it should be okay. And I'm hoping, whoa, wowzers, guys. Look at this. This is more beautiful than I thought it was gonna be. Almost a semi-crackle in there, but it works so well with this dragon, and that glitter is stunning for Peter's wings. A little bit of white showing in the tail. I think that is absolute perfection. Let me know what you think. But I think this dragon has turned out absolutely beautiful. Couldn't have asked for better. I think that's one of my favourite dragon paws yet. So look at that with those Peter's wings. But that's what I mean. Glitter can elevate your pieces, guys. And I think this one is stunning. Wow. I'm going to try and get you a couple of close-ups. But look at this. So I hope you enjoyed it. I know I did, and we got an amazing result. So if you like this one, come back tomorrow for day 11, and I'll see you there. Bye-bye. Hi guys, welcome back to the channel, CCUK Resin, and it is time again for this advent calendar that keeps on giving from Creating Bloom Crafts, day 11. And in case you're wondering guys, yes, I have recorded these in advance. It's the only way I can get 25 videos out for you guys. So here we go. Let's look for day 11 and see what we've got. Not a clue. Oh, there's 12. That's quite a big one. Don't know what day 12 is. I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Where's day 11? I know that one's 25. Where's 11? Oh, are we missing day 11, guys? Have I gone? Aha, there's day 11. We're not missing it. That's okay. So I'll leave that on the top for tomorrow. We're going to see what we've got, and then we're going to make something with it. It's as simple as that. And the whole reason behind this is not everybody could get one of these advent calendars from Creating Bloom Crafts, but I thought it'd be fun to share the experience with all of you. And I think this is going to be another pigment, I'm thinking. So don't forget, do me a favor, like and subscribe while you're here. It's free. It's the only way we grow. And in this space, we all hopefully keep growing and learning together. So here we go, and I'm right, it is a pigment paste. What colour are we going to have today then? And what am I going to do with that colour? That is the question. Who knows? Anything is possible. Beaver! I think there's a bit of comedy value about this, because Lou actually sent out on invoices the word beaver once, which I thought was quite amusing. So we've got beaver brown, guys. Interesting. I don't know what I'm going to do with this beaver yet. It's just a comedy word, but there we go. So let's mix up some resin and let's use this beautiful beaver pigment paste. So we're back, guys. I've opened up that beaver. Sorry, I just can't stop laughing at that. I've mixed up 4 ounces of the Apex Resin High Gloss. As always, if you want any of this resin, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK to get some money off. And I just thought this would be a fun, quick make. So I've grabbed some of my resin molds that I've got that I really like as keyring molds. And I've grabbed the beaver. Oh, Lou. Oh, dear. Anyhow, so I'm going to put this resin pretty much half and half into these 2 cups. And I really liked, I don't know if you saw the crackle effect that I got in those reindeers with the iridescent powder. And I thought, you know, I'm going to try a similar thing with this beaver. The other reason why is I want to watch this, I really want to cure this. And it's only semi-cured at the minute, and I've just dripped resin on it. So I'm hoping I don't spoil it by doing this, but I'm just going to try and wipe that little bit off. Okay, that's good. I don't think it'll affect it, but I want to make sure it's fully cured before I demold it. So I've still got a tiny bit of resin left in there as well. But let's let's stir this beaver up and see what color that creates first. And I'm going to be adding something to it, I think. So I'm just going to use my silicone stick, and it's kind of a beautiful brown, a nice beaver brown. So again, as always, whatever's left on your stick is normally enough to color it, and I think it's going to be quite opaque, this beaver. Here we go. Beautiful. Here we go. So that's that beaver. Now I want to add something to it because I want a bit of sparkle in my beaver. So I'm going to add some sparkly brass to this beaver just to give it a bit of bling in this beaver. So let's go with 5 or 6 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's go with 10. This is going to be a very blingy beaver. And don't be afraid to add things to your pigments if you want to, you know. Create a completely different effect. And hopefully this will just give it a tiny bit of metallicness if it shines through. And I can just see a bit of a shimmer now on this beaver. And who doesn't like a bit of a shimmer in the pigments? There we go. Beautiful. So that hasn't done a lot, but it's added something to it where I think it's just going to give it a bit more of a shimmer. And then, obviously, we did get that secret violet, which I think will go really well with this beaver. So I'm going to mix up some of that. Not as strong as I did last time, though. I just want one decent sized scoop. And I am going to put the lid back on this beaver before we continue. Again, a beautiful colour, and I can see me using that as a back for some blooms and all sorts. Trees, bark, anything like that. I think this beaver colour is going to be great. But let's add a couple of scoops of this iridescent violet and almost recreate what we did with the reindeer. But obviously it's going to be very different with these because they're different shape molds, and I think we'll get a very different effect. And then we're going to sort of puddle pour these. Not puddle pour, sorry, dirty pour. So I do love a dirty pour. You only said I do love a dirty beaver then. That was... that would have been inappropriate, guys. So again, just make sure with the iridescents you thoroughly mix them because they like to sit on the top. And unless you mix them all the way through, you will get powder in your pieces. And look at that, I've got some on that mold, so I'm going to have to clean that off. But again, just take your time at the first, and it will mix in. You've just got to take your time a little bit. And look at that for a colour. It is stunning. And I hope Lou's going to bring these iridescents out in sets. Because I know there's a few colours. A few people have messaged me to say they've got a blue. And I love iridescents. Look at them. Just that beautiful shimmer that you get. So now it's been mixed around. Again, just scrape your sides and your bottom. And there we go. Beautiful. Happy that's mixed. So now, with these, I am gonna, I think, just experiment with them, you know? And I think I want to do these as a dirty pour. I don't know why. I just think it feels right. And I always say, something feels right, just do it, you know? So I've got another cup. I'm gonna wipe off that excess powder. first of all. Then we're going to cure these. Then we can demold these for day 11 and see what this beaver has produced. Hopefully some beautiful pieces. Here we go. And again, with these iridescent powders, you can use them as brush-ons as well. You don't have to mix them in resin like I'm doing. In fact, I think more people use them as brush-ons than actually in the resin, and then they go an awful lot longer. So I think we're about there. So I've got this separate cup. Let's pour in a little bit of beaver. And then a little bit of the iridescent. And then a bit more beaver. Bit more iridescent. Bit more beaver. And then a bit more iridescent. And we're going to see what these look like, you know. Love those colours though. So I'm thinking we're going to get a pinky browny colour. And then I'm just going to start and pour. Then the colours will start to intermix. And with this maple leaf, I only like to get it about half full, guys. Because it's a big chunky mould. And any more than half, I think is too thick for a keyring. So I might come back to it in a minute. Let's go on to the jellyfish. And the great thing with these moulds is they really don't take up a lot of resin. And they're about ½ ounce. And again, they're from Into Resin, and they give you a beautiful, I think these are the crystal edge ones. And I just think it'd be fun to see what this beaver and this iridescent come out like. There we go. And I'm running a bit low. So I'm gonna layer it again. So a bit of beaver, bit of iridescent, bit of beaver, bit of iridescent. I think this is going to be all of that iridescent now. And then a little bit of beaver just to finish it off. And then we're going to pour the rest of them, hopefully. Let's start off with this turtle. In fact, I'm going to come back to that in a minute because I want that to have the most defined areas, I think. And again, hopefully we're going to get some of this iridescent coming through in certain areas and then the beaver standing out in other areas. So that's that beautiful seahorse. Right, now let's go back to the turtle. And hopefully there'll be a bit of iridescent. There it is. Coming through. And this was just an idea, as I say, that went through my head. Thought it'd be fun to do. So that's what we're doing. And then this starfish. Now, before I fill that all the way, I've still got a bit of this iridescence, so I'm going to try and get it in the tips of the legs. And almost push the beaver back a little bit. Maneuvering the beaver into the center by pushing it out from each of these legs, and hopefully we'll get a slightly different effect by doing that. I don't know. But I also want to make sure I'm using all of this iridescent as well, which I pretty much have. And then I'm going to fill it up with the rest of this mixture. And hopefully we'll have enough to fill it. If not, and I think I'm a little bit short, what I can always do is just add a little bit of clear until it's full. There we go. Happy with that. Maybe a drop in the center of that one. Again, because I do want to make sure that these are completely full. Happy with that. And just a tiny bit in the jellyfish. And there we go. So that is that beaver mixed with that iridescent. I'm going to put a drop in here. Not too much though, because again, I don't like this being more than half full, this mould, because it comes out too thick. The rest of this I'm going to pour into a drip mould. Then we're going to come back tomorrow and demould. There you go. Guys, and here we go. Who's ready for demould? I can't wait. And look at the colour. Let's get these beavers out of the moulds and let's see what they look like. It's going to be gorgeous, hopefully. And look at it. It looks like chocolate. Wow. So this first one is this jellyfish, just with that beaver and that iridescent pink in the crystal edge mould. It just looks like posh chocolate to me, you know. You go somewhere like Hotel Chocolat where they charge you a tenner for a chocolate. That's what these look like. So we've got that one. And then we've got this maple leaf, which again turned out really pretty, just with that beaver and the pink. And let me know what you think to this colour beaver, you know. I mean, I think it's really, really cool. I think it does look like liquid chocolate, but I can see me using it to bring out some other colours, maybe as a backing colour. So here's that seahorse. And I'm really excited to see the bowl. But again, that turned out really cool. Just using the crystal edge mould. You can see a little bit of the metallic I used from the ink as well. Right, starfish or turtle. Let's go with the starfish. Now look at this. This looks good enough to eat, guys. This beaver looks good enough to eat. Absolutely stunning colour with that pink as well, that glisten. Absolutely beautiful. And here's the turtle as well. And who's ready to see the trinket bowl? I'm really looking forward to that. But there's no beaver in the trinket bowl. This was just because I had to cure it up and it looks stunning. So I can't wait for this. And I got this in one of the mystery boxes from Crate and Bloom. It's one of my favourite little moulds now. I'm loving doing these little trinket dishes. Whilst you're here as well, guys, do me a favour, like and subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything, helps me grow, and we all grow together. But this is absolutely stunning. I wish you could see it close up. Absolutely gorgeous. Remember, with your moulds, fold them back the right way, the way they should be, and they'll last you a lot longer. So here we go. Wowzers. And this was just using spare resin. And this is one of the prettiest pieces I've got. And, you know, this is why you shouldn't waste your resin. Always have a drip mold by your side. And look at this. This is like a masterpiece. I could not recreate this if I tried. And it's almost more exciting than all these beavers that we've unmolded. But absolutely beautiful. Look at that glisten. Look at that shine. I'm so excited to have this piece. And it's just drip resin. It's that simple. So if you've enjoyed this, hopefully you have. We'll see you again tomorrow. Who knows what we're going to get? Who knows what we're going to make for day 12? And I'll see you there. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin. And who is excited for day 12 of this advent calendar from Crate and Bloom? I know I am. Hope you're enjoying these videos. If you are, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. But without further ado, let's see what we've got. Oh, this is a different shape. So I don't know what this is going to be. There we go. Let's have a look. So make sure you check out Crate and Bloom Crafts as well. where obviously this advent calendar came from. And it was a great idea, I think, just to give us something different. Ooh, we've got 3. And I think they're all different glitters. Let's have a look at these, shall we? And then we're going to have to make something with them. What we're going to do, I don't know at the minute. Let's see what we've got first. So we've got 3 different glitters for day 12. We have got this little pink one called Baby Girl. Let's have a look. Look at that. Now that's a sparkle. We've got another one called Daisy Doo, which is sort of a silvery one. Beautiful. And there's little daisies in there. That's why it's called Daisy Doo, I'm guessing. And then that looks holographic as well. And then we've got Snow Pixie, which again is a silver and whitish one. Almost looks like little bits of foil, that silver in there. So pretty cool. And I'm wishing right now I had a snowflake mold, because I think these would look great in snowflakes, but I haven't. So I'm going to have to think of something else to do with these. So I'm going to mix up some resin and we'll be right back. Right, so here we go, guys. And I've mixed up 6 ounces of resin. Again, I'm going to be using just the standard high gloss from Apex. If you want any of their resins, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK, and that will get you some money off. But this is a mold that's quite popular out there, so you've probably seen it before. I've never used it before, interestingly. And the idea is it's a heart with a stand, and you can put a picture in this centerpiece. Now, I don't have a picture that I want to put in it at the minute because I'm single at the minute. So I've cut out of a business card the logo of the channel, just because I love all of you guys. You're amazing as a community. And I thought this can be a piece to celebrate that. So let's go ahead. And the first thing I'm going to do is mix up the glitters, I think. And then I'm going to do something a little bit different. So we're going to do glitters mixed with a dirty pour. So I'm going to go for probably about half full on these. And I'm only going to do glitter in this piece because I think it'd look quite good if you get the contrast of something like a dirty pour and the glitter together in a single piece. And it could all go horribly wrong. It does do sometimes, but this is about those glitters. And I'm thinking these 2 are beautiful. So let's get the Daisy Doo and the Snow Pixie, if we can, in the 2 halves of this frame. And then let's do this in the Baby Girl, the pink. Dunno, what do you think? It's probably not the greatest idea. Now, I'm not going to go crazy with these. I think 1, 2, 3 scoops of each. So that is the first one, which is the Daisy Doo. And I'm not actually going to add any alcohol ink to these either. I'm just going to do it clear. And then I'm going to do a bit of a dirty pour over the top of them once they're poured. So this is that Snow Pixie. Again, let's go for the same mixture. 1, 2, and 3. And I just thought it'd be a fun way to try out all 3 of these glitters in one piece, and it's a piece I've never done before, so it could all go wrong. You don't know until you pour, and that is the beauty of resin. And then this is that Baby Girl, which is a little bit more pink. So 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So that should be the glitters. So let's get those poured first, and then we can move on to stage 2. And I'm going to do this in one pour rather than curing in between, just because it feels like the right thing to do. So this is that first one. And again, make sure you mix your glitters round like so. And I think because I'm using card, we should be okay. So I've not sealed that either, which will be an interesting test. Because it is literally, it's just a bit of a business card that I've cut out my logo at the front It's not going to look like the most perfect piece of resin in the world, but I thought for this, for day 12, it'll be a fun little experiment. So there's the first glitter. Always wipe your stick so you're not intermixing unless you want to intermix. Here's the second one. And again, just mixing it around. And this is definitely a lighter colour. This would be great in some snowflakes. As I say, I just don't have any snowflake molds at the minute. Here we go. Look at this. Beautiful, silvery, pink, and a little bit of a hint of white in there. I think there's some sort of flakes in there. So there's that one. And then here's the Daisy Do. I think out of the three, the Daisy Do is actually my favourite. So there we go. Look at this. And I don't know if this is going to work. As I say, I've never done it before, but I just thought it'd be a fun little experiment and a reasonably quick project, hopefully. So if you're rushing around thinking of gift ideas as well, if you're a resin artist, you're spoilt for choice. So I'm just going to pour this glitter because this is pretty much stuck to the silicone. And I can always top coat it if I need to. So I'm expecting this to give it sort of a semi-transparent, very glittery layer. Now there's a tiny bit left in there and I might save that. And it depends if I get a tiny bit of these left as well. So with these, I'm going to pour them at the same time. So this is where it could really go horribly wrong. I'm going to start at the base. And hopefully move my way around. So that they hopefully meet in that middle as that top layer. Oh, a little bit over. Come on. Go, 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 go. So we've still got a tiny bit of these left. And I'm pretty happy with that as a layer. I think it's very glittery. Now, I'm toying with the idea of incorporating all three of them in the base now, just because I've got some left, which I wasn't going to do. But hey ho, if you've got some left, why not? And then some in the center. So this is where we're going to kind of intermix them. And again, I don't know if this is going to show in the finished piece or not, but I just thought it'd be fun as part of this experiment. If I've got enough, just give us a bit of a layer. Happy with that. And then this pinker one. Now, because I'm not sure there's going to be enough to give us a complete layer, I'm going to drizzle it either side. And then just down there, I think. And hopefully, to keep it symmetrical, this side as well. Come on. And this is by no means going to be a perfect piece, but I don't want any of these pieces to come out perfect in a way. I want them to just be fun makes, what anybody can do, regardless of skill level, whether you're a beginner, whether you're advanced, you can just have fun with it. Now make sure you scrape out your pots because you don't want to waste any of this glitter. Glitters aren't cheap either, guys. And again, if I can get a full layer, I might as well. And this is just really, I suppose, intermixing them before we go in with that final layer, which is going to be resin. But I want to see if I've got enough to kind of get a dirty pour effect, because I'm really into my dirty pours at the minute. You've probably noticed that by some of the makes I've done recently. But I'm loving the effects, and I've already picked out 3 colours. So I'm hoping, and again, I've just thought there's no point dirtying 3 new cups because the glitter's going to intermix anyway. So I'm going to use the same 3 cups. And I'm going to wipe this stick. And then I'm going to try and spread that evenly. And I think I'm just going to have a look now. We've still got 3 ounces. So trying to get an ounce of each in each one of these cups. If I can. And then I've already picked out 3 random colours, again from Create and Bloom. And I'm going to see what they look like dirty poured. They might work and they might not, but that is the beauty of resin sometimes. You never know what you're going to get. And I just thought it'd be a cool, fun little project. And I do think I'm going to need more resin because this is only 6 ounces and I think this mould's going to take more than that. But we'll find out. So I'm going to go Kingfisher for one of the colours because I absolutely love it. And I think it will give a nice contrast to those glitters. There was that business card that I cut up. And again, just stick around, whatever's left. I want this to be the predominant colour. That one. Oh, this is how my creativity works, guys. And hopefully you're getting to know me a little bit through these videos as well. And it's just sometimes mixing and matching things on the go and finding out what we get. So this is that beautiful Kingfisher, which is stunning as a colour. Always reminds me of that jewellery, Tiffany's. Beautiful colour though. So that is that one. Wipe my stick. Then we're going to go with the next colour, which is going to be, let's go with the chrysanthemum next, which was one of the ones that we got in this advent calendar, which is almost a peachy orange colour. Again, you don't need a lot. Look, that's all I need. And it's going to fully pigment this resin, hopefully. Moving this out of the way. And again, do me a favor, guys, if you're liking this, if you're liking any of the experiments, just like and subscribe to the channel. It is free, but it's a great way to support us. Shows YouTube that you like it, and it helps us grow. So there's that beautiful chrysanthemum. And it's a gorgeous peachy colour. Don't know what it's going to mix like with these. And they're both quite opaque. So I thought for the final colour, I'm going to go with a semi-transparent. And I'm going to go with Butterfly Flower, which is one of my favourites. This time of year, it just reminds me, if you're in the UK, Cadbury's Roses, the big purple one. That's what it reminds me of. So, and you'll see, watch, stunning colour. And as I say, I don't know if there's going to be enough. I don't think there's going to be enough here to fill them. And they need to be filled, I think, in order to be able to fit them in. So I'm probably going to have to mix up a little bit more resin afterwards, which is okay. But let's see what we get first, and let's see how far they go. Because with this technique as well, you can always pour a clear on top, and then you get some really cool effects sometimes, if you're just slightly under. So again, I've always got a few dirty cups at the side of me that I've used on previous projects. Perfect for things like this. So I'm going to try and get 2 layers of each in. So I'm going to start off with this one because it's the lightest, and try and get about half of it in. Then I'm going to go, yes, with this one. Again, about half. And there's no rhyme or reason behind this. It's just what I think will look good. And I could be completely wrong when it comes to the pour. Now the rest of it can all go in, hopefully. Or at least as much as I can get out. Because as I say, I think we are going to be mixing up a little bit more. Anyway. And again, things like this, they don't take an awful lot of time, but they're amazing gifts for people, you know, because there's nothing that says Merry Christmas or you appreciate somebody than something that you've made yourself and spent the time actually putting that effort in. Sometimes it's better than a bought gift, you know? So here we go. That is my pouring cup. Look at this. Beautiful. So I think I'm just going to start off with the heart. And I'm going to go straight on top of this glitter. And I think it's going to give us an interesting intermixed effect. Careful around there. Okay, back we go. I'm going to go around again. All of those beautiful colours, hopefully intermixing and creating some kind of effect. If I'm being honest, I think we're going to get a crackle, which will be really cool. Now, I'm going to do it in this heart as well, just because I think it's going to be a really interesting effect. And it's still going to show those glitters, but they're going to be intermixed with some form of crackle by doing this. And it's just something I love doing with resin. Just playing with it like this and seeing what happens. So there's definitely not going to be enough. So what I'm going to do now is go along in here. So I've definitely had some of the same this way. And see how much more resin I think I'm going to have to mix. But some of my favourite pieces come from just doing things like this, where it's completely unexpected what we're going to get. So I think, roughly, they're both about halfway. I think I'm going to need at least another 4 or 5 ounces, but look at these colours already. So I'm going to mix up some more resin. I'm going to put it in those same pots, and we're going to do exactly the same again. So see you in a sec. So we're back, and all I'm going to do is fill up these cups. Don't know how much pigment's left in there. And then we're going to go again with the leftovers. So it's going to give us almost a bit more of a transparent colour with these same colours that we've just used. I've still got a little bit of clear left, which is okay, because I've got a drip mould at the side of me like I always have. So I just want to make sure that you can still see the colour if we do it this way. And you can. It's just more of a transparent colour now. Not quite as opaque as it was. But this is what I mean with these pigments, guys. They go an awful long way. Look at that. Beautiful, semi-transparent. Because I think we've already got enough pigment in these pieces. I hope. We're going to find out. Let's do the kingfisher next. And again, just, I suppose, mixing it up from the bottom up this time. And look at this. It's almost making a transparent version of those same colours that we've just mixed. Look at this. And that's pretty opaque still. I'm quite happy with that. And then the last one was the butterfly flower. It's the one I'm a little bit worried about because it's already a semi-transparent. But I'm hoping there's enough pigment on the base of this cup to just give us that beautiful colour. Well, there is actually. It's just a little bit more transparent than usual. But it doesn't matter because we've already got those pigments in. And this is just really to top it up. And if we get some effects, if we don't, then we don't. I could mix up some more, but I don't want to. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this. So let's get the pouring pot ready again and let's go for it. So in we go, halfway again. And you can see kingfisher's still really strong actually. And that butterfly flower, surprisingly. Then in with the rest of the chrysanthemum, then the rest of the kingfisher. And these will be slightly more transparent than the first layer, but that should be okay because it's all going to mix together. And it's going to be interesting just to see what effect, if any, we get. So here we go. Beautiful again in that cup. And now I'm just going to pour again around the edge. There we go. Now the colours are starting. Oops. Try and get it in the mould. And I do want this pretty much full. Now, if I have to go again, we could be in trouble. There we go. Let's leave that at that. Then the middle bit. Again, just pushing it around. And then the rest of it, hopefully, will be enough to fill this. Although I've got a sneaky suspicion it won't be. But luckily, I've still got some at the side. Now for these, I think I'm going to add some more solid pigment. So again, What I've got left, I think will work and top this up. So I'm just going to split it 3 ways between these cups, and there's a random hair from somewhere. I know I don't have hairs that long, so I don't know where that's come from. 3. And then this should just give us that final layer, which should be enough to fill it up. I'm loving the way these colours are looking though. Oops. I'm just going to scrape off what's inside the cup as well into these cups. And then this should give us a final layer, which I don't mind being a bit more opaque. I think it will give us an interesting effect. The fact that we've had opaque, semi-transparent, and then opaque again. So here we go. Running out of room, as always. That's my pouring cup. All right, butterfly flower first, tiny bit, and that should be enough. And again, just mixing it around, making sure it's thoroughly mixed. Beautiful. And let me know in comments, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think we're going to get an interesting effect, or do you think it's going to look a bit bland? We will find out together, and hopefully those colours of those glitters will still pop on the front and we'll be able to see the difference. So next is that chrysanthemum. Again, tiny little bit on the end of my stick is all I'm going to need. Beautiful. So I think this is 12 ounces of resin, I think, or it will be once it's poured. So here we go. And then the last one was the kingfisher, which I haven't actually added any paste to, have I? It's a bit silly. I'll wipe your stick every time. And I think this has turned out to be a slightly longer pour than I thought it was going to be, but hey ho, needs must. And whatever it takes to get the project done. I'm going to put up the curing machine on afterwards. So therefore it should only take about 3 hours before we can demold this. So there's that beautiful kingfisher as well. Nicely mixed. Right. And again, I'm going to try and do the same order just because why not? Although I don't think it really matters the way that we're pouring it. So half of the chrysanthemum, half the kingfisher, and half the butterfly flower. And then the rest of the chrysanthemum, the rest can just go to the side because I'm confident now this will be hopefully the final layer. I'm just trying to squeeze it into a drip mold. And hopefully this will just be enough to finish this piece off. Don't know. Should be. Do you ever doubt yourself when you're doing your resin? I know I do all the time. So here we go. I'm pretty confident that centre bit is full. Not so confident the edge. I'm just going to go around, giving it a thin layer so I know it's pretty much full. And I think that is. I think it'll overflow if I put any more in. Tiny drop maybe on this side. There we go. I'm going to leave that now. And then the rest, just go in here, do whatever it wants, and hopefully fill it up perfectly. So there you go. If you're wondering, this mold takes around about 12 ounces of resin, which I think is about 480 ml. So it's quite a bit of resin. You better like whoever you're giving this to. I'm just going to trail this tiny bit around. There we go. And I'm loving the way that this is looking. Hopefully it cures like this. And a tiny bit just in the center. And there we go. I think that looks pretty. So the rest of these, I'm just going to scrape into the drip mold, which is a skull at the side of me. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be just short of filling it. So there's no point curing it. Let me scrape my cups and find out. But I'll see you guys for demold. Right, here we go, guys. And it's been 3 hours. I'm pretty confident this has now cured. It feels cured. And we're going to demold. So, ooh, look at this. It's going to be pretty. And obviously it's got those different glitters in, that different effect. Look at that. Gorgeous. And I did get a bubble on the back, but I don't think it detracts from the piece. Oh, hello. So let's go with the base first, shall we? Demold this. Hoping for a clean demold. Wow. Hello. Look at this. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love that shimmer of the glitter. And you can just see in certain places where I didn't put the glitter, you've got that beautiful effect coming through. And part of me wishes I'd have kept that without the glitter now, but you can still just see through it because it's almost transparent in areas. And I think that's beautiful. So there's the base. There we go. It's all about the base, no trouble. Let's do the heart now. And it's the first time I've played with this mold, so I'm hoping it's worked. As I say, and it was just fun. Something I've never used this mold before, and I've never used these glitters before, so why not? So that
Wow, that turned out really cool, actually. So this one covered up more of it, and this side is more transparent, which I really like. And then these should just go in here, which they do, like that. So that stands beautifully. Then you get your centerpiece, and look at the back on that. Beautiful. And it did work. Look at that. So there we go. I can see that card. Now I do need to top coat this because you can't really tell, but the resin, because this stuck so well to the mold, didn't actually go over the front. But then what you do, you get a piece of string or something like that, or ribbon, and that will just hang in there. So let me know what you think. Was it fun? Did you enjoy it? And again, if you want a slightly different effect, so let's say you've got the glitter all the time and you get bored of the glitter, guess what? The good thing is you can turn it around and have it the other way around, you know, which I actually think I prefer. Look at that. Stunning. So let me know what you think in comments. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, as always, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. Give it a share, you know, give it a thumbs up, put something in comments, and I'll see you on the next video. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, and we are back. Welcome back to the channel, CCUK Resin, and it's time for day 13 of this advent calendar. Who knows what we're going to get? We've had all sorts so far, and if you've not watched the previous videos, go back and watch them. And do me a favor, guys, like and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything, but really does help us grow. All you need to do is click that button. Here we go, day 13 already. Pretty much halfway through now, and who can believe it? So need to find number 13. Here we go. And I'm guessing by the feel of this, it's going to be another mold similar to this one. We will see. And let me know if you're liking these videos. I just thought it was a fun way to share this experience with everyone. Let's have a look. Okay, and I was right, it is a mold, but what is it? What are they? I don't know. Is that a pendant? It's kind of like a spoon shape, but that's not going to take a lot of resin, guys. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward video, I think. I think it's a pendant mold, or it could be a little key ring. What are we going to do with this? Okay, well, it's not going to take a lot of resin, so I'm going to mix up some resin, and I'll be right back. I'll see you in a sec. So here we go, guys, and I've mixed up 4 ounces of the Apex High Gloss resin. If you want any resin from Apex, go to apexresin.co.uk and use my discount code CCUK to save yourself some money. Now, I'm not going to need 4 ounces for these, but I do want to fill this drip skull at the side. So all I thought would be fun is I've got some of these abalone shards, and I've picked out a couple different shapes. We're going to put those in, and I'm going to try and do a fake Petri. Now, what I mean by that is I'm going to do this in a curing machine, so I'm going to use a slightly heavier mix and hope that we still get some kind of Petri. So I'm just going to fill these pretty much halfway, I think. I did mix them a little bit over vigorously, but there we go. Oops. So I want a tiny bit of resin in first, just before I put the abalone shell in.
And this really is a tiny bit of resin, guys. It's not going to take a lot. That's what I... And this abalone shell, it's absolutely beautiful, you know, and in resin I think those colours will really pop. So I've got one, make sure there's no bubbles. I'm going to place that one in the centre, just in there. And then I've got another longer strand, just see what that looks like. Again, beautiful piece of abalone. And you can get these from Crate and Bloom as well. And that can go lengthways. Then I'm going to pretty much cover it in resin until it's virtually full. And as you can see, it's not taking a lot. Literally a few drops. I don't even think I'll have used ½ ounce on this, which hopefully means that you don't need to use a lot of resin to make something beautiful. Pretty happy. They are almost full and they've used next to no resin. So that's that. I'm going to need another drip mould as well because I've definitely got too much resin in there to just fill this skull. But let's focus on this for now. And what I'm going to do, dead straightforward, I've got some azure blue because I do want a kind of an oceany theme. I don't know why. I'm just going to put a couple of drops at the top. And that's all I'm going to do, I think. Let it spread for a second. And then I have got I've got my 50% mixture because I'm going to put this through the curing machine anyway. And I just want to see if we can still get a kind of a Petri effect in the curing machine. Now normally I use my 25% mixture, and if you don't know what I mean by that, go back and watch the video where it says sort your Petri out, and that'll give you an idea of why I'm doing this. So again, just leaving that to settle for a second, and then I'm going to go with 2 drops. Again, 1 and 2. And then I'm just going to leave it, you know, see what happens. Hopefully we get some sort of form of Petri. I don't know if we will. I'm not going to do a stir or anything like that. But this way I'm hoping we're going to get the clear as well, and we'll get a really interesting effect. So I've got loads of resin left because this was such a tiny piece. So I'm going to use one of my favourite colours, I think. Should I use that or not? Yes, I am. I'm going to use my Peacock Prism, which is a semi-transparent, which I've got at the side of me. And I'm going to mix that in here because I think it would make a nice final layer for this skull. So again, just going to mix that around so we get a beautiful colour. Making sure I get all of the pigment off this stick, and then I'm going to thoroughly mix it round in the resin. But I am going to need another spare drip mould because I think I've done way too much resin, as always. But I think I should have enough to do a starfish as well. And I do love these starfish moulds from Into Resin, and I think these colours will go amazing with it. So let's just put that there. Again, not going to go fancy with this. It's just going to be a case of pouring the resin in if I've got enough. Then we're going to let it cure. Then we're going to see what we get. And this is a semi-translucent as well, this Peacock Prism. I just thought it would give us a really cool finish on this skull. And then if we've got enough, we can fill the starfish as well, because I do love these starfish. And that is full. And hopefully there's enough for the little one as well. There we go. So that one's full, and I've still got resin. So I need another drip mould. I think we can do a turtle. There we go. This should just use up the last of that resin for this mini turtle. There we go. And I think that will do. So I'm gonna literally just switch it on now, cure it, and I'll see you guys at demold. So here we go, guys, and I've just got back from work. Just adjust the lighting a little bit, and I'm looking forward to this. Let's hope we don't get an unlucky for some demold. So here we go. Let's do the little spare bits. This is the feature bits. I'm going to leave this till end. So this was the, again, I just had a little bit of spare resin. Look at that, and they are so pretty just with that resin on their own. Again, don't waste any resin, guys. You know, look at that, beautiful. There's a little key ring, necklace, or whatever you want to do with it. So here we go. And don't forget, if you're liking any of this content, like and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free, helps us grow, keeps me motivated to keep making this content. So let's do the little starfish next. Again, it was some spare resin. Wow, that is stunning. Love this crystal edge starfish from Into Resin. Beautiful, just with that peacock prism. I think it looks great. Let me know what you think. So that's that one. Next, let's do the little turtle. And this always comes out great, you know. You can use it as a little keyring. Just put a little O hoop in there. Perfect little keyring. And I think it's just the right size for me for a keyring. But let me know what you think. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And that was just some spare resin, guys. It's amazing what you can do with your spare resin. Don't waste any drips, otherwise that will just dry in the cup, and it will look at this for an overpour. Disgraceful. Look at that. Now that's what you call overpouring, guys, but it's okay, it'll come off. It's very well cured. Look at that, it's gone solid. But again, beautiful starfish. Gonna need some cleaning up, cutting around the edge and just sanding it back. But great little way to use up your spare resin. Now the couple of exciting ones we've got. So it's a bit of a longer demold this, which is strange because it's one of the smallest molds. So let's do the skull first. I'm excited for this because this is all of those layers from I think about 7 projects. And I love doing these. These are just drip skulls, I call them, which is just making sure that I use all my resin, and they come out absolutely stunning. Some of them. Wow! Hello! Look at this guy. It's even got a bit of eco pour in there. Look at that. Love that effect on the top. I think he's turned out really cool. Let me know what you think. Yes, let him know in comments. Don't forget, like and subscribe as well. It's the best way to support the channel. And if you can, why not join memberships? There we go. So that's the skull. Ignore the poor acting. But it is pantomime season though. And then this is what we've come for. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get a Petri in there or not, because the way I did it and the way I did it in the curing machine, but I think they're going to be interesting. So let's do this one first. And we did. We got a little bit of Petri in there in the back. And I love the fact that there's that bit of transparent and then just that beautiful mother of pearl. So if you're wondering, use the 50% solution, put it straight in the curing machine, and you do get a fine little Petri effect. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And I love the way that mother of pearl, I think it's mother of pearl, well, abalone shell, sorry. Don't know why I called it mother of pearl. Stands out. And I think that is a gorgeous little pendant, you know? And it uses the tiniest bit of resin. So there we go, that's the first one. I think you will agree that was a success. just with that Petrie in the background and the abalone shell. Let's see what the other ones turned out like as well. And it's just the right amount. It hasn't quite touched the surface. This is how I like my Petrie. I like it to spore, but I don't want it to touch the surface. And this has perfectly not touched that surface. There we go. Beautiful. And then has number 2 worked out? Let's hope it has. Again, we've got some slightly longer Petrie strands in this. Look at this. Again, beautiful little piece. You can just see those Petrie strands in the background, and you can really see them when you put them on the side. So yeah, I think that's been a great little success. And do you know what? I love that as a little pendant. So great little mould as well. I'll get you some close-ups. Hopefully you've liked it. And if you have liked this, then come back tomorrow. I'm doing this every day until Christmas Day, so we can all enjoy this experience together. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it's that time again. Let's have a look what we've got in this advent calendar from Create and Bloom and see what we've got. But do me a favour, whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. It's the only way we grow. So 14. Oh, that's 22. That's going to be an interesting one. Oh, there it is in the corner. And I'm gonna guess by this, it's gonna be a pigment paste. Just a wild guess, but have a look at createandbloomcrafts.com as well. She's the one that's come up with these advent calendars. And I know not everybody could get one. That's why I decided to do a video every day so that we can all share that experience together and see what we get. So, what do you think it's gonna be? My money is on a pigment paste. And can you believe it? Day 14, so what does that mean? There's only 11 days till Christmas, guys. 11! That is it! Who's excited? So, here we go. So we have got another pigment, which is a beautiful red, I think, called Ladybird. So, I need to think, what do I need in red? I'm going to get a mould, going to mix up some resin, and we're going to see what this ladybird looks like. I'll see you in a second. So we're back, guys, and I've just mixed up just over 5 ounces of the Apex Standard High Gloss Finish resin. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk and use my discount code CCUK. Now, I'm doing another axolotl. And the reason why is I know you don't come to this channel just to see me pouring one colour in a mould. You can go anywhere and see that. You like to see me experiment. And I want to see if we can almost get a flame axolotl. So I've got 2 transparents from Create and Bloom, Cardinal and Butterfly Fish. Then I've got Honeycomb and this new colour, which is Ladybird. And we're just going to pour them. It's as simple as that. I've already put the eyes in because, again, if you've seen me do an axolotl, you've seen me put eyes in. You don't come here just to watch me put eyes in. But you may think, why have I got 5 cups when there's only 4 colours? And that's because I'm going to do a little bit of black as well. Just hopefully in the feet, if it works.
So I'm just going to split this reasonably evenly, hopefully. That's for my black feet. Let's get some in here. And again, I've not mixed these colours before. I've not used these together. I've not poured them together. So it's going to be an interesting way. And this is what I love about resin. No two pieces will ever be the same. If I copy this video and did exactly the same, I guarantee you I would get two completely different axolotls, you know, and that is the beauty of it. You know, it's about experimenting, having fun, and just seeing what we get. And that's what makes every morning when you demold, or every afternoon whenever you do your demold, so exciting. You know, it's just about every piece. You don't know what it's going to look like, you don't know if it's worked, and that's the exciting part. You know, always scrape your cups as well. Don't waste any of that resin. Resin's expensive stuff, guys. You don't want to waste any. And I'm going to probably use the same cup to do a bit of a puddle pour in a minute. Now, I want this to have a slightly different effect to what I normally do. In the fact, I want his flaps or gills to be predominantly clear. So that's why I've got two transparent and two opaque pigments, thinking, hopefully, we can get that kind of effect. Now, they can be a pain, because the way they're angled and things like that, but I'm just going to experiment and see what happens. So that's my black. Let's get a drop of resin dye paste in there. It's probably too much, actually. Just one drop should be enough. Come on. There we go. I think that'll be enough for that. Then what I'm going to do is mix up the feature colour, which is this ladybird first. I'm just going to get one of my silicone tools, swirl it round. Look at that, it's a beautiful red. If you like red, you'll love it. And then I'm going to mix that around. We're going to see what this ladybird looks like. And I'm hoping that by intermixing it with a kind of a yellow, and then doing the transparent as well, we're almost going to get a bit of a flame effect. Don't know at this point, but this is that ladybird, and I can see why it's called ladybird. It is a beautiful ladybird red. And I was going to do a frog with some black dots, but I know that's been done before. I think Lula did it over on Nerd Goblin Art. So I wanted to do something different, and I love axolotls. Don't know what it is about them, there's just something magical. And even in real life, I've been lucky enough that in real life, I have owned an axolotl before, in a fish tank. And they're really cool little creatures. So I just want to do another axolotl. They also sell well in the shop that I stock my pieces at. So if I can combine that with doing these videos, the more the better. So there we go, that's that ladybird. Always wipe your stick. Next I'm going to go and do, I think let's do a transparent. So let's do the butterfly fish next. And again, mix your stick around. Whatever's left will certainly be enough. I do taking that foil off completely, but there we go. So this is going to be more of a transparent colour, which is what I want. And this is the difference between your opaques and your transparents. Your transparents stay see-through, guys. Bit like when you use an alcohol ink, stuff like that. And I just thought it'd be cool to see what happens if we do two transparents and two opaques in the same piece. It might work, it might not, I don't know. So next I'm going to do the honeycomb, which is the opaque or yellow, almost orange. Look at that, beautiful colour. And it's one of my favourites actually. I love using this one. In blooms, anything like that. It's just really colourful. And I love using colours that really stand out as well. So this is a very different kind of yellow. It's honeycomb. And it looks a bit like honeycomb. Believe it or not. It's that sort of colour. But I think it's almost an orange. And I think when it mixes with the lighter orange and the red, we might get some fiery colours in that. Don't know. What do you think? Let me know in comments. And let me know in comments, are you enjoying these videos? You know, is there anything in particular you want me to try with one of these pieces? Because we've only got, what, 11 days left. Now's the time to put it in comments. And then the last one is going to be the transparent red, which is cardinal. Look at this. Beautiful. So I just think these different shades are hopefully going to create some kind of effect in this beautiful axolotl mould. So this is kind of a transparent red. Very similar colour though to the ladybird. And that's what made me think of this. But this is more of a transparent. Look at that. So, how am I going to pour it? And I'm not going to go too complex here, but I am going to do a dirty pour, just because I'm loving dirty pours at the minute. I'm loving the effects they give, and I think they might help get us a bit of a fiery nature. And then before I forget, I need to mix up this black as well, which I'm just going to pour right at the end into these feet and hopefully give them some black feet, because I think it'll look cool. Let me know what you think. So there we go. So we've actually got 5 colours if we include the black. So I'm just going to wipe my stick off, and then we're pretty much ready to pour. And that's what another thing I love about these axolotls. They're not complex, guys. The demoulding is, but they're just great fun. And that's what resin art should be about, if you ask me. Just having fun. So I've got a pot by the side of me, which I used the other day. And I'm going to use that to dirty pour these. There we go. So it's just a used pot, bit of resin on the side, but that won't matter. And I want to do the transparents first. So I'm just going to get the cup, I suppose, ready. And go about half and half, maybe a third and a third. And just pouring them in here. And hopefully this is just going to give us a few different shades of transparent when we pour. Don't know. It might work and it might not. But I do want to use most of this because, and don't get me wrong, anything spare is going to go into a drip skull I've got at the side of me because I think these colours are going to be stunning. So here we go. There's those colours. But I do want a little tiny bit of shimmer. Not a lot. So I've got some alcohol ink at the side of me. Got some sparkly brass, shaking it up. And I'm just going to add a few drops to the top before I pour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. See? And then we're going to have that sparkle, hopefully. And because I'm going to aim to fill the base first, hopefully some of that's going to sink into those gills and look stunning. So I'm going to start deliberately in the head. And then I know it's going to pour down into those gills and fill them up, hopefully. I'm going to tilt it to one side, just to make sure I'm getting it all in the gills. And I don't mind this getting messy. It's part of the fun for me. Oh, there we go. Now I'm going to continue to pour. Just all the way along. In the tail. And that is a beautiful colour already. Loving that colour. It's already looking a little bit fiery. What do you think? Pour a little bit into the feet as well. Just because if there's a little shimmer of it, I think it'll look pretty cool. So there's that first part. Beautiful. Now I need to fill the rest of it. So I'm just going to squeeze the gills first, making sure that I'm comfortable that this resin is gone into the tips of them and there's no air bubbles. I hate air bubbles, especially in those gills. And because they're so pointy, they like to attract them. So that's that. Happy with that. That looks pretty cool so far. Now we're going to go with the opaque colours. There's some honey. And I'm going to use the same pot because if they intermix a little, they intermix a little. And I'm hoping this will give us almost a flame effect. Don't know at this point. But I do want to leave a little bit of room for the black as well. Here we go. So these are those more opaque colours. Now I've got to be careful here because I don't want to completely fill the mould. Look at this. Beautiful. It's like a zebra. Let's go. And then I'm just going to fill it up. And we're going to see what it creates, if anything. You know, and that is the fun.
I don't know if this is going to work or not. None of us do until we demold tomorrow. Now I do want it to go up a little bit more, so it's going to go into these legs a little bit. Now, this is where it's going to get a little bit interesting and tasty when we pour the black in these feet. And it is going to pull out into the axolotl a little bit. But I just think this will give us a really cool contrasting effect. And I didn't mean to get that one drop in there, but it is what it is. I've still got some black, so I'm going to pour the rest of it as well, because I do want to use most of this resin. Whoops. Trying not to over pour it too much. And then this one. And then to completely fill it in a second. Look at this, guys. It's looking cool. I'm going to scrape the rest of these into this pot. And then we're going to fill it up, hopefully. Hopefully I've mixed enough. So again, always remember, your mixing cups will probably hold anywhere up to an ounce of resin left. So again, I don't want to waste it. I want to get it in there to fill it up completely. Then we can put this curing machine on. Then we're going to see what happens. And hopefully it's going to give us a really cool effect. But it's the first time I've tried this particular effect. First time I've tried 2 transparents and 2 opaques. But you know, that's what resin's about. It's about trying new things and seeing what happens. So I'm just scraping all of these out, and I'm hoping that that'll give us enough resin to just top this up completely. And then the rest of the ladybird can go in there as well. And give us almost a fiery axolotl is what I'm wanting. There we go. I'm pretty confident this should now be enough to just completely top this up. Here we go. So again, just topping it up now. And it is going to push that black down a little bit, which is a bit annoying. But I don't think it will harm the end piece. A little bit around here. There we go. I'm pretty confident that is about full, except for, look at this foot. What's it doing here? So this tells me that my mould is slightly unlevel here, particularly on this foot. So I'm just going to put a little stick underneath that support and see if that levels it back out a little bit. See, it's just leveled that back out, but I think I have slightly overfilled this, guys. Have I got something to remove a tiny bit of the resin without spoiling it? That is the question. Well, I've got this mould at the side of me here. So, here we go. Just going to take a tiny bit out and put it in there. So we're going to have a fiery little turtle as well. Take a little smidgen more out. Oh dear, not how to do resin, guys. And then I'm just gonna, hopefully, I think it needs to come up on this side a touch as well. What is going off? I need to re-level my table out, that's what's going off. Let me just move it slightly back and see what happens. That I've never had before. So I'm going to take a touch out with just this wipe of this foot. Sorry, foot. I just don't want to have too much cleanup to do at the end. There we go. Pretty happy. It's definitely full, guys. So the rest of this can go in here. Since we've started pouring it anyway. We're going to have a bit of a fiery crystal-y turtle as well, guys. There you go.
I think this could come out stunning as well. Just these different shades. Beautiful. And it's almost full, but it's not quite. But I have still got some of that black, remember. So I'm going to put a tiny bit of the black. Well, might as well use it all. In fact, let's get rid of these. Out of the way. Move that there. And let's fill this completely just with a tiny bit of black. And see what happens. I think that's just going to add a little bit of darkness to that piece. So we're going to find out together. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to take, obviously, the pigments out. Then we're going to let it cure and see what happens. But I think it's looking pretty cool so far. So I'll see you guys at demold.
Hey everyone, and it's the next day and I'm excited to demold this. I can't wait. Hopefully it's going to look good for day 14 of this advent calendar. Let's see what this axolotl turned out like. But let's have a look at the turtle first. Interesting. So that looks like a little sparkly little turtle. So I think that's turned out pretty cool. And that gives me a bit of an idea, I think, of what this is going to look like. But let's find out. Now, with these axolotls, I have learnt to demold. Best thing to do is get a bit of space and spray a little bit of alcohol in there, and it just makes the whole process an awful lot easier. So hopefully, he says, here we go. And then the first thing to do is get the tail out if you can. Come on. There we go. Tail is out. Looking promising. And then you try and get one of the gills at least, and then it makes it easier to demold the other. There we go. So, and these are not the easiest to demold, but just take your time, maneuver it around. And once you get one out, the other one becomes pretty straightforward, he says. They're still not easy, no matter how many times you do it. There we go. So one is out. And I'm loving the back. Come on. Can I say, it just takes a little bit of maneuvering. There we go. And he's out. And we've got a nice clean mould, so that's always a good start. So let's have a look. I mean, look at the back. That looks beautiful. Look at those little eyes. Hello. Oh, we've got a slight bit of overpour there on the front. So I might try and fix that because I can still see the glass eye behind it. That side looks really cool. And here we go. This fiery little axolotl, I think, has turned out really cool. That all of those kind of blended together and gave us a red mixture. So I am going to try to sort his eye out. Because I don't want him to only have one eye. But I think he's turned out really cute. And the ladybird all intermixed and gave us more of an orange colour. But I think he turned out really cool. This fiery little axolotl. Let me know what you think. I'm going to sort his eye out. Going to get a few pictures. And I'll see you tomorrow for day 15. Don't forget, whilst you're here as well, like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you for day 15 tomorrow. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and we're here for day 15 of this advent calendar. And what are we going to get? That is the question. Where are we? Running out now, so there's not that many days left until the 25th, so 10 more days. What are we going to get today? Going by the weight, I'm going to guess it's another glitter, but don't forget to check out createandbloomcrafts.com, which is where this advent calendar came from. And hopefully you'll be able to get most of these pigments and glitters separately if you didn't get the advent calendar. And I just thought it'd be a fun way for the whole community to experience this together and see what we get. Oh, hello. So we have got another interface mica powder, which is called Secret Green. So if you remember, we did get that Secret Violet not long ago. Let's see what we can make with this Secret Green, shall we? And I'm thinking it is Christmas, so I might do another Christmas tree again with this. So I'll see you guys in a second once I've mixed up some resin. So here we go, guys, and I've mixed up 5 ounces of resin, probably far too much, so I've got a spare mould next to me as well, and I've got that Christmas tree mould there. So I thought for this one, it might be fun to use some alcohol ink as well as this interference powder. And I'm not going to go crazy. I've just picked out one. So let's get this Secret Green first. And let's have a look at it. And again, it's an interference powder, so you won't see much of the colour yet. And I'm just looking for my special little mica scoop, which is here. And I'm going to put 2 scoops in here. And that should be more than enough to hopefully colour this resin. Yeah, I don't want to waste any, so give it a quick tap. And we're going to stir that. And then for the second colour, I'm just going to use the forest green alcohol ink from Let's Resin. And hopefully these 2 colours will intermix really nicely. And look at that, I've not even opened that forest green, so I need to get a pin and open it. See you in a sec. Right, so I've got a pin. In we go, straight in. And then what you want to do when you open a new alcohol ink, always make sure you cover it. Otherwise you'll get alcohol ink absolutely everywhere, guys. There we go. So that is now open. And that ink would have just gone everywhere. So it's a beautiful forest green, which I think will look good in this tree. Let's find out. So I want it quite pigmented. So I'm going to go 10 drops, I think. And that should give us a beautiful colour to intermix with this new interference Secret Green. So let's mix up the interference first, because I'm intrigued, and you can just see that shimmer coming off, and that's what interference powders are all about. It's about the shimmer, and I think this is going to be stunning. And you have got to mix it properly, so you don't want any powder left. So again, once it's sort of mixed around a little bit, you can go a little bit faster, but initially just take your time, give it a stir, and it will be intermixing with your resin, hopefully, and we'll get that beautiful Secret Green colour. Here we go. And always scrape your sides with these interference powders as well, because there's nothing worse than getting a lump of powder in your finished piece. So here we go, that is beautiful. Just going to carry on mixing it whilst I'm showing you, but it's a gorgeous green shimmer. Here we go. Pretty happy. That has now all been mixed through. Just going around the side again. And look at that. Stunning. And you do get a bit of a white backdrop with the interference powders, but that's okay, especially if you're doing something like this, because I think it'll look a bit like snow. And that's no joke. And then this is just that forest green alcoholic. So again, mix it round, making sure all of the colour is in the resin and not on the sides of your cup. And I'm quite liking that as a colour, and I think it will go well with this interference green. And what I'm going to do now, if you leave these, you're going to get more of a marbling effect. I'm not going to, because I just want to see what they're going to look like in this tree. And I'm probably not going to dirty pour it actually. I was going to dirty pour but then I changed my mind. So what I'm going to do is just get a little bit in the Christmas tree and maneuver it around. And obviously it's going to move itself in there as well. But I want to get some pretty much over most of this piece, but I don't want it all to build up in the center either. So it's just about getting the angle right. Pretty happy. That will give us a cool effect. And again, I'm not using a lot of it, just enough. Now I'm going to go in with a bit of the alcoholic straight into the center, like so. And then for the second part of the tree, I am going to intermix, I think. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave it like this because I think it's pulling in and it's creating a pretty cool effect. So what I want to do is just colour the rest of that resin that I've got poured with the rest of that forest green, because there's not going to be enough in this cup to completely fill it. I think I'm going to need probably another cupful. So let's go and mix the rest of this resin that we've got at the side as well. Again, I mixed up 5 ounces, so I might as well use it. And then we're just going to pour this in to fill that mould, and hopefully the combination of the alcohol and the interference green will give us a beautiful tree. I don't know at this point. In we go. Oh wow, we haven't got any spare left. Oh, we've got a tiny bit. I've still got some of that interference white as well, so I might still get one of these out. Let's pour a bit of the interference on the top just to fill her up. It's going to have more white at the bottom than anywhere else. That's fine. And I think we are still going to get one of these done. So just going to move that to the corner of the G3, because that's where it's got the most space. And then hopefully that's going to do its own thing. Now I'm just going to scrape all of this out into one of these reindeers, like so, and I think it will give us kind of a crackly reindeer with this interference green. But yeah, I thought I'd mixed up a little bit more resin than that. I think it must take 4 ounces, that Christmas tree. So again, just making sure there's at least a thin layer. And then I can go in with the rest of that interference green for this reindeer, and then we'll see what we get. Hopefully we'll get some pretty cool pieces, but as we all know, with resin nothing is guaranteed. It's a case of the resin does what it wants and you're just guiding it as to what you want it to do. But it doesn't always work. So let's go in with this interference green. And if you remember, when we did this with the pink, we got a really cool crackle effect on this reindeer. So hopefully we're going to get the same. Don't know. But there we go. That's pretty much used all of that resin now. Just put a little trickle in there. And then the rest of it, I'm going to just scrape out and put in a tiny little drip mold at the side.
So here we go, guys, back from work, ready to demold. Day 15, I've just knocked the Christmas tree over. Let's hope it's cured. So it's going to be fun. I've been waiting all day to see what these look like, and I'm going to do the reindeer first. And I can see, look at the iridescent. Oh, beautiful. So this is that secret green. And don't forget, guys, do me a favor. If you're liking the content, A, come back tomorrow. But B, make sure you like and subscribe. It's free. It's a great way to support us. And if you can, by all means, join membership. Look at that. This green crackly reindeer. Rudolph, the green crackle reindeer. You see, it doesn't have quite the same ring, but he looks really cool. Really happy with that. So there's that. He can go with the other crackle ones. These iridescents make a really cool crackle, actually. I'm going to experiment with that in some bigger pieces. Now for the Christmas tree. And this is the third one I've got out of this mould. And I only paid £1 for the mould, so I'm quite excited. It's a bit of a fiddly one to demold. But as long as you take your time, slightly go over each ridge, it tends to work okay. And the biggest thing is, don't yank the top, because that's probably the most fragile. And the last thing you want is a Christmas tree without a top. Here we go. And we're out. So let's turn the mold back the right way around. And let's have a look at this Christmas tree. I think it's going to be very snowy with that iridescent. Oh, wow. I really like that. So we got more white at the top. So it's like as if there's more snow at the top. And then it's all just filtered down into the lower branches. And then it's darker at the bottom. Beautiful looking Christmas tree for day 15. So I'm going to get you a few pictures and I'll see you all tomorrow for day 16. Who's excited? Let's see what we get. But I think that turned out really cool. So I'll see you all later and keep crafting and have fun. Morning everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it's time for day 16 of this advent calendar. So I'm excited about this. What are we going to get today? Who knows? But do me a favor, whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. It's free and it's the only way that we all grow. So we're running out, guys, as well. We're getting towards the end of this. Day 16 is here and it's a big one. I'm guessing it's going to be a big pigment today, hopefully. And the reason I'm doing this is that we can all enjoy the experience together, because not everyone can get one of these. And don't forget, check out createandbloomcrafts.com. So let's have a look. What have we got for day 16? Dunno. Ooh, hello. It's looking like pigment. And what have we got? Let's have a look, see. So we've got ultra marine, which is an opaque epoxy pigment. Look at that. Beautiful blue color, that. I've been thinking I want to do some waves recently, but not for this video. Ultramarine then, so a beautiful blue color. Look at it. Let's see what we're going to do. I'm going to mix up some resin first of all, and I'll see you all in a second. Right, and we're back, and I've just mixed up about 5 ounces of resin. I'm going to do this trinket tray, but I don't think I'm going to need 5 ounces, but I'm going to do this slightly differently to what I would normally do. So I'm just going to pour a tiny bit of resin in here first. Then I want to separate it out into 3 colours, because we are going to have 3 colours. And then we're going to see what happens. It's going to be interesting. And I've not tried this in a trinket bowl shape before. So we're going to see what we get. And I know I'm going to have some spare, so that's okay. Now I've got these little shells as well, so I thought they'd be kind of cool to just have in this piece. I don't want too many, but I do want a few. But you do want to make sure that they're covered in resin before you put them into your piece. So again, random shells, and these were just from Temu, guys. I think it'd just be cool to have a mixture of shells in the rim part, just to give us something else to look at in this piece. There we go. And I think that'll be enough, because I just want them, as I say, in that rim. Hopefully, if this works. And there's no guarantees on this channel. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. But one thing's for sure, we certainly do find out together. So once you've got them in there, I'm going to want to mix those around just to make sure they're all completely covered in resin. And hopefully getting rid of any chances of air bubbles. Although with this piece, there's a risk that we might get some. And now what I want to do with these is just have them going down the side before I do anything else around this edge, so that they can stand out, hopefully, in the rim of this piece. Now whether it works or not is going to be another matter. So here we go. Let's just get them in. On a positive note, they do fit. And I'm just pushing them down so they go right into the rim. And I'm hoping I've mixed enough. And it is taking a little bit of manoeuvring. Some of them are bigger than others. And if I haven't mixed up enough, I can always mix up some more. I think we're about halfway with these. I'm going to mix up a tiny bit more. And wherever they fall, and they can make their own design, you know. Again, I think it's part of the fun, not being too particular when it comes to resin. Just, I suppose, kind of letting it do its own thing. Right, so you can see I didn't have enough there to go all the way around, so I'm going to mix up a few more because I do want these going all the way around the edge. So in we go. That should be enough, I think. But if you see that one there, I don't want that. I want them all down the sides. Bit more resin. And hopefully by doing that, we're going to get almost a seashell rim. And then the rest can be hopefully some kind of ocean effect. What kind, I don't know at the minute. Depends on how we pour it. So again, let's just get these and mix them around. And let me know if you're enjoying these videos as well. It's taken an awful lot of work to do one every day. But hopefully you guys are enjoying them, and that's what makes it worth it. Here we go. I'm just pushing them down so I know that they're all in the rim, and I'm pretty happy we now have a little rim of seashells. So that's part one of this. And just move those out the way so I can use them again in another project. Right, so for the next one, we're going to have to mix up some colours for the next part. And obviously the main one being this ultramarine, which is this new colour, which is absolutely stunning, by the way. It looks beautiful and dark blue. But I like my sea work to be a little bit lighter, so it's a bit like the Caribbean Sea. So we are going to use some of the dark, which is this one. And this is a really rich, deep, dark blue, which does remind me of the ocean. Look at that. So that's the new colour. Beautiful. Then I'm going to mix up some Kingfisher, which is one of my favourite, almost turquoisey, greeny colours. But I've used it in an ocean piece before, and it came out really well. So hopefully it'll do the same in this one. Now look at this, it's completely different colour, guys. Again, you don't need a lot of these pigments. Whatever's left on the end of your stick will certainly do, and ignore the state of that stick, it needs a good clean. And then I'm going to do some white to almost create a wavy type effect. Now I'm not going to go for the waves that you see most of us do on light piece of wood. I'm just going to intermix these colours and hopefully get a different kind of stormy, wavy effect. So there we go, beautiful. That's that Kingfisher, and that's more of a coastal, sort of summer paradise type ocean colour. That's that one. Then I'm going to mix up some white, and I didn't want to just do that, but it won't matter in the end piece because it's all going to intermix anyway. So for the white, I'm just going to use some Supreme White. And there's not as much white in there as there is these other colours, but that's okay. And again, just move your stick around, mix it around, whatever's left will certainly do. So that can go in there. And then these are going to be the three colours. Now, you've seen me do lots of dirty pours recently, and I'm going to do exactly the same. I love a dirty pour. And we'll see what happens with these colours. So this is that Supreme White. And it should give us a really nice, beautiful, rich white colour. Look at that. And hopefully, it's not going to create waves, but it's going to simulate that effect, is what I'm going for here. So you can see those three colours hopefully intermixing, hopefully creating something really cool. And anything spare is going to go into a drip mould. So there's a tiny bit of clear left in there. I'm going to use the same cup anyway, so in we go with these two colours. And the tiniest bit of white in between. And what do you think is gonna happen? Hopefully it's going to create a cool bowl no matter what. But as we all know with resin, nothing's guaranteed. And it's kind of up to the resin gods what they want it to look like. So there we go. This is our pouring cup. Looks beautiful. And then we're just going to pour. Hopefully getting those different colours as we go down, creating almost a layered oceany effect. And this might work, or it might not. It was just what went through my head when I saw that beautiful colour. One thing's for sure, we always try it out on this channel. Pretty confident that is almost full. And then what I want to do, I've still got some spare, which is okay. That's going to go into a skull mould at the side. Is just put a tiny bit of white going through centre. Just to further emphasise the fact that we wanted almost a wavy effect. Don't know if it's going to work or not. Helps if you keep it in the mould as well. Oh dear, things I do on this channel. So again, one more ring I think of this white going round. And then I think I'm just going to leave it to do its thing. And hopefully we'll get a pretty cool effect. There we go. So I'm going to pour these into a drip mould at the side. We're going to turn the curing machine on and I'll see you in about 3 hours. Here we go, guys. And it has been 2.5 hours. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Some of those shells have actually come to the top. Did not expect that. And we did get a couple of bubbles, but it's okay. I can sort those and then clear coat it afterwards. But I'm loving that. But why did some of them drop or rise to the surface? I don't know. Quite like it though. Look at that. It's like an eye. Beautiful. It's like the blue eye of Sauron. Now it's still going to be a little bit bendy this, but it should be okay to demold. It's gone through the curing machine 2.5 hours. I'm pretty confident that we can get it demolded. And again, don't do a me. Be a little bit patient with your resin. You know, let it cure over a period of time. It's supposed to. But I just like using the curing machine to speed up the process, especially when I've got 25 videos to do, guys. So, and again, I've done this a little bit too soon, but it is demolding and it will reform back into its wow, hello. Look at that. I think it's turned out really cool. And I like the fact that you can see the shells in certain areas around this rim and not in others. Let me give you a bit of a zoom in. He hopes. There we go. But I think it's turned out, as you can see, it's still very bendy though, so I'm going to leave this on the side. But I love that you can really see the blue and the different shades going through there, and those seashells in the resin. I think it's a cool little piece. Let me know what you think in comments. I hope you've liked this for day 16. If you have, come back for day 17 tomorrow, and it should be fun. Whatever we're going to make, whatever we're going to get, who knows? But do me a favor as well whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free and it's the only way we grow. But let me know what you think to this. I think it's turned out really, really cool. Just those shells submerged in this little bowl. Yeah, there we go. So that is the finished product. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 18. Not many left now, guys. See you soon. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and can you believe it? Day 17 of this Create and Bloom Advent Calendar. So we've only got another 8 days till Christmas. I hope you're excited. So before we have a look and see what we've got, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free, helps us all grow together, hopefully. So day 17. Wow, we really have gone through some now. So here it is. I'm going to guess at a glitter based on the size, but I could be wrong. You never know what you're going to get. And then we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with it. So here we go. Day 17, make sure you check out createandbloomcrafts.com as well, who came up with the idea for this advent calendar. And do you know what? I've loved it. It's been something different to use every day, and I hope you like the way that I've used them. Obviously, it's the first thought that's gone through my head. Oh, hang on. It's not glitter. It's something I've never used in resin before. So, again, it could be an interesting make. We'll find out in a second if it's what I think it is. Let's have a look. And I think it's just a beautiful green. So we got some tape, some jewelry tape, and we've got these little charms, which hopefully we can make into some pretty pendants. And again, it's not going to use a lot of resin, guys. So, in fact, should we do this with UV? Let's do it. Let's do these with UV resin rather than standard. And I'll see you guys in a second. Right, so here we go. The first thing I need to do is not do that and throw the tape everywhere. Is get some of this tape, and we're going to secure these to the back. And this is a really important step. Do not skip anything on it. These have to be well stuck down. And I'm going to do them all at once, guys, because I'm a little bit inspired by them. So I want to do them all at once and then see what we can create. And I've had a bit of a wacky idea go through my head. So let's get them all on here. And it's going to be a couple of stages in this process, so I apologize if you wanted a very quick video, but we're going to see what we can create. Hopefully we're going to have some really cool pendants by the end of it, which I am going to list in my shop in January. So if anybody wants them and likes them, let me know. So I'm just going to get gloved up because I'm going to be using some UV resin. Then we're going to go on to the next stage of this, which is going to be the first stage. So I'll see you in a second. Right, so here we go, guys. And I'm just going to turn these on the front. You can see they're attached, but I just want to really make sure that they are adhered to this tape. And I'm probably going to need some more tape in a minute anyway. But I just want to, let's say, take my time. I don't want to stick it to the actual piece, but I want to make sure that going around these edges, the tape's adhered, because I don't want any loose resin coming out underneath. And look at that, I've now sticked it to the plate. So we should be all right though. Here we go. There we go. Pretty confident they're now adhered to that tape. So the first bit is going to be dead straightforward. I just want a thin layer of resin going in on the back of each of these. So I'm going to be using the Apex UV resin. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK. And this, I want to be really thin, guys. But just enough to just give us a bit of a back to these. And hopefully, this will be enough. So literally just a few drops in each. Ideally without the bubbles. And the great thing with UV resin, until you set it, stays pretty liquid. And as I say, I want this to be really thin as a layer. And hopefully, just give us a beautiful back layer for the next step, in which I'm going to use some real gemstone. And I'm just hoping I'm getting the amounts right here. But as I say, I don't want a lot. I just want a few drops to create a bit of a base layer. So the next thing I'm going to do, if you can see, tiny amount in there, is just move it around to the edge. I don't want any holes in it, because that could affect the rest of the project. So again, just moving it around, making sure we have thin layer of the resin going all the way to each one of these sides. and no holes. Now it is a little bit finicky. I'm going to speed up the process so you guys haven't got to watch it. You can see what I'm doing. I'm just making sure that I'm pushing the resin all the way around these edges. And hopefully that's just going to bond to this frame. And as I say, you don't need a lot. This is literally 3 drops in each. So I'm going to speed up that process now on the rest of these, but you've pretty much seen what I've done there. Hopefully. So I'm going to do the same on all of them. And then I'm going to try and cure it. So we should just have a thin layer of clear UV at this point. And then I'm going to back them with something else. And then we're going to continue with this front part. So I'm going to do the same to those and I'll see you in a sec. So here we go, guys. I've done the same with each of those and I'm just hoping that I've got a thin, tiny UV layer going across all of those. And it is really thin, so probably should have put a tiny bit more in. But I'm going to go for it. I can't see any holes in it. I think I've gone all the way up to the edge and I can always add a tiny bit more if I need to. But I'm pretty happy. We've got a thin layer of UV resin just to create a bit of a back to these. So I'm now going to unstick them to my gloves. And I am using the Let's Resin one rather than my G3 just because it's easier than lifting the lid on and off every time. I'm going to put this on here, move these around, and then we're going to cure it for the first 5-minute cure. Hopefully they all fit. They do. There we go, 5 minutes, and then we should just have a beautifully clear layer. So I'll see you guys in a second. We're then going to peel those off. We're going to add some chameleon, well, not some chameleon, we're going to add some tiny turner powders to the back, hopefully, whilst it's still a tiny bit sticky. And then we're going to add something else to the front. So I'll see you in a second. Right, so we're back and I've changed my mind. I don't want to give them a full 5 minutes. I only want to give them a couple of minutes because I still want the resin to be slightly tacky. So it's had about 2 minutes. I'm going to switch it off. Oh, I change my mind all the time in these videos, if you haven't noticed. So that has now just created that thin layer. I'm going to try and peel it off, hopefully. And there we go. So the first one's got a hole in. So it's not quite the way I wanted. So I'm going to put a bit more resin in these. I can see where I've not quite got a solid layer. So again, just adding a drop more now. And it shouldn't affect the overall piece just by adding a tiny drop more in there. I'm going to do the same with all of them, just because I don't want any holes in this. It's going to work. I need a solid piece to work with. And then again, I'm just going to move it round. So hopefully we're going to have that clear, beautiful layer as the backing. Okay, I'm going to speed this up. Then I'm going to cure it for 2 minutes. And then hopefully we'll be able to peel these off and we'll have a beautiful, clear layer for the first one. Right, so here we go, guys. These have had literally another 40 seconds. And I think, hopefully, I should be able to peel them off now. And it looks like a better clear layer than what I had before. So let's have a look. Okay, we got one. And that seems to have worked. We got 2. And at the minute, this is just a clear layer of resin. It's not too exciting, but hopefully the next 2 steps will make them a little bit more exciting. So there we go. So we got those. I could probably save that tape and reuse it, but I'm not going to. So now we've got these. Again, it's just a clear layer of UV resin on the back. Well, on the front, should I say. So now what I'm going to do, I've got some tiny turner powders at the side of me. I'm going to brush it whilst hopefully this is still slightly tacky so that they're going to push on through the front if this works. So let's have a look. I've got a little brush at the side. Now you don't need to use a lot of these either, guys. And I am going to do 5 different colors.
and we'll see what we get. So we're going to start off with my favorite, which is Inferno. And just look at those colors. Beautiful sparkle on them. And then I just want to put a tiny bit. Always use your lid as well. Don't waste any of what's in the lid. Of this Inferno. Straight onto the back. Hopefully it's still tacky enough to take. Feels like it might be. Now I've seen other artists use things like hairspray and stuff like that to try and encourage it. But if you time it, it should still be tacky enough to hopefully seal some of those beautiful colours in. There's that Inferno. Beautiful. And then, in fact, no, I am going to do different colours. I've got different colours out, so I might as well. Now at this point, I could put a clear layer on before I back them in a black, but I'm not going to, because I still think it'd be interesting to see what happens. Next one I've got is Chaos, which is definitely more of a pinky colour. Look at that, guys. So again, just using what's on the lid. And then in we go. And you don't need a lot, but as long as there's some on there, I'm comfortable that it will cover. Because it's still ever so slightly tacky. I'm going all the way up to the edge, and then I'm just working it in, burnishing it into the resin. And these do work better if you burnish the powders in, guys. I'm just hoping, look at that, it's still there. So I can see it through. I just realised I didn't really burnish that Inferno in, so I am going to wipe my stick and then get all the excess off. And then just give that a little bit more of a burnishing. And hopefully make sure we've got some of that in there as well. Just, as I say, burnish it round. So at the minute, it's still pretty clear if I look at this, but I'm hoping there's enough in there to be adhering to it. And I'm looking up at the sun. And as I say, I'm hoping that that's going to be enough. Well, there's that one. Next one, I'm going to go with some Nether. Again, just a little bit on the back. Should be enough to burnish it. So that is that one. Then we've got Arcane, and then we've got Poison. And hopefully this is going to work, and it's not just been me wasting tiny Turner powders. So this is the Poison. And I am aware that I've probably still got some of the other powders slightly intermixed in the brush, but I don't think it'll matter for the end piece. So here we go, just brushing it around. Make sure you get over the whole piece though, and try and really burnish it in. And then just blow off any major excess, like so. And then the last one I'm going to use is Arcane, which is more of a purpley one. Now, if you want to know where to get these tiny Turners, if you're in the UK, go to toonpish.com and Wendy will sort you out. Here we go. So this is that last one. It's what beautiful sparkly purple this. And again, just making sure I'm going around the whole piece and then brushing off the excess, or blowing it off, should I say. But I'm confident that that should give it enough of a coverage to give us a bit of an effect. So I can now move these out the way, and then we're going to go on to the next step. So I'll see you in a second. For this next step, now this is where it could all go horribly wrong. Because I am going to be mixing some UV, and again, it's not going to be a lot, but a tiny bit. with some black. And the key is here, you need to do it in thin layers or it ain't gonna work. But what I have worked with before, which has worked really well, is this charcoal storm, which again, it's from Create and Bloom, but it's not as pigmented, I don't find, as a standard. What's going off here? Let's try again. I only want one drop of this anyway, so here we go. That's one drop. And I think that'll be enough to just colour it. So let's move that to the side. Then I'm going to mix it round. And that should give us a black UV resin. Hopefully not too opaque. Hopefully, I am going to add a tiny bit more UV to it. Just because I want to make sure it's reasonably transparent as I put these backs on. And this should hopefully just give it a black background. There we go. Still quite opaque, so there is a risk here, but I'm pretty confident it will work. So now I just want a tiny drop, literally, on the back of each. And then I can spread it out with my tool. So there we go, you can see that is just literally a drop. So now I'm going to try and spread it out using my tool to make sure it covers the back of each of these. Or at least where the resin is. I don't mind a bit of the gold still showing. And this is where we'll see on the other side how well these tiny turners have actually adhered or not. But there's no going back now. And that's always the risk with this, is have you done it, you cured it too much so they don't adhere or not. So here we go. And there is going to be another stage after this as well, guys, so hopefully you're liking the process. There we go, that's the first one done. So I'm going to speed up the process, but you can see what I've done. It's literally that bit of UV, spread it all the way across where the UV is, the resin is. So I'm going to do the same with the other four now, and I'm going to speed it up, and then we're going to cure that layer in. So here we go, guys, and they've now had a full 5 minutes under there, and I'm hoping that it's cured. We'll find out in a minute. Let's take them out. Here we go. And they feel cured, but look at that, beautiful. And that's just using those tiny turner powders and that black. And the black has stayed pretty much on the back. It's not tacky at all now. Wonderfully cured. So that's that one. Hopefully they've all worked. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. And I just love that effect of the tiny turners on there. You get that beautiful sparkle that I don't think you get with anything else, to be fair. And then we're going to go on to the final stage of these. Look at that. Stunning. And then there's that one as well. So that's worked out. So now for the next stage, I thought, how can we make these even more special? And I've got this tiny little pot of little gemstones, and I'm hoping I've got enough in here so I can get some of the smaller ones and put these in, so that they're gonna have an actual gemstone in there as well. And I don't know what these gemstones are, guys, so Some of you that know gemstones more than me will probably know. Look at that one, that's almost a heart itself. Very cool. So I want some smallish ones because I don't want to take away from the piece. I want these to add to the piece. Love the look of that one, but it might be a little bit too big. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit too big, I think. So I'm looking for some of the smaller ones. Let's put the bigger ones back. And I want 5 that I think are going to look right. Oh, that's pretty. I like that one. Will that just fit in a piece? It will. Maybe. I'll come back to that one. Quite like this little round one too. Let's have a look. Removing the bigger ones, and I can always use those in another project. Oh, that's pretty. I think that's tiger's eye, that one. So here we go, guys, and these are the ones that I picked. I think they look pretty cool. Now, obviously we need to position them first, so I'm going to do that with a little bit of UV resin and my torch as to where we want them on these pendants. And this is going to be the fun part. And some will stick out more than others, but do you know what? I quite like that they're not all going to look exactly the same. I'm just going to put a drop of UV resin and position the first one where I want it roughly, which is there. Then I'm going to add a little bit of curingness with my torch. So that should cure that in place. Literally 10 seconds, no more than that. Next one as well, I'm going to put a dot of resin onto the surface. And it only takes a tiny bit. And this is just to secure the gemstone roughly where I want it, but there's no going back after this point because it's going to be cured in place. So I hope I'm happy with the positioning. As I say, there really isn't any going back after this. That was a bigger drop than I thought it was going to be, but it should be okay still. Whoops. I'm going to, as I say, just cure these as well in a second. Once I've got them all in place. As to where I want them. And let me know what you think to this. Do you think it was a good idea or not? Probably not, if I know most of you. But I just thought it'd be a fun way to experiment with these open backs that we got in the Advent calendar. And obviously this is just securing them in place for this bit, and then I'm going to do a top layer on top. I'm pretty happy. That can stay at a bit of an angle. Or should I have it pointing straight down into the center of the heart like that? There we go, pretty happy with that. So I'm just going to cure those in place. A couple of seconds each, nothing more than that. And then I'm going to cover the whole thing in a tiny bit more resin, making sure I go over the gemstone and that hopefully that will just settle down and fill these hearts. And I think it's going to look pretty. But again, just a drop at a time, because there isn't an awful lot of room in this heart backing. So I'm just going to let that settle now for a second and see where we are, because I do want them to be reasonably full. Because I think that will emphasize not only the tiny turners, but also the gemstones, hopefully. And I am going to get rid of any bubbles that I spot.
I'm pretty confident that'll be enough though to give us a layer now. So now all I'm going to do is just maneuver it round with my tool to make sure that I've got a pretty even layer, hopefully going all the way around. And then we can cure in this final layer, hopefully securing these gemstones to the piece and giving us a really cool effect. And it was just something different that I thought might be a fun project for us to do. And again, by doing it this way, what you'll find is you'll get almost a mini magnifying effect on those tiny turners on the back as well. Let me know what you think. Was it a cool idea? Or would you have done something completely different? Right, so these two I'm confident are full. This one not so much. But I know it seems to have gone more on this side than that side. So again, just taking my time, using my tool, transferring it from one side to the other, so that I'm pretty confident we have an even layer. And obviously the gemstones will have been covered with the tiniest of layers. But I'm pretty confident that they look reasonably level now. I'm just going to go all the way up to the edge on them all. Make sure there's no bubbles. And I'm going to go over these with a flame in a minute, just to make sure there isn't any bubbles. So let's get them in a straight line. And let's go over these with a flame. And then hopefully 5 minutes and we'll have some beautifully cured pieces of jewellery ready to give to somebody, or as a gift, or there we go. I'm just going to go over them quickly, making sure there's no bubbles. And then we're going to cure these for another 5 minutes and see what, if anything, we've got. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Here we go then, guys. Day 17. Let's see if it was a success or not. Let's get these out. I'm excited for this. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. So there's that one. You can see the tiny turners. You can see the gemstone. Perfectly cured. Just with that original open back setting that we had. And even that side looks gorgeous. Look at that. So all I'm going to do is put O-rings in these, I think, and then have them on a chain, a little bit like these at the side. Obviously you can do the same as I did with those actually, and actually put charms in or anything like that that you want. But I think they've turned out beautiful. And they've got those real gemstones in there as well. There's one. Look at that. Wow. Number 2. Number 3. And don't forget, let me know which one's your favourite, guys, as well. Obviously in different lights, you're going to get that reflection more than in others. Number 4. Wow, and that's that Inferno. Look at that. Ooh, beautiful. But I just thought it was something different, something fun. And then we got this one as well. I think that was with the poison. And I think they've come out absolutely stunning with those real gemstones in there as well. The beautiful shine off the resin. Let me know which one's your favourite, and let me know what you think. Was it a cool project? I thought it was fun, and it was something with UV for a change, so there we go. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to try and get you some close-ups of these. Once I've got the O-rings on, once I've got them on a chain. But if you've liked today as well, don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel. It's free, helps us grow, and if you can, by all means, consider joining membership. And come back for tomorrow, which will be day 18. And I'll see you on the next video. Here we go, guys, and it's day 18 of this amazing advent calendar from Creating Bloom. So who knows what we're going to get today? Let's find out, and let's make something with it. So we're running out, guys. What's going off? So day 18 is this one, and I don't know what it's going to be. It looks like it could be a pigment paste, but we'll find out. And ignore my messy G3, guys. I like to build it up, and then I like to peel it out, any of these extra drips and stuff, when they're all intermixed. And I'm hoping to be able to make some jewellery with it. So that's why it's quite as messy as it is. But let's find out what we've got for day 18. Don't forget to check out creatingbloomcrafts.com, which is where this advent calendar's come from. And we're going to see what we've got for day 18. And it is a pigment. So what colour have we got today? That is the question. And we have got Tulip, which is a different shade of red. So we've had Ladybird, and now we've got Tulip, which again is quite a festive colour. Now, I'm thinking, what do we do with this Tulip? We've had all sorts so far, and I think it could be time, with it being called Tulip, for a bloom. What do you think? I'm going to do a quick bloom video, I think. And we'll see what we get. So I'll see you guys in a second. Just going to mix up some resin, and let's make this tulip bloom. So here we go, guys. I'm back. I've mixed up 400 ml of this standard high gloss Apex resin. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK. Get yourself 15% off. Now, I'm going to be using this geode mould from Moulds and Shapes for this. And I thought it'd be quite interesting to mix up some tulip, but also do something different with my white. So I'm just going to pour out enough resin for my colours. Now, I know a second ago, I just checked the temperature of this, and we were at around about 33, 34 degrees. I want it to be at 36 before I actually pour. There we go. So we're at 34.7. So what I'm going to do is just mix up these colours first, so we've got them ready. I'm going to use the Supreme White, and I thought it'd be fun to add some Secret Violet iridescent powder, which we got earlier on in the Advent Calendar. It's all about how much you add at this point. Don't add too much pigment paste, or you will get blobs. Doesn't matter what your temperature is. So all I try and do is literally mix it around, as you can see, and pretty much scrape off whatever's left on my stick. That tiny bit should be enough to colour this and give us almost a semi-skimmed milk look. So I'm going to do that first before I add the iridescent, and then we're going to see what kind of consistency we've got. And you just get used to it. The more you do blooms, there we go, a bit of cured resin, we don't want that in there. The more you get used to it. So I'm just going to stir it around. and see how opaque this white is as it is. And I think that's more than enough. I'm really happy with the way that this is looking. Kind of a skimmed milk consistency. I can still see through to my stick. And that is as opaque as I want this. So I'm just going to stir it around, make sure it's perfectly mixed. And that's the consistency. I'm pretty happy with that for a bloom. I think that'll be about the right colour or consistency. So now what I'm going to do is just get this secret violet iridescent powder, what we got earlier on. And I'm not going to add a lot of this, but I just want to add some. So it adds a bit of sparkle. I'm going to use one of the smaller mica scoops and just one scoop. That's it. And that should be enough just to give us a bit of a glisten. Hopefully give us a really pretty colour. I've done it with iridescent blues before. I've not done it with an iridescent pinky gold. So we're going to see what colour that makes. And obviously the resin's still heating up at the side of me. So I am conscious of that. But I'm also conscious that I need to mix this iridescent powder all the way through. So it mixes in with this white and gives us a beautiful, hopefully shimmery colour when we pour the blooms. Again, scrape around the sides as well when you're doing iridescent powders, because it does like to stick to the side of your cup. And there we go. So we've got this white with a little pink shimmer coming through. And I think that'll really set off this tulip colour. So that's the first one, straight into a piping bag. And that's my first colour, pretty much done. Just hoping there's enough there for these 4 blooms for the style that I want. And then I'm just going to pour this cup upside down into a drip mould, and that can be dripping off in there as we mix the next colour, which is that tulip, which is the new colour. So always wipe your stick in between, because you don't want to intermix your colours at this point. Hopefully the bloom's going to do that for you. And then I'm going to do exactly the same with this tulip. It's not going to take a lot of this pigment, so I'm just stirring it around. And literally, that tiny bit on the tip of my stick should be enough to colour this completely. And we're going to see what colour this tulip turns out like. And I think it's going to be a gorgeous red. So here we go. Let's just mix that around. And I think the resin's going to have overheated at this point. So I'm getting a bit of a shifty on. So there's that beautiful tulip red. And look at that. And that's from that tiny bit of pigment. So with these pigment pastes, guys, they go an awful long way. You just saw I didn't use hardly any on the tip of there. And it's coloured that resin beautifully. So again, straight into the other piping bag. And they're going to be our 2 colours for these blooms. They're going to be the standout colours. Now, sometimes I add glitter to these, to the centres. Sometimes I don't. Some people like them, some people don't. And for these, I'm not going to, but I'm going to still do something different to that centre. I'm just going to wipe my stick. And then that can be put away, ready for next time. And then we need to get a bit of a shifty on. It's nearly 11 o'clock at night here, but I wanted to get this poured. If you didn't know, I'm doing 25 days of makes to celebrate this advent calendar. Which is an awful lot of work. So do me a favour, whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free, helps us grow, helps YouTube lets people know that the algorithm that you actually like this content and you like these videos, and then hopefully it'll keep growing and we get more people interested in these videos. Is the plan. Whether it works or not, it's another matter. So next stage, I just want to pour a thin layer. I'm just going to see what the temperature's at. Wow, look at that. Perfect. 36. That's what I said I wanted it to be at. So I'm just going to pour thin layer into each of these. Now, you want to make sure you've got a level surface as well. I haven't re-leveled my surface for about a month, so I'm a little bit concerned because this surface does change its level, unfortunately. And I want these to be about half full is what I'm going for with this beautiful crystal clear resin from Apex. And then that should leave me enough space to hopefully put these blooms in. And if I decide to put a back on, put a back on. Now, sometimes with blooms, I think you can spoil them by putting a back on. And sometimes they're just pretty with the clear resin and the actual bloom itself. So here we go. Pretty happy that these are all right about half full. And that's the other trick with blooms. You don't need to have a deep resin layer. Sometimes they work better with a thin layer. As I say, with this mould, I'm trying to get it around about halfway full. And that's where I think I'm going to get the best results. Now, I am going to do something to the centre of this, even though I'm not going to add any glitter. I said I wouldn't, and I won't. But I am going to do something, which I've not really done before, I don't think, where I'm going to intermix just one drop of alcohol ink in the centre, hopefully giving us a slightly different effect. So that's that. And the spare resin, I am going to pour into that drip mould in a second, but I just want to get this stage done. So what you need to do as well is get a little tool, take you 30 seconds, and just go around these edges, because any bubbles will want to stick to your right angles in there. And just by doing that, if you see any sticking to that front, bring them up to the top, and then we can get them with a torch or a lighter or whatever you want to do. To be fair, there's not many bubbles because it's a really good resin and it's gone through the bubble remover. I can just see a couple. So for the sake of 20-30 seconds now, I'd rather get them up to the top, and it saves me top coating them because this is a relatively new mould for me. So I shouldn't have to top coat these. Normally you find the more you use a mould, it goes slightly duller and you're better off top coating them. But if you get these little bubbles on the surface, then the problem you'll have is they'll create little dimples in your resin and you're going to need to top coat. It's not a big issue, but just a couple of seconds now. If you can save me that work afterwards, that's what I'm going to do. So I can't see any more bubbles in there. Oh, in fact I can. I'm lying to you. So let's get those out as well. There's another one. And I'm pretty confident that is most of these bubbles gone. And I'm just going to use a long neck lighter just to go away from the edge as well. You don't want it anywhere near the edge of your mould. And that should get rid of any of these bubbles off the surface. There we go. And then we're ready for the next bit, which is going to be a bit exciting, hopefully. And all I want to do to the center of each of these is add one drop of yellow alcohol ink. That's it. And try and get it reasonably central in the middle. 1, 2, 3, that's slightly off center, but it should be okay. 4. And then I'm just gonna, in fact, I might add one more. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. I don't want to do anything else. Now, I know some of them's gone slightly off center. I'm okay with that. They're going to pull back into the center a little bit anyway. Look, they're almost pulling into that center naturally, which is kind of the effect I was going for. And then it's whether I start with the white or the red. And I think in this case, I'm actually going to start with a tulip. So, and these are new piping bags. I've not tried these ones before. Hopefully they're as good as the last ones I had, which worked really well, and hopefully I've not overfilled them. So all you need to do, get your bag, get the end, squeeze your resin down, and give it a twist. These definitely feel different to my usual piping bag, but that should be okay. And then all I'm going to do is snip the end off, and then we'll be ready to go. But I'm just going to get the white one ready as well, so that we can go straight in after. And look at that. It's almost pulling those inks into that center anyway, which is what I wanted. And I think we're going to get some fantastic blooms. But nothing's guaranteed in resin, especially not 3D blooms. And trust me, yes, I've done some beautiful blooms, but I've also had some failures, guys. So what I would say is don't get disheartened. As long as your temperature's right, it should work. But it won't always, because resin will do what it wants. And no matter what you want it to do, it will have its own ideas as to what it wants to do. So again, don't get disheartened and just carry on. And try again if it doesn't work. So here we go. And this is going to be the pressurized part here. I'm just going to get my bag, get that tip, and I'm going to snip it off reasonably thin. But you have to remember, if you want proper blooms, you've got to allow enough of space for enough pigment to come out, for it to bloom. There we go. And you shouldn't need to squeeze your bag. It should drip out naturally. That's coming out about 1 drip every few seconds. So I'm happy with that. Now, without squeezing my bag, just going to start in the center. And we're going to do the spiral technique. And there's lots of different techniques you can do with your blooms. I just absolutely love the effect you get from a good spiral technique. And I want to keep it reasonably even if I can, and bring it all the way out to the edge. And this tulip looks amazing as a colour, guys. So hopefully we're going to get some pretty blooms. And I think that will do for this one. Now for the next one, exactly the same process. And as you can see, it should just flow, and it's just getting used to the speed at which it's coming out, which should create that amazing petal effect that we all know and love in balloons. And this is that tulip colour. Do you know what? I've just thought it'd be fun to make some poinsettias with this as well. With it being Christmas. But again, trying to keep my design reasonably equal. Doesn't matter if it's not, because when you look at blooms in nature, they're all ever so slightly different. There we go, so that's that one. Now this one, I want to create a bit of space before I even start to pour. Otherwise I'm going to knock my hand. Here we go. Where it all starts to go a little bit wrong. Hopefully not. And as you can see, it's not going to be perfect, this, but it will hopefully create a beautiful bloom. I think it's already starting to try and bloom. So that means we've probably got our temperatures right. But with blooms, we won't know until tomorrow. There we go, so that's that one. And the last one. Here we go, come on. And this is what, the more blooms you do, the more drip molds you're going to want, because you're always going to have spare. There we go, one more round, all the way to the edge. Beautiful. So that is my tulip pretty much done. Now I'm going to do my other colour, and you can see, look, it's already trying to pull in and create that bloom effect, which is good. It means we've got the timing about right. Now I need to do the same with this white and iridescent, hopefully in the same order, and hopefully it'll create a cool effect. And always wipe your scissors after, guys, because otherwise you won't be able to use them the next day. I've learnt that. Again, starting in that centre. And I don't mind if it overlaps a little bit. And you can probably see the white is a little bit thicker, which is what I wanted, because I want that to be almost a standout colour. And because it's already started to bloom, it's a little bit difficult to see going in between the layers. And I'm just going to bring one more all the way out to the edge, because it will pull in a little bit. There we go, that's that one. Straight in for this one. And I'm not even doing it in the same order, guys, that I poured them in, which is a little bit naughty. And as I say, if these colours overlap a little bit, it shouldn't matter, as long as we get a good, even coverage on all of them. And there we go. And actually this white seems to be coming out a little bit faster than the red did. But it's okay, we just adjust. And keep going. Until we've got these blooms, or hopefully soon to be blooms, completely filled. And we're confident that there's enough white to go all the way to the edge and hopefully create some beautiful petals, which we're going to draw in a minute. And then the last one. But as you can see, it's making it a bit difficult because they're already trying to bloom, which tells me that hopefully we're going to have a successful bloom. And hopefully it means we've got that temperature right. Just send your eyes a bit funny as well. And there we go, I'm happy with that as well. So I'm just going to, before I put the petals in fact, no, let's do the petals first before I get rid of that into my drip mould. I probably could have got away with 100 grams less. So I've just got a silicone tool at the side of me, and what we're going to do is we're going to pull it in to the centre. And this is kind of drawing in those petals. And I'm loving that yellow in the centre now. And you're not trying to go all the way down here, guys. You're just wanting to tickle that surface to create your petals. And literally, I'm just touching the surface and bringing them in. And I'm going to give it a tiny swirl in there. And I think that'll be beautiful. And you could pull them back out, but I don't think I want to. You know, sometimes I pull them out, sometimes I don't. And I think with these, I think they're going to look beautiful just as they are. But we'll find out tomorrow. And it's whether I decide to back these or not. Almost looks like peppermint colour. There we go. Here we go, guys. It is the next morning. Looks like these have bloomed beautifully. Now, I've been thinking about the back, and should I give these a back? And I'm going to this time. So all I've done is I've mixed up 4 ounces of the fast cure resin. That way, I should still be able to demold these tonight when I get back from work. And I've been thinking about colours. I'm going to try and mix a couple here. So I love butterfly flower, which is that purpley colour, but I've also got another purplish reddish colour, which is Hellebore. And I'm going to try and mix the two of those together and see what colour we get, because I love mixing colours and just seeing what happens. So that's what we're going to do. Then we're going to pour these backs in. Then we're going to leave these to cure. And the beauty of using this fast cure is it means tonight, when I get home, obviously this only takes about 3 hours to cure. So this resin should be completely cured and we can demold and see what we've got for day 18. So I'm hopeful we're going to get a good piece. And all I've done with the fast cure as well is I gave the hardener in the container a bit of a water bath just to make it a little bit easier to mix. So again, this is that butterfly flower, which is a really beautiful purple glittery colour. I just wanted to see what would happen if I intermix this with a more opaque colour with that Hellebore, and I think they should go together. So this is the butterfly flower. I'm just going to mix that through first of all.
And with the fast glue, it's gonna look a bit bubbly, but I promise you, they're all gonna disperse. So don't panic. But I just want to mix it all through. And that is that beautiful purple for the butterfly flower. Again, mixing it all the way around. But as you can see on the side, it's more of a transparent colour, and I didn't want that. So I thought I'm going to add more of an opaque colour to it. Let's see what happens. Not tried it before, but I thought, you know what, for these blooms, hopefully it's going to work. And hopefully it'll be a nice colour for this back. Always wipe your stick in between. And as I say, I probably mixed up too much resin because I don't think I need 4 ounces. I probably could have got away with 2. But I have got a drip skull mould on the side. So this is that hellebore, which is kind of a purpley red. So I'm just going to get a little bit of that as well. Not a lot. That should do. Whatever's left on my stick. And then I'm going to intermix that with this butterfly flower and see what colour it creates. Hopefully I'm going to be happy with the result. We will find out in a second. So it's just going to give it a different base colour. And hopefully it'll make it a little bit more opaque. And I'm loving that so far. So that's that butterfly flower mixed with a tiny bit of the hellebore. And it is making it slightly more opaque, which is what I want for a back, because I think that's what's going to make the white in these blooms really pop. Again, just mixing it all the way around. And it's still not, I don't think fully opaque, but I think it's the colour I want. So, hard to describe, but I think I'm reasonably happy with that as a colour now. And it should give us still a bit of the sparkle from that butterfly flower. Look at that, beautiful. So don't be afraid to try and mix your colours and see what happens. Right, so we're just going to pour now. And it's not going to need a lot, but it is going to need enough to hopefully completely cover the back of each one of these. So I'm going to pour and then let it do its thing, but I'm loving the colour. I think it was a good idea to mix those two. Let me know what you think to the colour in comments. And then hopefully when I get home from work, these are going to be completely cured. We're going to be able to demould them, look at the front, and hope that we've got some beautiful blooms, because you never know until you demould with blooms. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And it's just a case of finding out. I'm hopeful with these though. Looking at the back, they look gorgeous. So hopefully the front will have worked as well. And the key is whenever you're backing as well, you want to make sure that you've got enough resin so that you can completely go up to the edge on these pieces. Otherwise it'll look a little bit strange. And I think I've just about judged it right actually. So 4 ounces I think was perfect. We'll know in a minute when I move it around a little bit. And so it takes a little bit of time to do this, but often it makes the results so much better as well. And hopefully we're going to get a great result for day 18. As I say, it's just hope at the minute, because I'm not going to know until tomorrow, till tonight when I get back and I can demould. Yeah, I don't want to waste any. Pretty confident that should be enough now in each of those. So I'm just going to leave that cup upside down in my drip skull mould at the side, so I'm not wasting any. And then I'm just going to move the resin from side to side, just making sure it's going all the way up to these beautiful edges. And that way I know we're going to get this beautiful geode design in each one of these coasters. I thought it was a great way to have a bit of fun with day 18's make, well, colour, which was that tulip. And I love doing blooms, and I've not done them yet in this series, which is surprising. So we've got to day 18, and this is the first time I've done a bloom. So hopefully we're going to get a great piece. And I think this is just enough to fill up each of these moulds. So we should get 4 beautiful bloom coasters with that tulip and white bloom. And then this beautiful purplish looking back. There we go. And that's pretty much it. So I'll see you guys at Demold, but don't forget, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you later on. Here we go, guys, and I'm back from work and I'm really excited to demold these. So let's see what we've got. I've noticed a slight bit of overpour on one, but that should be okay. I can fix that. Let's get these demolded and see if they've worked. And obviously by using that fast cure, I know that these are completely cured and can be demolded. So, and don't forget, do me a favor, if you're liking the content, I'm doing one of these every day up until the 25th of December. Do me a favor, like and subscribe, it's completely free. And if you want to, by all means, join membership. So let's just go for it. Look at the back there, look at that. That is absolutely stunning. Here we go, 1, 2. Oh, hello. I think that turned out really cool. Just look at those iridescent petals all the way through. And I'm actually glad I didn't pull these out, because I think you get a more defined little petal, a little bit heavier in the center, but just look at that iridescence coming through as well on those petals. Absolutely stunning. There's that one. Hopefully we're going to get a set. There's that one. Again, slightly heavier in the center, but I just love that iridescence coming around on those outer petals, especially the white ones. I might do some blooms just using that white iridescent, because look at that for an effect. Absolutely beautiful. But I do like the way that the colors have all come together as well, and I think it's still semi-transparent, which I like. So that's number 2. Number 3. Wow, that's my favorite actually so far. And you can just see that iridescence going around in those petals where you get that little purple shimmer depending on the light you're holding them in, and it works really well. I absolutely love these, the way that they've turned out. And then we've got the last one, which again has turned out absolutely beautiful. So we got some beautiful blooms. We used obviously that tulip in there as well, and it's a gorgeous red. It went slightly pink, but that's because I mixed it with the white to create these blooms. And I hope you can see those iridescence petals. I think it's turned out absolutely stunning, and I'll see you tomorrow for the next one. See you later. Hi guys, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin. I've just got back from work. It's Friday as I'm filming this. After a really busy week, there's nothing I want to do more than pour to take my mind off a busy week. So again, we're going to be doing day 19 today of this Create and Bloom calendar. So there's only 6 more days left till Christmas. So do me a favor. All I want for Christmas is for you to subscribe
to this channel. It's free, it helps us all grow, and hopefully it lets a few other people know about this channel. So here we go. Let's look for day 19. Well, there's not many left now. So I'm going to guess a glitter, but I could be wrong. I have been wrong. And don't forget to check out createandbloomcrafts.com, where this originally came from. And it is, oh, that's a colourful glitter. Wow, look at that. What's that one called? Jelly Bean Jive. I absolutely love that. Now, I'm automatically thinking axolotl, but I don't want to just do axolotls in this. So I'm going to think of something different. I'm going to mix up some resin. Let's have a look. Let's open it up. Look at that. Jelly Bean Jive. I'm loving the colours. So, yeah, look at that for a glitter. And if you didn't know, I'm not the biggest fan of glitters, or I didn't used to be, until I started using quality glitters, and it makes such a difference, guys. So, going to mix up some resin, get a mould, and we're going to see what we're going to make with this Jelly Bean Jive. I'll see you in a sec. So, we're back, guys, and yeah, this is going to be really interesting, hopefully. I've decided I'm going to do a frog. So the only thing I've done so far is put the eyes in with a little bit of UV resin. Now for the next bit, I want to do something in these toenails, hopefully. Just making sure I haven't got any cured resin in there either, because that could spoil the effect. So all I'm going to do is get my UV resin, and I'm using the Apex UV resin. I'm going to be using the Apex High Gloss resin as well for this project, which is their standard resin. Great resin. If you want any of this, get over to apexresin.co.uk and you can use my discount code CCUK to get yourself 15% off. Who doesn't like money off resin? And now all I'm going to do is in each of these toes, I'm going to literally put one drop, if I can, of this UV resin. And this is what I've just used as well to put the eyes in. I don't want more than a drop though, otherwise it'll all start going everywhere, which I don't want. And I'm just going to give him some funky toenails before we go on to the crazy part of this project, which you're probably not going to believe, but I have just spotted a hair, which I don't want. Looks like one of my eyelashes, but there we go. So let's just put a drop of resin in each of these toes. And on these back feet, I've seen a lot of people miss this back toe, but it is there, guys. So try and get it in there as well. It has got 4 toes on the front and 5 toes on the back. To be fair, if you do miss it out, don't worry. Nobody will ever notice. So there we go. We've got a drop of that UV resin in each of those toes. And then I've got some Midnight Sapphire, which is kind of a weird black, sparkly blue metallic rock from Create and Bloom. Just want to try and get one of these. One of the bigger pieces, if I can, in each of these toenails. See, I can do delicate as well, guys. And just making sure that there is a little bit of UV resin in each of those toes. And you don't have to do this. I just thought it'd be fun. And it'd be cute for this frog to have these as toenails. And we'll see what they turn out like. You never know until you try. And that is the beauty of resin. Keep experimenting, keep having fun, and see what you get. Might work, and it might not, but until you try, you don't know. I'm trying to get the bigger pieces because this is really mixed pieces, and I think it's almost like a broken glass. But I do want, ideally, get one in each. And I've just dropped that one. And again, if it's your first time to the channel, please excuse the mess of my workstation. I get to clean it once every couple of weeks, and at the minute, I've been trying to get 1 video a day out for these advent calendar makes. And it's been a lot of work, guys. There's a lot of work involved in not just the creation, but also in the editing. That's what takes the time on YouTube. But hopefully it's been fun. Hopefully you're all enjoying them, and that makes it all worthwhile. So again, I'm just trying to get one of these. Oh, I ended up with 3 in there, which I didn't want. But one of them I can move out and put in the little dinky toe, which I can't even see at the minute because my lighting is so bad. Put that one over there. Maybe there is only 4. I'm sure there's 5. Ah well, we'll go with 4. You can have 4 toenails and the little one can just stay as it is. So here we go, and I don't know what these are going to look like actually as toenails. I just thought it'd be fun, something I've not tried in a frog before as toenails, but we are going to see what they turn out like. So one more, then I'm going to cure these with the light, and then hopefully the resin, if you can hear it in the background, has just gone off in the debubbler. So I'm hopeful that that'll be debubbled and ready to go. So I've just dropped this with the tweezers. Come on, there you go. So I think that is going to be our toenails, and they're all slightly different, but I think that'll add to the natural effect. So all I'm going to do now is just get my UV torch and torch them, and then that's going to slightly cure them before we move on to the next part of this, and it's going to get exciting. So I do warn you, there's the other toe. I knew there was another toe in there, but oh well. We've got he's going to have 4 toenails on the back to match the front, and I don't think you're going to be looking at his toenails, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. So again, I'm just curing these up. Once the whole thing's done as well, it's always an idea to just cure from the underside as well to make sure that it's all fully cured. But this should just give him almost clear like toes with those little toenails or toenails before we go on to the next effect, which I think is going to be a little bit crazy, but hopefully a little bit cool, and you'll see what I mean in a second. They're just off screen at the moment. I am going to do something that I've never done before. So some of you have seen something called the marshmallow effect in resin, and I have as well. And I haven't tried the actual marshmallow effect, but I'm going to do my version. Of the marshmallow effect and see what we get. So I've got some beautifully clear resin coming out of the debubbler, and I want to do this in 2 stages. So the first thing I'm going to do is mix up some of this jelly bean jive glitter. Just trying to get a focus on this, but there we go, jelly bean jive. You can see. Hopefully this isn't a bad picture. I've got terrible lighting because my lights just died at the side of me, and I haven't got time to do anything about it. So I want this to be quite concentrated, so I'm not even going to measure. I'm going to put quite a bit in here because I want you to be able to see. Whoa, that's enough. I don't want to use it all, but as you can see, there's quite a bit gone in there. And there's a reason for that, which hopefully if this works, we're going to get a cool effect with. So I'm just going to fill, or almost fill, that cup. That's going to be our first bit, which is going to be that beautiful glitter, which was today's advent calendar. Now, when I said I'm going to go a little bit crazy, I did mean it, but I want another colour in this as well. So not a lot. I'm just going to use a tiny bit here for a separate colour. Then the rest of this resin, in fact, I was going to use a dirty cup, but there's no point. I might as well just do it in the cup it's in. Now, you've heard of the marshmallow effect. I've never done it with real marshmallows, guys. And in fact, I am going to probably still use a separate pot, because these are going to displace some of that resin. But I thought, let's use some mini marshmallows in a frog, because that jelly bean glitter, jelly bean jive, it reminds me of candy, or sweets as we call them in the UK. So I'm just going to put quite a few of these in here, like so. Let's go for a few more. Who doesn't like extra marshmallows in the hot chocolate? It is Christmas after all. So that's all I'm going to use. Now, I need to make sure that there's a bit of resin in the frog. I'm just going to pour a bit of resin in there first, because I don't want any pockets or air pockets in there. So that's stage one. Stage two, I'm just going to cover these marshmallows in some of this glorious resin. Look at this! Hopefully they don't melt with the heat. Anything's a possibility. I have never used real marshmallows in resin before. I've used super noodles in a frog before. Look at this, guys. So I'm just covering them all. Now you're probably going to get a few bubbles when you do this, but it's the same with your glitters. You want to make sure that they're all covered in that resin. Look at these. I just think they're going to go so well with this candy. With this, not candy, jelly bean jive, you know? And we're going to find out, you know, so I'm just going to mix up this jelly bean jive because I want just a dot of this in the head, hopefully. But I do want to make sure it's all mixed up and it's reasonably concentrated because I want to do this in two parts so that this really stands out, hopefully, in the legs. So I'm going to try and just get a drop on the end of here and put it in his head. And I'm reasonably happy with where that's gone. I'm just going to move that up into the head as well. So we've just got a tiny bit of this glitter in the head. And it will want to move, guys, so just a bit of gentle persuasion. And that can stay there for now. If you get a bit in the main piece, I'm not really that fussed. I think it'll still look cool. So, next thing to do is let's get some of these marshmallows. Who would have thought I'd be putting marshmallows, real ones, in a frog? Only on this channel do we get quite as crazy as this. Now, this is what I call a marshmallow effect. Look at this. Ooh, can we fit many more in? Looks good enough to eat, but I'm not going to eat them. Just want them in the frog. Pretty full. I want them to be the main feature. So we're going to have the marshmallows. And obviously I've got to make sure they don't come over the top. And I want to get any spare resin in there as well. There we go. So that is all of those marshmallows. Just going to scrape any of the spare resin in as well. I don't know what that was, but I don't want it in there. That could affect it. Come on. There we go. And now I'm going to fill it a bit more with some clear. Oh dear. Come on, marshmallows in a frog. Only on this channel, guys. So again, I want it a little bit more full. And hopefully this is just filling any gaps that might be in there. Up to, I think, about there. Now these are all going to try and float as well. I've just realised that. So I perhaps should have done this in layers. But I didn't. So we're going to see what happens. I like them. I like the way they're looking. But let's not forget this glitter, which is what this is all about. So I'm going to pour the glitter into the feet, and hopefully we're going to get glittery legs. And it will go into the frog as well. But I think that will just add to this. So each one of these legs, I'm hoping I've got enough to fill all four. And I'm going to have to check that the toes are filled as well. Nothing worse than your toes not being full on a frog, guys. And there are a couple of drops going everywhere, but that's okay. I think it's all going to add to the effect, and I don't want to waste any of this glitter. It's really cool. Again, just making sure I've got these pretty much full. Hi guys, welcome back. And I'm a little bit concerned. So I know the camera ran out whilst I was making this video, but I still wanted to persist. So I filled the frog. You saw me do most of that. Then I put it in the curing machine. So what happens to resin when it cures? It gets hot. What happens when you put it in a curing machine? It gets even hotter. So guess what happened? The marshmallows kind of melted. So about 15 minutes in, I wish I'd have filmed it. If you guys really want me to, I'll do it again. About 15 minutes in, I realized they were melting, these marshmallows, and I decided to switch off the curing machine and let it cure overnight. But look, it's so strange. I mean, that is resin. It's cured resin. It just feels all gooey and wobbly, you know, it's very, very strange. So I'm not hopeful for this frog, but do you know what? If it hasn't worked, it's still been a fun little experiment. And yeah, look at this marshmallow base. So I am going to try and demold that. I want to see what we've got. If we've got a frog, if it's cured as well, because again, there's definitely thinking about it. I've added more than 5% of something to this resin, which is this marshmallow mix. Well, actual marshmallows, weren't they? And I don't know what's going to happen here. Is the whole thing going to just fall apart? I don't know. Just such a weird experiment. And I didn't even think that these marshmallows would potentially melt and prevent this possibly from curing. We're going to find out though. I am going to demold it and we're going to see what we've got. Very, very, very strange experiment this was. So I'm just going to try and demold as carefully as I can, although I'm not convinced it's fully cured. But I'm not convinced if I leave it, it will fully cure because of all of those marshmallows. But we will find out. Well, he's demolded. And he's actually a really pretty frog, just with a marshmallow undertone. I don't know. What do you think? Should I keep him like that? Should I try and scrape the marshmallow off? Or just leave him on that base of melted, gooey, marshmallowy resinness? Let me know. But I think he's turned out cool. And obviously, I love that glitter, which is what it was all about. But yeah, look at it. Absolutely bizarre, that. So you'll probably never see this experiment ever again, and with good reason. But I still think he turned out really cool. He still looks good enough to eat. So I'm quite happy with him, really. And he is cured. And those fingernails did go. They did work on most of those feet. I'm just going to leave it now for a few days. And make sure that it doesn't deteriorate in any way. If it does, I'll probably end up scraping this marshmallow off. But when into like marshmallow, when it melted, it mixed with the resin and created this weird marshmallowy, resiny texture. So I think it was a really fun experiment for today, and hopefully we'll have another fun experiment before the 25th. So let me know what you think to that glitter mainly, but let me know what you thought to the crazy marshmallow effect frog. And I'll see you on the next one. Don't forget, like and subscribe. Yes, please do. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it is time for day 12.
20. There's not many left of these advent calendar makes from Create and Bloom. So what are we going to get today? What are we going to make? Who knows? But do me a favor, whilst you're here, hit that like and subscribe. It's completely free, helps us grow, and helps us all keep growing together. And the whole point of this was, I knew not everyone could get one of these advent calendars, so I wanted to share the experience with everyone. So let's go for it. There's only a few left. This is day 20. Feels heavy. I'm guessing it could be a pigment, but you never know what we're going to get. And don't forget to check out createandbloomcrafts.com, which is where this originated from, this advent calendar. And let me know if you're enjoying these makes and these videos. Makes a big difference to me just knowing that you're enjoying the content. So I'm guessing it's a pigment. We've got an opaque resin pigment, which is Sky, which is a beautiful blue color. Again, I'm automatically drawn to thinking axolotl, but I'm going to try and not do an axolotl. So I'm going to mix up some resin, and we're going to think about what we're going to do with this sky blue pigment color. I'll see you in a sec. So we're back, guys, and I've mixed up 5 ounces of this beautiful Apex high gloss fit resin. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk, use that discount code CCUK to get yourself 15% off. And I thought, do you know what, I want to do something a bit different. So I've got this pot mold, which I absolutely love, and it gives you some practical resin, which again, it's something that you can use. And I'm going to make this for my desk at work, I think. And I've got a few other little bits that I want to intermix into this. And I want to try and do this in a slightly different design to what I normally do. Because normally I just throw all the resin in and see what happens. But I want to try and be a little bit creative. So I've got some of this Midnight Sapphire. And I think that'll look gorgeous just as a rim to start us off. And I might use a bit in different layers as I go through this project. I've not decided yet. But the main feature has to be this beautiful sky blue color. So that's what we're going to do. As I said, I've mixed up some resin. I'm just going to separate it now. I'm going to need at least a full one, I think, of the sky blue. Probably another full one for these. But again, I need to mix them in with the resin. And then I'm going to need another one where I probably want it about half full, I think. And that's going to be white, and you'll see why as we go through the project. Hopefully it's going to work and give us a cool effect. I don't know, I've not tried it before. So we will see. So I've got some resin left. Now I want to create at least enough for a rim with these Midnight Sapphire. They're like glass beads, but they're really cool. So I'm going to pour some of these straight into the pot. And I want quite a few, because I want these to slide down and create a bit of a rim at the top. And I might use them in another part of the project. I'm still debating. Probably not, actually, because I think they're going to sink. And it might ruin the effect that I'm going for. So, but I do want to make sure I've got enough for a nice rim. So I'll probably say that's going to be enough. There we go. Look at those. That beautiful sparkle. And I can always come back and mix some more if I want to. So I'm just going to pour some resin in those. And then we're going to mix those around first of all. And then we're going to create that rim. But I want the main feature to be obviously this beautiful new colour, what we got for day 20. So all I'm going to do, I've got a cocktail stick, well, got a wooden cocktail stick. You can tell I've been to Greg's recently. I'm going to mix it around the pot. Whatever's left on that stick, I think should be enough to colour that resin. And it's an opaque one, so we should get a nice opaque colour. So let's mix up the colour first. And that is beautiful. So this is going to be the main feature. This is what I want to be the main feature of this pot, which is this beautiful colour. Love it. So that is that. But before I get to that, as I said, I want to create that rim. So I've just put all of these rocks and stones or whatever they are in the resin. I'm just going to mix them around to make sure that they're all covered and hopefully lessen the risk of any bubbles. We will see. Now I don't want this rim more than a quarter of the way up, so I'm going to have a look as I'm pouring at what level this is going to get to, and hopefully they're going to sink to the bottom of this pot mould, and we're going to see what we're going to get. Now there's probably going to be a few bubbles introduced from this, but that's okay. So I'm just going to pour around the edge first, and then hopefully in a minute I can just push it down the edge and these will all sink. And I think that's going to be enough. Here we go. Now I could use a bit of clear to help me push it down. In fact, I'm going to just in the centre, like so. And then I'm going to use the stick that I used to mix them with to just push them down. And hopefully the gravity will do its own thing. And these will just create a beautiful rim at the bottom. Now if a few don't and they stay on the sides, I'm not going to be that fussed. I still think it's going to work. But I do want to make sure that these hopefully sink down a little bit before we go on to the next stage. And they are starting to move, which is good. You just need a little bit of persuading to go over the edge in this mould. And then I'm going to decide if I've got enough or if I need a few more. But I do want to make sure that I've got that rim, and I don't think I've got enough on this side especially. I'm just going to pour a few more. And then hopefully as they sink down to the bottom, I'll see whether or not we've got enough to create a rim. And this is going to be stage 1, or the first layer should we say. Now it doesn't have to be completely even either. I like with my resin art when things don't look even, because I think it's just more natural and it's almost the way that the resin wants it to be. So now I can just see that rim in there, and there's a few areas where I think I'm missing a few of these rocks. So I'm just gonna put them in and they should sink to the bottom. Hopefully. Because gravity will do its thing and make them sink. But as I say, I don't want this to completely overtake the piece. I just want enough to create that rim on the base. Which I'm pretty confident I've now got a rim going around the edge. And that's all I wanted from this point. And now I'm going to put a tiny bit of this beautiful sky colour in. And I know I've got some resin left over at the side, which is cool, which is what I wanted. But now I just want to go around this edge. And hopefully this will start to go over that side as well. And just sink into that rim. And I'm just going to get a little bit of clear, just push it out and over the edge. Hopefully. Now I'm just going to encourage it over the edge both ways and let it sink. I might need a touch more, I think. Just to create the effect that I'm going for. And now I'm going to, again, just encourage it over the edge. Off you go. And I'm expecting a bit of this to intermix anyway, so I'm not worried. But I do want to almost create a layer now with this sky blue. It's looking pretty cool. And there is going to be clear in this because of the way that I've poured it, but that's okay. I like the way that resin looks in clear as well. I like the way that it all intermixes and creates a cool different effect. So now we're about a quarter of the way. So we should get a bit more of that solid colour. And what I haven't done is mixed up a white yet, which is what I want to do. So again, just tap it down, let gravity do its thing, and hopefully that's going to create a mainly sky blue colour. And again, I'm going to go completely off this edge, making sure there's virtually no resin left on this centerpiece. And then as I'm getting the next bit ready, that gravity's going to do its thing and just push it all down naturally to create that next layer. So far so good. I think it's looking like what I wanted. There's a couple of clear bits in there and they might stay, they might not. I don't know at this point. So I'm just going to wipe my stick and then we're going to mix up a bit of white. I'm going to use the Supreme White from Apex for this. And I want this to almost be the next colour. So I'll just move this out of the way and we've got the Supreme White here. And I just thought this would be a fun little experiment to see if it does keep any kind of separation. Now you could do this in layers to ensure that separation. I personally don't like to do that. I like to see the resin all intermix and do whatever it wants and have a bit of fun. But I can still keep an element of control over the separation, I think, by doing it this way. So this is that Supreme White, which is really white. And it gives you a lovely opaque white colour, which I'm going to puddle pour for the next layer. Well, not puddle pour, dirty pour, sorry. Intermixed with that beautiful sky blue. There we go, I'm happy that's mixed. I've still got some spare resin at the side because I'm not sure if this takes 5 ounces or 4, I can't remember. But I've got a skull mould at the side of me, as always, as a drip mould, and we can see what happens with that. So this next layer is going to be a combination. We're going to have white and sky and white and sky and white and sky and white and sky. There we go, that's going to be my pouring cup for this next layer. And I'm just going to pour this in. You know, we're going to get sky, we're going to get white, hopefully. And it's going to go over the edge, almost create a bit of a white and sky marbling effect, hopefully. For this next layer. There we go. And I don't know if this is going to work, if we're going to see that separation or not. But I thought it's worth a bit of fun. It's worth a bit of try. So I've still got a bit of the sky left now. So again, I'm going to push this off the edge. And hopefully, it's just building these layers of colour. Still using that, mainly that one colour, which is the sky. And I don't want to put any more clear in, I don't think, at this point, because if I do, we're going to get clear in the in this main section, which I don't want. So that is that intermixed colour. Now, do I put a bit of white in or not? I don't think I want to. So I'm going to use the rest of this sky, I think, and I'm just going to mix in a tiny bit more resin. And this is just going to give us a more solid base colour again. And again, just pushing it around the edge. And hopefully this will give us a more solid section. And I'm hoping it doesn't fill it all the way. So we've still got room for one more layer on the bottom. Again, just giving it a bit of help to go over the edge. And we're getting there, guys. This is looking pretty from the side. Now for this final layer, I've still got a few of these rocks left. Now, I want to save those till the absolute end, I think. And what I'm going to do, I've still got a tiny bit of that sky left, and I've still got some of this white left. So let's mix in a bit more resin. And this will give us a slightly light shade anyway, because there's hardly any pigment now in this cup. Like so. But it will still give us a colour. And then what I'm going to do is just scrape the rest of this cup out into it as well. We've got those colours. And that way we're not wasting any resin. And then I'm going to mix that into it. This is going to be a slightly lighter version of that sky colour, which is pretty cool. And then I'm going to pour this in. Now, I've not got a lot of room left yet now. So I've got to be cautious. And then I'm going to do a little touch of white. As a base colour. And I think this is going to be gorgeous. Might as well give it a full layer, shall we? Of this white. And I think what's going to create the effect here is just how we've poured it almost in different layers. And now what I'm going to do just to finish it off is hopefully get the rest of these stones out if they want to come out and put them on the base. Hopefully just in the centre, so they're not tempted too much to go over the edge this time. And I think they'll give us a beautiful base. And I've still got a little bit of room. So what I'm going to do, just to make sure it's completely full, is just go around the edge a little tiny bit with the remainder, so we get all the way up to the top. And there we go. That is the pour pretty much done. And we're going to see if this makes a beautiful pot or not. And anything spare, I've got a drip mould at the side, so I'm going to pour it in there. And we're going to see what this cure's like. I'll see you in a sec. Don't forget though, whilst you're here, guys, do me a favour. Like and subscribe. It's free. I'll see you in a sec. So there you go, guys. And we're back. It's been about 3 hours. This should be ready to demold now. Let's see what we've got. And this drip skull is nearly full. Probably got about another maybe 3 ounces and it'll be full. And I can't wait to demold that. But next project, hopefully we'll get there. But this is about this little pot and that beautiful colour sky for day 20. So
let's see if it's worked. See if we've got any kind of pattern from pouring it in that particular way, or if it's just been a waste of a video and some resin. Let's hope not. So out it comes. Hopefully. Here we go. Not the easiest to demold, but it should come out okay. And there we go. So, always turn your mould back the right way so it's ready to go the next time. Here we go. So that is perfectly fine. So we got that rim, and I can see the different shades in there, and it's mainly solid there, which is what I wanted, the sky, with a bit of a marble kind of effect in that center. I really like that. I think that's a gorgeous little pot, and I can use it for whatever. It works for sticks. It could work to hold my my new little torch. Whatever you want to put in these pots. I just think it's a really useful little pot. And I think it really shows off that colour beautifully. And again, with that sparkle as well from those midnight sapphires, things worked really well. So I think it shows off that sky colour. Let me know what you think in comments. And if you've liked this one, come back tomorrow for day 21 and we'll see what we make tomorrow. Beautiful. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel, CCUK Resin. And who's ready? Day 21! Christmas is only 4 days away, guys. So day 21 of this advent calendar make from Create and Bloom. Let's see what we've got and let's see what we're going to make with it. Not many left now. So let's have a look. And what have you thought of the last few projects? Let me know in comments. And obviously check out createandbloomcrafts.com as well, which is where this advent calendar came from. So I wonder what we've got today. We had a pigment yesterday, had glitter the day before. I'm going to go with interference powder. Let's have a different colour of interference, shall we? If I'm right, we'll find out. I have been wrong most times when I've guessed. So, here we go. Ooh, another glitter. So this one is called Cherry Pop. Oh, that is nice. Bit of gold, pinks and purples. Absolutely stunning. What are we going to make with this Cherry Pop, though? That is the question. I really want to do an axolotl, guys. So I'm sorry. I'm going to do one. I'm going to make one. Because I love axolotls, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to use this cherry pop glitter in there. I'm going to use some white. What else am I going to use in there? What colour is that? So that is the cherry pop. I like that. I like the hellebore. I love honeycomb as well. And then let's give him some completely different coloured legs. What colour legs? Well, let's use the sky blue. Let's use those colours. And I'm going to get the axolotl mould. I'll see you in a sec. Alright, so here we go, guys. All I've done is I've put 2 eyes in there, 2 of the glass eyes with the UV resin. And now I'm going to split this reasonably evenly. Because I want some for the white, some for some glitter, and then some for each of these colours.
Now I don't have to completely fill them, because with these I quite like pouring a little bit of clear in as well and seeing what effect we get. So that is 5 pots. And we know that these axolotls take about 5 ounces, so we should be about right. And it's just going to be interesting to see what it creates. And these are so much fun to do, you know. Doesn't take a lot. It's just literally a bit of resin, some colours, some glitters, whatever you want to put in there to see what it creates. So let's go with that cherry pop first, because I think I'm going to want probably the least of that. So I'm just going to pour some straight into the resin. So this is that glitter from today. And I think that's enough. Now we're going to mix up the rest of the colours as well. And we're going to see what we get by pouring it. But it doesn't get much more simple than this. And that's what I love, because they turn out absolutely stunning. So let's have a stick in there. Just because I'm doing loads of different colours, it's easier sometimes to use sticks than wiping your sticks. So this is going to be hopefully just mainly in those legs, that sky, which I think was yesterday's colour if memory serves correct. Then we're going to use some honeycomb. You can always reuse these sticks as well, guys. And I just thought these colours might go well together. They might not at the end of the day. But it's all part of the fun for me. And every one of these axolotls turns out very different. And I think that's part of the beauty of doing them for me, is every time you add a different colour, every time you add alcohol ink, every time you add something different, you get a different effect. So we're going to have all of these different colours and a white in this piece. And we're going to see what we get. Simple as, no alcohol inks in this one. This one's just going to be the pigment pastes and that beautiful glitter. And we're going to see what happens. There we go, that's that supreme white. So there's the colours. And we are literally just going to go for it, I think. I don't even know if I want to dirty pour this one, or if I just want it as it comes. So I'm just mixing that white, making sure it mixes all the way around in the resin. Beautiful. Now that hellebore, it's a beautiful purpley, you know, that purpley pink, absolutely stunning colour. That. One of my favourites, I think, in the Create and Bloom range. This glitter reminded me a bit of it, so that's why I thought I'd use that. Then the honeycomb, which is obviously more of a yellow. And then we've got the sky, which is blue. Now, I don't know if these colours look like they should go together or not, but we are going to find out. And I still might dirty pour them. I'm still deciding about that. But let's get the glitter in first, the same as we did last time. I want to try and make sure he's reasonably level. And obviously I've got to mix that glitter around. So it is mixed in. Beautiful, look at that. So that is our glitter. Now I want some to go into the horns, or gills, whatever you want to call them. I do like a bit of sparkle in those gills. And this is all going to have to go in because essentially I've only got 5 ounces of resin here. So let's get a dirty pour cup. And I think, what colours do I want to start off with? I think I'm going to start off with a white. I'm going to try and do this, I think, in a couple of layers. So some white, some hellebore, some yellow, and I'm just going to add one touch of this blue. Not a lot, just a tiny bit. That'll do. Then go back in with the rest. Let's try and do this in 2 layers if I can. And we will see if this works. We get nice colours, or if it just looks a mess. There's only one way to find out with resin, and that is to just pour. White. The rest of that hellebore can go in. Let's say I shouldn't have much spare resin here because I mixed up just over 5 ounces, I think it was. There we go. So there's those beautiful colours. And I'm just going to pour this. Whatever will be, will be. Straight into that glitter. Into the tail as well. Down into the head. Up into the feet. I'm going to do something else with the feet as well. So I don't want them completely filled, but I think it would just be cool to give them a top tone. If that makes sense, but I'm loving these colours together. They look absolutely stunning. So I do want to scrape this though. Because I want this to be the main colours. A bit in the toes. And I think this guy's going to be so cool. Just with that glitter on the front as well. I think we're going to be onto a winner. And you can often tell, do you know when you pour those colours, you can just think, yes, it's going to work. Or no, it isn't. And I think this time it will. So I have got a tiny bit of clear left. So now I'm going to use a bit of that now. And then I'm going to fill these legs mainly, and possibly the underside as well, with this sky blue. And see what that creates. Mainly want it in these legs though. So he's almost going to have completely different coloured legs. I love doing this and watching how it pours as well. The resin from the legs into the actual body itself, because obviously it will carry on doing this until your mould's completely full. That's part of the fun for me. It's just filling these feet and watching it flow into the main piece as well, and giving you again another completely different effect, I think. Come on. Almost there, not quite. So what I'm going to do now is just scrape the rest of that out. I can. And try and just get the rest of it into these legs. And then I'm going to completely fill them with whatever colours I've got left. I've still got some of that hellebore left, and I've still got a tiny bit of this yellow. I just hope I've mixed enough resin here, guys. I think I did. So let's have 2 on the front in the yellow. There we go. Whoa, helps if you get it in the mould, guys. Don't do me, take your time. Might as well put a few drops of this in the rest of it as well. And we are virtually there now. So I'm just going to literally trickle this hellebore in as a final colour. Hopefully get it as a thin stream. And there we go. I think that is pretty full. Now we're going to put the curing machine on and let's see what happens. But I'm going to just scrape these into a drip mould at the side and we'll see what this looks like when it's cured in a couple of hours. See you in a sec. So here we go, guys. And it's been about 3 hours in this curing machine. I'm pretty confident this axolotl should have been cured. And we're going to see what we've got. Hopefully it's going to be gorgeous. Hopefully it's going to still see that cherry pop glitter on the top, and we're going to see. So let's demold. Now, if you've seen, well, you will have seen if you've watched my other videos, they can be a bit of a pain to demold, but we will see how we get on. Hopefully the eyes have worked okay in this one as well. So I'm just going to squirt 1 squirt of alcohol in there, and that just helps the whole thing loosen up and demold. So first thing is tail. And you want to get the edge over the end. And once you've done that, the whole thing becomes a lot easier. So here we go. He says. So here we go. And that 1 squirt of alcohol, it really does make a difference, guys. So I would recommend it if you're doing axolotls a lot. Highly. Because these gills are an absolute nightmare to demold. And it's the shape. Look at that. So once you get one, the other one comes loose pretty easily. Here we go. And we should be able to demold him. Over the head, over the gill. And then it's just the gill on the other side. Here we go. And he's loose. So that's good. So this is the underside. That's looking pretty cool. But let's turn him over. Oh, hello. Look at that. I'm loving those colours all intermixing. Let's see if his eyes have worked. Oh, this one's perfect. Look at those beautiful eyes. That gorgeous glitter. Bit of semi-transparency in those gills, but I love that with the glitter on. And I think he's turned out pretty cool. And hopefully you can see why I love doing these axolotls. All of those different colours came together beautifully, I think, and made this little axolotl. But he does need a name, guys, so do me a favour, put a name in comments, and as always, please subscribe to the channel. It's free, it helps us grow. So I hope you've enjoyed this make, and if you have, come back for tomorrow's make, where who knows what we'll be making. Will it be another axolotl? Will it be a frog? Will it be a coaster? It could be anything. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'll get you some more pics of this. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying these videos as well. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel, and it is getting so close now. It's day 22 of this Advent Calendar challenge that I set myself with this Advent Calendar from Create and Bloom. So do me a favor whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. It's free and it helps us grow. But let's have a look, and look at this. This skull mold that I've been doing, this drip mold, is nearly full now. And I can't wait to get this full so I can demold it and see what we've got. But day 22, what have we got? The last 4, guys. Can you believe it? We've already had 21 videos. So this is day 22. It's definitely not a pigment paste today. So let's see what it is, shall we? And again, make sure you check out createandbloomcrafts.com, who came up with this Advent Calendar. And it's been great fun, to be honest. And I hope you guys have had fun watching the videos, because it's been an awful lot of work, to be honest. Doing a maker day and getting these videos out and edited. So there we go. Might save that and wrap somebody's Christmas present in it. Right, what have we got? Handmade with love stickers. 20% off custom business stickers. Elevate your branding today. Ooh, okay. So she's obviously doing some custom handmade stickers now as well, which are interesting. Let's have a look at these. So I like these. So you can obviously have your brand on there and have these UDTF stickers on there. Now, I think these would be perfect on the back of a tray. And I've not done a tray yet. And I want to do a big piece. I think this one I like. And it is just a sticker that we can hopefully just put on the back of the piece. And then you could always put a thin layer of resin over it. So, interesting again. And I think I'm just going to go crazy and do a tray. I've not done one yet. And I do love doing trays. But the only thing is, whether I put this sticker on or not is another matter, because I don't know. Hasn't got my branding on it. But apparently I can get them made with my branding on, which might be an idea for the future, guys. But I said I'm going to do a tray. So let's do a tray and let's just have fun. Let's mix up some random colours. And let's create, hopefully, something special. So I'm going to get some resin mixed and I'll be right back. So we're back, guys, and this is what I'm just going to call a bit of a fun video. So it's going to be mixing a load of colours together, hopefully. Some glitter. And seeing if we can get some kind of cool effect in these trays. First time I've used these tray molds as well, so there's no guarantees here, but I'm hoping that I've mixed up 400ml of resin. I don't know how much these trays take, but I'm hoping to have enough to fill that skull as well. And then we can demold that at the same time. So we could potentially have 3 demolds for day 22. And that would be very exciting. So here we go. And I am just going to do I want to save a little bit of this resin though. And I think that's enough. So again, I want to keep this. I was going to intermix some chameleon powders and things like that, but I don't have any from Create and Bloom. And for these projects, because I got the Advent Calendar from there, I want to try and keep as many products as I can, Create and Bloom. So I did get this Daisy Doo glitter earlier on, and I really liked it. So I'm going to mix up some of that. And the idea is for this to just get it in the edge if I can. Now, I'm not going to make any promises to that effect. But I want to try and, if I can, get some of this Daisy Doo just in those edges. And I think that'll be enough. Maybe one more, just for good measure. It is Christmas after all. So there we go. There's a decent amount in there. And I'm hoping that 1 cup will be enough to fill both of these rims. Then I'm going to have to experiment a little bit with these colours. Then we're going to do a bit of a clear pour. And then we're going to pour into that clear and see what happens.
I don't know. We might get nothing, we might get something. That's the whole point for me of resin. It's about experimenting, it's about having fun. But the first bit I know I want to do is mix up this Daisy Doo glitter and try and get this in the rim, because I think it's a beautiful glitter and I think it will give us a lovely sparkle going around that rim. Hopefully there'll be enough in one pot to do both. Then I'm going to try and pour some clear over it. Then I'm going to try and dirty pour a load of my favourite Create and Bloom colours in. And look at this mould's kind of bent a little bit, which doesn't make life very easy when you're trying to do something like this. Hopefully, with the first pour and the heat, it'll fix itself. Here we go, and then a bit around this bit. And then that should be the first rim pretty much done, hopefully. And I'm not the best at these delicate pours, guys. So, and this is the first time, as I say, that I've used either of these moulds. But I have just dripped some here. I don't think it'll matter, but I don't want the glitter to feature on the main tray. And this is quite a distinctive glitter, guys, so I think you would notice. Again, just trying to clean off where it's slightly overspilled. And I've just dripped under the drop on. Here we go. Off you come. And if there's a little bit there, there's a little bit there. I don't think it will ruin the piece. All right, let's go around the edge of this one. If I can. There's got to be an easier way to do these ribbons as well. Some of you experts out there will probably do these trays regularly and tell me there is an easier way. I don't know it at this point, so it's just a case of trying to pour carefully into the rim, making sure I get some of this glitter mixture all the way around. And I'm deliberately doing this first before I mix up the rest of my colours, because I'm hoping that the glitter in it will sink a little bit. There we go, pretty happy. They both seem full. Now this spare, I'm gonna pour it straight into the skull, which I've got settling just out of shot of the camera. Because the plan is he can fit there once all of this is done. And I think, and this is only a think at the minute, but I think I will have mixed up too much. So, next bit I'm going to do is actually mix some of these colours. So I'm going to go a little bit crazy, I think, and just mix some of my favourite colours. So let's go peacock, because I love that colour. Absolutely gorgeous. And this isn't the peacock prism, this is the actual opaque peacock, which we got earlier on in this set. So just wiping my stick, giving it a quick stir around, and that should be enough to just colour that resin nicely. So that's one colour. And I want deliberately probably colours that you wouldn't necessarily put together, because that's what I like to do on this channel. Just mix things up a little bit and do what nobody else, well, everybody thinks about doing, but probably don't do. So there's that one. That's our first colour, which is peacock. Now I was going to use some of that guppy green, but I'm changing my mind as I'm going, which is okay to do. So I'm going to use some butterfly flower, I think, which is like a Cadbury's rose purple. I love it. And this is more of almost a semi-transparent. So whatever's on the stick will certainly be enough. And we might get a great effect here, or we might get nothing. So that's quite a metallic-y colour, this butterfly flower, and it is one of my favourites. Beautiful. Now I'm going to go with a red. I don't know. Should I go with a red? Let's go with Hellebore, which is a purpley red. And I want some lighter colours, I think. Let's go with that Hellebore. And that one. I was going to use that one for the white. Or I think I'm going to have some iridescence in here as well. So this is the Hellebore. Again, quite an opaque colour. Beautiful. Then I'm going to go with some chrysanthemum, just because we got that in this set as well. Why not? Which is more of a peachy orange. I think I am going to have some green in it as well. And these colours probably shouldn't go together, guys. I know that. But I was going to add a white, but I'm thinking not now. Because I think this chrysanthemum is quite a light colour in itself. So I don't think I want to add that. Let's add some blue, actually. Some blue and some green, I think. And as I say, this might work. It might not. So I've got the guppy green. I've got it out, so I might as well use that one, which again is almost a metallic colour. Beautiful. That can go in there. And then we got ultramarine in this advent calendar as well. So I'm going to use some of that, I think, for the final colour. This is that guppy green. Again, beautiful colour. And again, these colours, I know they probably don't go together. So that is the risk here. And they certainly shouldn't go together if we end up puddle pouring them, which is my plan. Not puddle pouring, dirty pouring, sorry. Into this tray, into a clear layer. And hopefully that will give us some kind of crackle. Might not. So for the last one, I'm going to use this ultramarine, which is a really blue colour. And again, this is just probably won't go together in any way, shape or form would I mix these colours normally. But it's a celebration for me of this advent calendar if we get any kind of effect. And look at all these different colours. Absolutely stunning. And make sure you check out createandbloomcrafts.com. Get yourself some of these beautiful pigments and just have a play, you know. So, happy with these colours. I'm just going to wipe my stick so it's ready to go for next time. Hopefully. Right. And I'm running out of room here. So, I want to pour a bit of clear. First of all, just to give us a bit of a clear surface. Just want a thin, clear layer. And this is to try and promote a bit of a crackle. Whether it will or won't, I don't know. I say it's my first time with these tray moulds, and it's certainly the first time using all of these colours in this sort of style. But we are going to find out, and that's what this channel is all about. It's about experimenting, having fun. And if we find something we like, guess what? There's a video so we can do it again, hopefully. There we go. Happy that's got a thin layer. Now for this one. And again, these are just two different shaped trays. One's a bit deeper than the other, so you might get a different effect with one than the other. Don't know at this point. But I just want a thin layer going all the way along this surface to try and promote a bit of a crackle when we do pour this dirty pour. And it is going to be fun. All of these different colours, as I say, I just think it's a celebration of the different colours we've had so far in this advent calendar. And it should be fun, guys. So here we go. And I always say, have fun with your resin. You know? Unless you're having fun, what are you doing? And I'm definitely going to have some spare resin, I think, because these aren't going to take a lot to fill. So, just going to put the spare resin to the side of me for now, and that will work very well with a drip mould later. And then what I'm going to do is just get a cup. So I've always keep some dirty cups by the side of me for when I want to do something like this, where I just want to put them all in together and do a bit of a dirty pour. I'm going to use this one here. There's a hair on that. Look at that. And it's not one of mine. They're not that long. Okay, let's use this one instead. So here we go. And I'm just going to pour these in randomly. In fact, let's do it in a particular order, shall we? Let's pretend we're all fancy and do it in a particular order. I think I'm happy with that. So let's go. Chrysanthemum first. And I want about half of it going in, I think. Then we're going to go in with the hellebore, and I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong, guys. Then the butterfly flower. Then the beautiful peacock. Then the guppy green. Then the blue, which is the ultramarine. And some more chrysanthemum. Might as well go in with all of it now at this point, I think. And this is going to give us a really cool, just dripped one drip in there, but it shouldn't matter. It should give us a really cool effect and definitely give us a cool layer for the skull if we've got any left over. As you can see, I'm just filling this cup. There's definitely going to be way too much resin. So I probably could have got away with a lot less. And then the ultramarine. This is going to be very interesting. And then I'm just going to pour the rest of this butterfly flower in there as well. And a bit more of that chrysanthemum. Just to start us off with the pour. So that's what our pouring cup is looking like. Very colourful. And we're just going to go for it, guys. I'm just going to do it until these are full. We're going to get two very different trays based on what colours come out first, I think. Let's go all the way to the edge with one layer. And then let's go into that centre with those different colours. All the way to the top, hopefully. Look at this. And I'm loving this colour already. I'm pretty happy. That looks filled to me. And there should be enough in here, I hope. We'll just do the same again in this one. And this one I'm going to start from the centre and go around. And hopefully filling it all the way up to the top without spilling any. Pretty happy with these colours as well. They look really cool. And who knows what these trays are going to do. That's part of the fun. They might just stay as they are. We might get a cool effect. At this point, I don't know. There we go. But this is really the resin doing its own thing. So now I'm going to go get that skull mold, put that on the side, and then I'm just going to leave the resin to do its own little thing. Let's just put a little tiny bit more through there. So we've got the light and the dark colors. So now I'm just going to grab the skull mold, pour all of this in there, then we're going to cure them and see what we've got. So I'll see you at demold. Don't forget though, guys, do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. Let me know what you're thinking in comments. It helps us all grow, and I'll see you at demold. So here we go, guys, and it's the next day, and I'm excited for this demold. It's going to be a bit longer than normal because we've got quite a few pieces. And this is the point at which you could add one of these DTF stickers to the back if you wanted to, and then just put another thin coat on. Personally, I'm not a fan of putting stickers on resin for the sake of it, so I'm not going to add those, but that's more of a personal choice rather than the stickers themselves. But let's see what we've got. And unfortunately, this cheap mold that I got from the range looks like it's still bent. So we're going to see, we're going to have a bit of a bent tray. It didn't fix itself. But I'm still excited to see what we've got. And you can see, had enough spare resin to just make a few of these smaller pieces as well. So first things first, let's have a look at this starfish. Beautiful crystal mold. And I just love the way that that turned out. So that is gorgeous. And never waste your resin. Always have some spare molds. Then we've got this little turtle. Needs a little bit of cleanup because I've slightly over poured. But I think he came out really cool with those colours. So that gives us an idea of what these trays are going to look like, hopefully. I don't know if we're going to have a crackle effect in there or anything really at this point. And then I had some tiny drops of resin left. So I thought I would do another couple of these just with some alcohol ink as well. And I think they turned out really cool. And I still don't know what these are. I don't know if they're a pendant. I don't know if they're meant to be trolley key rings, somebody suggested, where you can actually put them in your shopping trolley. Don't know at this point. But you can just see there the translucency in there, and I love that. So that's those. Again, going to need a tiny little bit of cleanup. And now we get to the more exciting pieces. And I think we'll demold the skull first, because I'm really excited for this guy. This has been I think it's been about 7 or 8 projects have gone into this, and I can still see those little bits of that Daisy Do glitter on the back as well. So let's demold him and let's see what he looks like. And this is, as I say, it's probably 7 projects has gone into this skull. And it's just a case of getting that edge, going all the way around. And then we should be able to demold. Here we go. So he is demolded. Always make sure when you finish with your mold, just fold it back the right way. And then that should be ready for next time. And let's have a look. Oh, look at this, guys. He is so cool. Don't forget, whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. Just there. But look at that. All of those different beautiful colours in there. And I think he's turned out great. What do you think? And this is why I say never waste your resin. Always have a drip mould at the side. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 projects have created this skull. And I just love it because you see all of those different colours in those layers. and it creates a pretty cool skull. So there we go, that's him. Now let's have a look at these trays that we actually poured and what the video is about, shall we? So I'm going to start off with this one just because, look, I won't be using this mould again because of that. Look, that's where the mould is bent and it didn't fix itself, which is unfortunate because now I've got a slightly crooked edge. And let's have a, oh, hello. Look at that. And it seems to be that ultramarine that I can see mainly, but I can see all of those other beautiful colours in there. I'm loving that. Let me know what you think. And then with that glitter stayed in the edge beautifully. And we've just got gorgeous little trinket tray. And actually, you can't really tell it's that bent now it's out. So there's that one. Gorgeous little crackle effect. Yeah, I like that one. And then you can still see that Daisy Doo glitter in the edge. So there's that one. Lovely. And I think this one's going to be the showstopper, so we'll see. And again, these were just cheap molds that I found. I think it was in Hobbycraft. And I think they were like £2, £3 each. So always have a look in every shop that you've got available to you. And I love the back on them as well. Look at that. Wow. Hello. Look at that. What a gorgeous crackle. And you can see those different colours in there. And I think I do prefer this one to that one. But let me know which one's your favourite. And we've got two beautiful trays. And as I say, if you wanted at this point, put a DTF sticker on the back, put another thin layer over it and cure it again. But that has to be one of my favourite crackles, I think. So beautiful little pieces. Let me know what you think in comments. And if you like today, come back tomorrow for day 23 of this advent calendar. Wow. That is stunning. And I'll see you, hopefully, tomorrow. We're getting close to Christmas, guys. See you later. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel CCUK Resin, and it is day 23 of this advent calendar make. So I'm really excited about this. Do me a favor though, whilst you're here, like and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything, helps us grow together. And that was the whole point of this. I knew not everyone could get one of these advent calendars, so I wanted to share the experience with everybody. And there's only 3 days left, guys. So tomorrow's going to be Christmas Eve. And then the day after, I'm really excited about, which is Christmas Day. So let's open day 23 though and see what we've got. It feels by the weight as if it could be a pigment paste. And let's see what, well, first of all, let's see if it is a pigment paste. And let's see what colour it is. But don't forget to check out crateandbloomcrafts.com as well, who came up with this advent calendar. I've got so much tidying to do after all of these videos, guys. You would not believe it. And I think this is going to be a pinkish colour. Let's have a look. Oh, lotus. Look at that. Beautiful pink colour, which is lotus. So what are we going to do with this pink? I don't know at this point. I've got an idea though, so I'm going to mix up some resin and I'll be right back. We are back, guys, and I've gone a little bit crazy. As always. So I've got my really big skull mold, which takes up about 400 ml of resin on its own. And then I've got my little mini planter skull molds as well that I got from Temu, which is Hear No Evil, See No Evil, Speak No Evil. And I've mixed up 800 ml of resin. I'm hoping that that's going to be enough to do this whole project. And as always, I've used the standard high gloss Apex resin for this. If you need any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK. Now, I love this new lotus colour, but I also want to add something else. And I don't know why, I was thinking baby showers. And I thought, what about if I mix the sky blue with this lotus and we see what we get? I don't know. And I'm going to put a couple of drops of alcohol ink in there as well to give us kind of a blood spatter effect as well, hopefully, if it works. So it's a lot of resin. I'm really hoping it does. But this is the great thing with this curing machine as well. Look, I could still fit more in here if I wanted to. So, and in 3 hours, it's going to be cured. Now, this is probably pushing the boundaries a little bit because of the fact that is 400 ml. I should probably use a deep cure. So all I'm going to add, I've got some of this ignition dust glitter, which I'm going to add a tiny bit to each of these before I add the pigment. And it should just add a nice little sparkle in there as well. Because who doesn't like a sparkle in the resin? And I'm really hoping that Lou does this one again because it's one of my favourite little glitters from her, the ignition dust, and I don't think she's currently doing it. So hopefully, if we ask her nicely, she'll get it back in stock. So let's go with Lotus first, which is obviously today's colour. Beautiful, look at that. It's almost like a skin tone pink. I really like that. So what I'm going to do is just, as always, get my stick, stir it around. And look, this is 400 ml of resin, guys, and I think that's going to be enough there to fully pigment it. So in we go. And then just mixing it around. Obviously, I'm trying to be a little bit gentle because I don't want to add any bubbles because this has been through the bubble remover now. And it's been through twice, just to be transparent, because it's getting a bit colder in the UK and I wanted to make sure for these I don't get any bubbles. There we go. And look at that, 400 ml of resin. It's already got that opaque colour. I am going to mix it through once more, I think, with my big spatula though. Once I've done this, just to make sure that colour is thoroughly mixed in there. But this is what I mean when I say that these pigment pastes go a long way. Now, I was thinking to add some butterfly flower to this as well, which is another gorgeous colour, but I don't want to go overboard. I want it to be mainly about this beautiful lotus colour that we've got today. And the sky colour that we got, I think it was the day before yesterday, so pink and blue. And I just don't know why. I thought it'd be a great present for, I don't know, baby shower gift, something like that, where you don't know if it's going to be a boy or a girl. And I thought they'd look cool in these skulls. And who doesn't love a skull? You know, I absolutely adore skulls. And I don't know why. Because before I got into resin, I wasn't that much into them. But they've really grown on me since I got into resin. And I just love the different skulls out there, the different molds, and the different effects we get. Now that, to me, reminds me of Angel Delight, which, those of you that know, it's a dessert where you just get some powder, you add some milk, and you whip it up. So that's that beautiful colour. Wipe my stick in between, as always. And I'm just hoping there's enough resin here, because I don't know how much these three take together. But we will find out. So this is 800 ml of resin, which is probably the maximum I'll fit in my debubbler at once. And I'm just hoping it's going to be enough. Now, I'm hoping as well, because I've put it through twice, that's 10 minutes it's had in. And by the time we've mixed these colours, I think it'll be about 15 minutes. So this resin will have started to heat up a little bit. So that's that sky blue we got the other day. And hopefully it will keep a bit of a marbling effect, because You want your resin to be a bit warmer if you want it to marble. You don't want it to be just mixed, because then what you'll find is it just stays one colour. And I don't know at this point, because I'm no expert when it comes to marbling. Some people leave it for like 20, 40 minutes before they actually start that marbling effect. I don't, probably because I'm impatient. And I like the almost semi-marbled effect that you can get from doing it straight away. But again, just mixing it all around. So we've got this pink and this blue. And I just think they're going to look amazing together in these skulls. I could be completely wrong though, and we could get a disaster. Who knows? There we go. So that is that sky blue. So these are going to be the two main colours. And you probably guessed, but I am going to dirty pour these. I don't think I've got a cup big enough to do them both at the same time, but I've certainly got a spare one of these cups at the side that I can use to intermix them, probably half and half at a time. But what I want to do is just wipe this stick off, and then I'm going to give them a stir again with my big spatula, just to make sure that colour is thoroughly mixed all the way through. And interestingly, I've got this resting in another skull mould at the side. So if we do have spare, which I don't think we will, because as I say, that one takes 400 ml on its own, and I may have to actually mix up a little bit more resin, but if we have any spare, it can go in there. There we go. So I'm pretty confident that is now well mixed around, not added too many bubbles. Scraping the bottom, scraping the sides, and there we go. And it's a lovely, lovely, lovely colour. Now, again, I'm just going to wipe this before I do the blue, because strangely, even though I'm going to be intermixing them, I don't want to intermix them at this point. So this is that sky blue. And I just thought these would be a great little gift for somebody. And actually, interestingly, I'm going to list these on my website, which my New Year's resolution, guys, is to add new pieces onto that website every week so that you guys can buy them if you want them. So if you want the website, it is ccukresin.com. And hopefully from next year, from January onwards, there's going to be lots on there. I'm actually going to be spending a lot of time over Christmas uploading pieces so that there's going to be stuff on there that you guys, if you want it, can buy. And I will ship worldwide. You'll probably have to come back to me with a shipping cost query if you're interested in anything, but I think it's going to be a fun thing to do. So there we go, 800 ml of these beautifully coloured resins. And now before I put these alcohol inks in, because I am going to put some alcohol ink in, each of these, just a few drops, so hopefully we'll get kind of a blood spatter effect. What I want to do, and obviously they're still sitting at the minute, I don't think they're particularly warm at the minute, so I'm not concerned. But what I want to do, first of all, is I'm deciding whether or not I want to mix some glitter in. Because glitter's pretty cool as well. Let's do it, I think. Let's add some Snow Pixie to one of them. And I think that can go in the blue. And I'm not going to go overboard with this, but I do want just a hint of it. So let's add 2 scoops of the Snow Pixie. Okay, let's go with 3. It is Christmas after all. In there. And then to the pink, I'm going to add some Daisy Dew, I think. And I think that'll just add to the shimmer that we get in these skulls. And this is where I think glitters really add something. And I used to be, if you watch the earlier videos, I was like, don't add glitters. But I used to be one that absolutely hated them, to be fair. But now I've got some quality glitters. They've really grown on me, and I think they add to your pieces as long as you don't overdo it. And as long as you're using a quality glitter. So there we go, that's those glitters. And I think that should just be enough. So now I'm just going to mix those around again. Making sure we've got a little bit of glitter going all the way through. And hopefully that will just give us another effect. And again, I'm one of those that I like to add stuff to my resin to make it extra special. And hopefully people appreciate that in the finished product. Not always though. Here we go. So pretty confident those glitters are now mixed around in both of these. And hopefully are going to just add an extra effect when we pour these. But again, I don't like to go overboard with it. I just like a little bit of it. And then if you see one or two pieces in your finished piece, I think it adds something to it. So next, I'm going to go to the side of me and see if I've got a spare dirty big cup, which I have. And this is going to be our pouring cup. Oh, it's going to get messy. So that's going to be our pouring cup. And I'm very limited with space, guys, in my workshop. So that's why it often looks a bit of a mess. So I apologize about that. Again, over Christmas, that's my plan, to try and reorganize my whole craft space, to try, I do say try, to make it a little bit neater and tidier. So I'm going to do this in 2 stages, I think. And I think I'm going to pour the one on its own first of all. And then I'm going to do the other 3. So I'm just going to pour some of this in. Not waiting anymore, probably because I'm impatient. But I think these 2 colours intermixing together are going to be quite cool in these pieces. And as I say, I don't know whether it's going to be a baby shower gift for somebody or whether somebody just likes pink and blue and wants a skull with some pink and some blue. Now, I know I need about 400 ml, which should be about half of one of these. And don't get me wrong, anything spare can always go into another one. And that's my pouring cup. So there's pinks, there's blues in there, and we'll see what we get. And I think, I'm just looking at the side of the cup, that's not quite 400 ml yet. I'm going to add some more. And I think that should now be about 400 ml. So that's our first cup. And that'll be our first pouring cup. Now, before I do that, I'm just going to focus on this one first. I've got some octopus ink, which is the sweet cherry, which reminds me a bit of blood. Sorry, octopus, if it's not supposed to. And I'm just going to add a few drops directly into the skull. If I can get some around the side, specifically around the face, and then around this top bit here. So hopefully it's just going to create that kind of drip effect when we start pour this. And that's all I'm going to put in there. And then let's go for it. Let's just pour. Who's ready to see this beautiful pink and the sky blue intermixing with those reds? And hopefully creating a cool effect. Loving it. Here, look at that. That is gorgeous. And I'm hoping I can focus you in a little bit here. Trying to do it so that, look at this. And now we've got more of the pink, more of the blues. And it's just filling up beautifully. Going from pinks to blues. Then I'm just going to leave it for a second to settle. And hopefully any of those bubbles can come up. And this is nearly full, guys. So what I'm going to do is just tap it now. Hopefully any bubbles that are in there now can come to the surface. And it might even intermix, guys. We might just get a purpley colour. But I'm okay with that, if that happens. And there we go. And that is pretty much 400 ml of resin. So that was well guessed. And now we're going to do the same for these other 3 and pray that there's enough. If there's not enough, then I'm going to have to mix up some more resin. So again, exactly the same. We'll start off with the blue, then the pink, then the blue, then the pink. And I'm not expecting these to all be identical because resin will do what resin wants. I nearly said glitter will then. But I'm hoping to get a similar effect with these different colours in these skulls. All right, I think that's the last of this. And I'm loving the way it's looking right now. I think this was a great colour combo. Here we go. So that is my second pouring cup. And I am going to scrape these cups because I don't want to waste any. And you can just see it there. But before I do this, I'm going to have to do some alcohol ink again. And drip some in these ones at the side. And as I say, I don't want too much to go in, but I just want a couple of bits in there. Probably going 4 or 5 drops. Because this isn't an alcohol ink either, guys. This is a resin ink, they call it. So I think it's a little bit more concentrated than your standard alcohol inks. But I just thought, we've got skulls. Let's try and get a bit of a blood spatter effect. And again, I don't have any control over this once it's dripped. It's going to be up to the resin gods, what they decide it's going to look like. And hopefully we're going to get some great pieces. So here we go. Let's just pour these beautiful colours into these ones. I'm just going to do it a bit at a time because I'm not even sure how much resin these are going to take. And I might have enough to do another skull, which would be amazing. And again, just pouring it in, no particular order. And then we're going to see if these baby shower skulls, as I'm nicknaming them, work out. And I think I am going to be short actually on resin. We will see. But I'm not going to panic. If that happens, all I need to do is mix up a tiny bit more. And I'm just having a look now. And I think I'm going to need about another 200 ml just to completely fill these. So I'm just going to mix that up now and I'll be right back. We're back and I've just mixed up another 300 ml of resin. I'm just going to add it into these existing cups that we've already got. And any pigment left in there will be enough to hopefully give them a slight colour. And I'm not going to mix any more opaque into it because I don't think it's going to need it. It's just a case of getting the rest of this resin out of the cup and hopefully mixing up with whatever's left in there. Then we can top these skulls up, then we can cure them, then we can see what we've got. And that's the great thing when you've got a curing machine is normally I would have to wait 24 hours before demolding, but hopefully we're just going to have to wait for the 3, I think, for these. Here we go. So let's mix up this first. And all it's going to use is whatever pigment is left in the base. So it's going to be not as concentrated and almost a little bit transparent, but I think it'll be okay. I could always add a bit more, which I might do actually, just because I do want it to have the same effect as the ones that we've just done. I'm not going to add any more glitter or anything like that, because I think there should be enough in those anyway to just completely intermix. So let's get a touch of this sky. Not too much, but again, exactly the same. Stirring a stick around. Whatever's left can go in there. Get it off the stick. And the only reason I'm doing it with a stick this time is because of the fact that I know that that resin has been sitting for a little while. And I want to make sure that these intermix properly before we actually put that curing machine on. So that's my sky. Now for the lotus. Again, stirring it around. Whatever's left on the stick should be enough to just colour it fully. And there we go. We should have pretty much the same colours as we started with last time. And that's the other great thing about pigment pastes. I find them a lot more consistent than mixing micas for your colours. If you want the same colour time and time again, I think you're better off using a pigment paste than a mica. They just give you a more consistent colour every time you mix them. There we go. And then let's mix in this one as well. And I think we're going to have some spare, so it's going to start off a new skull drip mould. Who would have thought it? That in there. And then let's go for it again. So I've got more of a blue on that base already, so let's add some pink. And some blue. A bit more blue. And some pink. And some blue. Now I can already see we're probably going to get a different effect on these smaller skulls. And that's just because the octopus inks have risen a bit to the surface. And it's probably because we've left them for a while. But that's okay. We'll see what happens. And that's part of the fun. It's just seeing what's going to happen. Let's fill these up then. Here we go. Pinks and the blues. And I'm just hoping that this is enough resin now. It should be. All right, I'm going to leave that one for a second. Move on to this next one. And the pinks and the blues. Well, hopefully. And then the last one. And what do you think we're going to get? Do you think these are going to be good? Do you think they're going to be a little bit rubbish? Or do you think they're going to be beautiful? I think they're going to be beautiful, hopefully. So I've probably got about 100 ml spare. So I would have got away, I think, with 1 litre of resin for all of these. But I'm just going to get my spare one, which I'm going to start as a drip mould with these drips. And we're going to put the curing machine on for 3 hours and we'll see what it looks like when we get back. See you in a sec. And here we go, guys. It's about 3 or 4 hours later. Got some jobs done today and these are cured. So we're going to demold 5 skulls for this day 23. So I'm going to do the drip skull first because that is the one that didn't use today's colour. And I just want to see what it turned out like. So I did top it up with resin just to fill it up because it was so close that I just didn't want to wait for another project. Do you ever get to that point where you just think, no, I'm going to fill it and I'm going to demold it so we've got a finished piece. And here we go. It's going to have a couple of bubbles, I think, this one, because the last bit I just literally threw in. Didn't put it through the debubbler like I had done the rest. But if ever you get these little bubbles on the base, all you need to do is add a flood coat and it gets rid of them. Or leave them in because the textured effect looks pretty cool. And last time I did this one, I did get quite a few, so I'm hoping I don't in that one. Oh, wow. Hello. Look at that. And you can just see where that octopus ink has done its thing. And I really like that with those two different colours. Pinky blue with a little bit of blood spatter. What more could you ask for in a skull? And if you're liking these, don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel. So that's one. And I said, I think these are going to go on my website. I'm going to get it sorted for January. And these are going to go on there. Because I think somebody would love that. I would. I think it's come out beautiful. So that's that one. So that was the drip mold. Now let's do the Hear No Evil. Here you go. This is Hear No Evil. And these were just off Temu, but I love them as little molds. And they're great for like tiny little succulents or something like that, cacti, just little tiny plant pots. And I think I got these actually, I think it was last February for my birthday from my girls, if memory serves correct. So we're going to demold these. And sorry it's a bit of a longer demold today, but hopefully the results will be worth it. And these are quite tight molds, but I've only ever used these once before as well, so beautiful shine on them. And always remember, put your molds back the way that you had them. There we go. And then it's ready for you to go for next time. Look at that guy though. Oh, he's gorgeous. Mr. Hear No Evil with that blue and that new pinky colour just coming through. I think the blue's taken over a little bit, but I can still see that lotus in there as well. Looks really cool, and I love the way that the octopus ink has fallen into his eyes there. So that is Hear No Evil. Let's do Speak No Evil next. And I love the fact that these have all got those inks in different places, because I think it adds to the overall effect of these three molds when you've got them next to each other. If they're not identical, it shows the homemade. Here we go. And it shows that they're all unique. I'll say it's still about 600 ml of resin for these three. So it's not a small amount of resin by any stretch of the imagination. So this is Speak No Evil. Look at that. Beautiful. And I love that you can just see the lotus pink coming through the blue. And then we've got those inks. And look, they're completely different. That's those. And then the last one is See No Evil. So let's have a look at him. Of these three. And again, it's just such a simple technique, but very, very effective, I think. Just mixing those colours up, putting a few drops of resin ink in there to create that almost marbled effect. There we go. So that is Mr. See No Evil. So very cute set there, I think, of three. We've got Hear No Evil, Speak No Evil, and See No Evil. So there we go. All very different. And you can just see the glitters in the base. Love those. So I'll probably do those as a set, actually, as a set of three. And my light's just gone out. Oh, it never goes right on filming. Hang on a sec. There we go. We're going to use the normal flash then. So here's these again. And I think they have come out absolutely stunning. Don't forget, though, like and subscribe. Oh, I can't say anything. But there we go. That's those. And then the final one is this giant 400ml skull, which if I remember from last time I did this, it's an absolute pain to demold. So we'll see. Well, actually this time, it doesn't feel as bad. Okay. Okay, no, that wasn't bad at all actually this time. This time it worked a lot easier. So as you can see, it's a lot bigger. And that's why it takes up 400ml of resin. Oh, wow. Hello. Look at this guy. And there isn't as many air bubbles as last time, actually. And I just love that effect. You can see the soft pink in there from the lotus. You can see the sky blue. And then we've got these octopus ink, sweet cherry, almost looking like a blood stain. You can just see the glitters in there as well. So let me know what you think of these. Which one's your favourite? Which one would you want to buy if they were for sale? And this one you can obviously fit a slightly bigger pot in. But yeah, I think they've turned out really, really cool. And if you've enjoyed this one, first of all, make sure you like and subscribe. And secondly, do me a favour, come back tomorrow, which will be Christmas Eve. Can you believe it? Don't know what we're going to get, but it should be fun. And I'll see you guys on the next video. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel, CCUK Resin, and happy Christmas Eve to everyone. Can you believe it? Day 24 of this Create and Bloom Advent Calendar. I'm a bit sad because it means we've only got today and tomorrow, but let's enjoy it. Let's find out what we've got. Can you believe it? We've made it to day 24. There's only 2 left, and I'm really excited for tomorrow, Christmas Day, guys. Santa's on his way. Are you on the naughty or the nice list? That's the question. So let's have a look at day 24. It feels like a pigment, but as we know, I have been wrong before. So don't forget, check out createandbloomcrafts.com, and do me a favor whilst you're here, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me, it helps the channel grow, and hopefully we can all keep growing and learning together in this amazing resin community. So what have we got? Let's have a look. Here we go. It's another pigment paste. It's definitely another pigment paste. Ooh, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What color have we got today? Oh, Tree Frog. It's a transparent tint for epoxy resin. Look at the color on that. Oh, now because it's Tree Frog, there's only one thing to do really, and that's a frog, I think. So I'm going to mix up 4 ounces of resin, get a frog mold, stick some eyes in it, and then I think we're going to try this Tree Frog. Might throw some glitter in there as well. I don't know yet, but we're going to do a frog with this transparent tint for epoxy resin, Tree Frog. I'll see you guys in a second. So here we go, guys, and we're back. And I thought let's have a bit of fun with this frog. So I've put 2 eyes in there, as always, the glass eyes, just with a bit of UV resin. Hopefully they're the right way around. And the main part of this is going to be this new color, which is Tree Frog. And it looks stunning, by the way. But you know me, I don't want to just use one color in a frog. So I want to pour a tiny bit of resin in here first. Then I want quite a bit of resin in here. That's right, isn't it? Then a tiny bit in this one as well. Okay, happy with that. So, and you're going to see why in a minute. I'm just going to have a bit of fun with this. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to use all greens that we got in this advent calendar. So the first one is obviously this new colour, which is Tree Frog, which I'm already in love with. Look at that for a colour. I can see why it's called Tree Frog as well. So again, as always, just mixing it around with my pigment stick. Whatever's left on the stick will be enough to colour that resin. So here we go. That's that new Tree Frog colour, and I'm excited to see what this looks like. Woo! Look at that. It's almost neon-y green, like a tree frog. So I'm happy with that. That is beautiful. But I don't want it to just be this colour, guys. So you'll see what I mean in a second. And I've mixed up 4 ounces of the Apex High Gloss resin. If you want any resin from Apex, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use my discount code CCUK to get yourself some money off. But I thought we got a few things in this, and I'm deliberately mixing this quite vigorously. It has gone through the bubble remover, but I'm mixing it vigorously because I actually want a few bubbles in this piece, which is going to sound a little bit crazy. So the first thing I'm going to use is some of the secret green interference powder that we got, I think. Not too much, but I do want a little bit of this in here because it was a beautiful colour. There we go. That should be enough. And I want to see what it's going to do mixed in with this tree frog with a little bit of something else as well. So you may remember early on we got this spruce glitter, which I absolutely love the colour. And again, it's green. So I'm going to sprinkle some of this. Again, not too much, but I want a little bit in there just so hopefully it's going to create a cool effect. Might not, guys. I have never done this before. That is the beauty of resin. You've probably heard me say it a million times. Just have fun with it and find out what happens. And then I've got another green, which to be fair, I didn't get in this advent calendar, I don't think. But I love the colour, which is guppy green. Now, you're all probably thinking, oh, he's going to do another dirty pour. But I'm not. I suppose I kind of am, but not in the way that you're thinking. I'm not going to mix these colours up in a cup and pour it. I'm going to mix them up inside this mould in a slightly different way, and we're going to see what happens. So this is that beautiful guppy green, which is again semi-transparent metallic colour, which I absolutely love. It's one of my favourite greens. Look at that. And I think this will look so cool with that iridescent as well. So it's pretty much a celebration of greens that we've had in this advent calendar, as well as this beautiful new colour, which is Tree Frog. And I think this is going to be interesting. Again, mixing the glitter around with the resin. And in fact, I'm going to pour this straight away because I just want to pour this, I think, in the mould. So the base is kind of going to be this glitter and a little bit going into the head. That's it. Again, I don't want to waste any, so it can all come out into that mould, hopefully into the centre. And as I said, I've never done this before, so I'm just intrigued as to what's going to happen. So that's my glitter pretty much poured. Move it around a little tinsy-wincy bit, and then let it settle. Okay, so that is step 1, already in there. Next is this beautiful interference green mica, which is the secret green. And I've done this before kind of with alcohol inks, but I'm thinking it should work with this too. And we're going to find out. So I'm just going to pour a tiny bit of this Tree Frog across here. Not too much, but just so that there's another covering across that glitter, I suppose. And I'm just going to go a bit into each one of these legs. Don't know why, but my gut's telling me to do it. And if your gut tells you to do something, just do it, don't argue. So making sure that this interference powder is thoroughly mixed, which it is, and look at this shine off this, beautiful. And again with this, I'm just going to go in. It's that simple. No particular plan, no particular order. It's just going to go in. Don't know if it might create some form of crackle or not. Again, bit into these legs, just because it feels like the right thing to do. And it could be completely the wrong thing to do. But you don't know unless you try with resin. And I just think it could create an interesting crackle effect like we got on those reindeers in a frog. And hopefully, if we've still got the glitter showing on the other side, that's going to look pretty cool as well. So that is that. What am I doing, guys? Next, back in with some tree frog. And it's deliberately, I'm going to interfere with this interference powder. Yes. Crazy. Yes, he's a little bit crazy, guys. I think there's going to be a lot of people at Froggy Fridays using this colour. That's a collaboration that a lot of us do in resin almost every Friday. So there's that. And then I've got that guppy green still. And I want to use that for the legs. And we'll see if this works. I'm hoping it still stays relatively separate. If I just pour it into the legs. Make sure you don't miss the toes. And this one. And I don't know, guys, it might work, it might not. At this point, it's up to the resin gods. And whatever they decide, I'm going to be okay with, because I still think we're going to get a really cool frog from this. So there we go. And now this one. And I'm sure I mixed up 4 ounces of resin, but it doesn't look like it. We'll find out in a sec. So a little bit more into that one. Now let's go over here and do the same for this foot. And this is what I mean, guys, just have fun with your resin. That's what I've absolutely loved about these advent calendar videos. Hopefully you've enjoyed them. No two have been exactly the same, and it's just been a bit of fun playing with these new colours or glitters or whatever we've got and seeing what happens. Still got some more. In we go. And you can see, as it slides down, it kind of makes its own little effect anyway in this frog. And it's going to keep doing that until it's pretty much level. Which it's getting there. Not quite, but it's almost there. And I love frogs. I don't know why, they're one of my favourite pieces to do. And I just think they look so cool. And there's so many different things you can do with them. Just for 4 ounces of resin, get a great result. No matter what you do most of the time. And we're getting nearly full now, so I've just got to be a bit more cautious as I'm filling up these feet. Because I don't want to get too much over port, because that will cause me problems when I demould. Let me know what you think is going to happen with this frog. I think it's going to look really cool. Just with those separate colours all intermixing together with these greens. I think he's going to be a really cool little froggo. And that is pretty much full, but I could still fit a tiny drop in. I've still got a tiny bit of this beautiful tree frog left, so just to completely fill it up, I'm going to add this on the back now. Because I don't like wasting resin at all, which you probably noticed on the channel. I can probably scrape a little bit more out of these colours, just to make sure it's completely full. In with that glitter as well. Don't want to waste any glitter, guys, because glitter is life, as we all say. That's the last drop of that. Now I think the last drop of this guppy green as well can go in there. And this is just a fun little project to see what happens, you know. It might work. It might be horrific. I don't know. I'm hoping it's going to give us a really cool frog. that we can demold in the morning and see what we've got. So beautiful tree frog colour, really happy with it. I'm just going to leave it settle for a second. Now there is no alcohol ink in there, so I can just torch it quickly. Get rid of any surface bubbles. Then I'm going to put the lid on. We're going to cure it. We're going to come back tomorrow to see what the colour this tree frog's turned out like, especially to mix with these other greens. I'm curious as to what's going to happen, if we're going to get any effects or what's going to happen. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you then. So here we go, guys. I've just got back from work and I'm so excited to demold this froggy for Christmas Eve. Can you believe it? Tomorrow, if you're on the nice list, not the naughty list, Santa will be coming, hopefully. So here we go. And I'm loving the back. It looks really cool. I'm just hoping I got the eyes right. We'll find out in a minute. And let's demold. And do me a favor, guys. This is day 24. It's been a lot of show, a lot of videoing, a lot of editing, a lot of creating for this advent calendar. Do me a favor, just like and subscribe. It's completely free, but it helps YouTube know that you've liked the content and makes me want to make some more, hopefully. So just do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. And if you can, by all means, join membership. So let's see what this froggy has turned out like. And I love frogs. They are just so cool. And they're so simple. Just throw it in and see what happens. And that's what we did. And obviously that tree frog colour, I couldn't have done anything other than a frog for this. So let's carry on demolding and let's see if we've got a cool frog or not with this tree frog colour. So here we go. Who is ready? Let's have a look at this little froggy. Oh, wow. Hello. Look at that. The iridescence has come through and spread around, which is really cool. We've got that spruce glitter, which I think was day one, if memory serves correct. We've got the guppy green coming out in the legs a little bit more. I really like him. I think he's turned out really cool. The eyes have turned out pretty cool as well. Yeah, all in. A great little frog. Let me know what you think to this little frog that I did for Christmas Eve. And don't forget, if you've missed any, go back and watch them and come back tomorrow for Christmas Day live. Well, not live, but where we do the Christmas Day make. And I'm absolutely loving this guy. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you tomorrow for Christmas Day. Let's hope you're on the nice list, everyone. And I'll see you soon. Enjoy your Christmas Eve, and don't forget, like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll get you some close-ups of this little guy. Think of a name for him as well. See you soon. So here we go, guys. And are you excited for this? I know I am, because on previous days when I've seen day 25, it looks like there might be a few things inside it. It's quite heavy as well. So here we go. And don't forget to check out createandbloomcrafts.com, who came up with this advent calendar. And hopefully it's kept you entertained for the last 25 days. I know the editing certainly kept me busy. So let's see, what have we? Oh, hello. We've not got one pigment. We have got 6. Look at these. Hello. So we've got 2 glitters. It looks like 2 iridescent powders and 2 resin pigments. Now, this looks pretty special. So let's see what they are individually. And I think this is going to have to be a bigger than usual pour, just to celebrate that we've got all of these. So we got 2 glitters. So we have got blooming leftovers, which are very pretty and sparkly, as you might imagine.
And this one looks amazing. Faye's Kiss. Who's Faye? And why is she sending me a kiss? That's what I want to know. But look at that. Now, I am thinking axolotls for those, but I'm not going to do an axolotl. I've done 2 of those in the past 25 days. So there's those glitters. Amazing. Then we've got a twinkling mica called Dolly Dust. Let's have a look at that. Ooh. That does look cool. I don't know what color that's going to be. And then we've got another twinkling mica. And I'm getting it all over my hands. Called Blushing Oyster. And that looks stunning. And these look like iridescent powders to me. So I'm going to try something with them. And then we've got 2 pigments. So we've got an opaque one called Robin's Egg, which looks to me like a cross between Kingfisher, which is one of my favorites, and Peacock. It looks like a cross between the 2, so that's really cool. And then we've got Lily, which is a beautiful pinkish tone. So I've got to think, what am I going to use all of these in? Interesting. I think we need to do a big tray because we've not done one yet. And it is Christmas Day. I want to do a big make for you guys. I want it to work out. Got my Christmas jumper on. Let's do it. Let's get a big tray mold. Let's just throw it all in a different technique. See what happens. So I'm going to mix up some resin and I'll be right back. And don't forget, together we all sparkle. And thanks again to Lou for putting this advent calendar together from Create and Bloom. And yeah, it's going to be a fun make. Hopefully you've enjoyed them all. And if you've missed any, guess what? Hopefully tomorrow there'll be one video with all 25 makes in. Hopefully, if I can get it edited in time. So I'm going to mix up some resin and I'll be right back. See you in a sec. And I've mixed up 400 ml of the Apex resin, the high gloss. If you want any of that, get over to apexresin.co.uk. Use the discount code CCUK. I've put it through the debubbler twice because it is a little bit cold in the UK at the minute. And all I'm going to do is fill these pots that I've got at the side. And we'll see why in a minute. This one only needs a tiny bit. Probably a bit much, actually. And we're going to try and fit all 6 elements that we got today into this piece. Hopefully. And I'm hoping I've judged it right with 400 ml. And that should leave 200 ml of space because I think this takes 600 ml in total for the the final bit. So I want to pour a thin layer around. And I can do that so it can be settling whilst, and I haven't got much for a push here, so I might change my mind about one of these because I want enough to just give it a bit of a push as well at the end. And I'm going to move the resin around just to make sure I've got a layer going all the way around this mold. A thin layer, and I'm not going for crackle here, but if I get crackle, I won't be upset because I do like crackle. There we go. So that is that. Perfect. Now I'm going to let it settle. And one of these pots, I'm going to change my mind and I'm going to pour it back in there. Now we are going to get a few bubbles because of how vigorous I'm being, but I think we should still be okay. And now we're going to mix up these colors, these glitters, and I do only need 6. I think I was greedy, being a bit greedy, trying 7. So there we go. And I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm just going to have a play. Ooh, come on. I can just see it's not quite gone onto that edge. There, now it has. Now I'm just going to let it settle a minute. Bring it back into the center and now just leave it to settle and do its thing. Do whatever it wants to do. I just want to make sure there is that thin layer going all the way around the edge, which I think there is. And then what I'm going to do is just using this tool, go around that edge to dislodge any bubbles that might be in there. Like so. And then I'm just going to torch the surface to get rid of any surface bubbles and always stay well away from your edge when you're doing this, especially if you're using an expensive mold like this one from Molds and Shapes. Because the worst thing you want to do is bond your resin. So we've got 2 glitters. We've got 1, 2, 1, 2. I am going to need a tiny bit more resin. In fact, I don't think the glitters need to be that much. So I am going to just separate this one. And this is just going to be for those glitters. And then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Here we go. So this is going to be for the glitters. And I'm not the biggest fan of glitters, but I do like them. They're growing on me, I think I'd say. And these are just going to go around the edge. And I don't know what's going to happen, guys. This is a pour that I've never tried before. That rhymes. And I just thought for Christmas Day, let's throw all 6 in and see what we get. So I'm putting 3 of these heap scoops in each of these. And I want to see what's going to happen if all 6 elements go into this tray. Are we going to get a cool effect? Are we going to get nothing? I don't know. And that is the beauty of resin for me. We could get, wow, these are really cool. One of the most amazing pieces ever. Or we could get nothing. I'm hoping for an amazing piece, but I don't know at this point, guys. I really don't. And this is just looking a little bit too thin. So I'm going to add a tiny bit of resin just there. Maybe a touch more, just all around. And then I should still have enough in there for a little push. And as you can see, I'm eyeballing most of this project, guys. Resin doesn't have to be all calculated if you don't want it to be. Now, you can do. I'm not saying don't. So this is that blushing oyster. And I'm guessing these are kind of going to be like iridescent powders. I don't know. It says, I think it said sparkly micas. So we will see. Oh dear, what am I doing? What am I doing, guys? And then we've got that dolly dust. That can go in another pot. Here we go. And now we've got the actual pigments as well. But I also want a bit of this gold foil for the center. I know not everybody's a fan. I quite like it in the center of things. And I'm being careful to try and not get anything in the actual mold itself, guys. But I don't have a lot of space in my working area. So I've got to do what I can. Ideally, you'd do this away from your mold. There, that's more than enough. But I do want this to be a special piece. It is for Christmas Day, after all. And I want to see what we can make. Now for these new colours. So we've got Lily. And I have just dropped something in the resin, which is not a good start. And again, you don't need a lot of these. This is almost a purpley pink. Look at that, guys. Beautiful colour. So that's going to go in there. And I am being a little bit quick because I don't want all of these to start flash curing on me. So this is that lily. Beautiful pinky purpley colour, I think is the way that I'd describe it. There we go. And it's all going to be just about how I pour this that is going to create or not create any effects. I don't know at this point. But I do want to get that little thing out, whatever it was. And there's one there. There we go. Goodbye. So now let's mix up the robin's egg. Now I've wiped my stick, which I think is going to be gorgeous. And I think I'm going to fall in love with. Love this colour, guys. Look at that. It's very similar to the Kingfisher, but it is slightly different. So let's pour that in. Mix that colour. It doesn't take long to just mix it around and make sure it's coloured in all of this resin. And we've got that clear. I've just noticed another something in that resin. This is the problem, doing it all next to your piece. So there we go. Beautiful, very similar to Kingfisher, but I think it's ever such it's a touch lighter in colour. And wipe my stick.
And I want to try and get whatever that is out. I think it's a bit of gold flake, but that's okay. So that's that one. Now let's mix up these iridescents. Or at least I think they're iridescents. We'll find out in a minute. And always with your iridescents, just take your time at the start to get the resin mixed with the powder so it doesn't just float off everywhere into a massive cloud. And then mix it round. Here we go. And that's beautiful. It's like a purpley iridescent, that. Scrape your sides with them as well. I think that will go really well with that pink as well. And I'm hoping the next one's kind of a bluey colour to go with the blue. We'll see. It's starting to thicken up though because, as I say, it's been about 20 minutes this. And with this resin you get about a 40-minute working time, so I'm not worried. I'm just going to put it through there. Then let's move this one around as well. Gently at the start, just to mix all the resin around with it. And then we can speed up as it really mixes. And again, it's a similar colour. Not the same, but similar, I would say. So we've got two very pinky iridescents here. And I'm not the biggest fan of pink, guys, but there's 3 pinks going in here as well as the glitter. So you might like this piece more than me when it's done. Imagine that. I need to mix the glitters. There we go. It's kind of like a glitter paste now. And you know what? I don't mind mixing a tiny bit in here as well. And then we're just going to pour. It is as simple as that. I don't know what's going to happen. Let me know what you think's going to happen in comments. I've just dropped a tiny drop of glitter in there, which again, I didn't want to do. There we go. And now I'm going to mix up the gold so that that's ready as well for when I am, this foil. And just mix it round and it'll break up into little tinier pieces ready for that center. There we go. Happy with that. So let's go for it. I'm going to do the glitters first, I think. Then I'm going to do the iridescence. No. And then I'm going to do the pigments. Then I'm going to do the iridescence, I think, on the outside. So I'm going to start off with the darkest one. I'm just going to try and get it around the edge. Reasonably evenly, if I can. Glitters are never the easiest things to pour though, guys. But I do want to try and get it as even as I can around this piece. And that's not very even. Here we go. And I want to use it all because there's no point wasting it once I've mixed it. Pretty happy. First layer of glitter has gone in. Now the next layer of glitter. And again, I'm just going to pour this around the edge. And that's going to slightly push out the darker glitter. And I don't know if it's going to have any effect or not, but I'm pretty confident that these will mix together and look absolutely beautiful as an edge. If they stay in the edge. Anything could happen. This is resin, guys. It does what it wants. You can only get an idea of what you want it to do. And then when you demold, you'll find out what the resins wanted to do. And that is the beauty of resin art for me. Right, so with these, I'm going to go one after the other. So I'm going to go with the pinkish colour first. Now do it around the edge and hope that the glitter pushes in. Or do it at the side and push the glitter back out? That is the question. Let's do it from the edge. Why not? Let's see what happens. Here we go. And I'm hoping this makes some sort of effect and doesn't just stay as a line of pink. We'll find out together. once it's done. So there we go. That is most of this pink in. There we go. And there's no point wasting any. Now I've mixed it, I might as well pour it in. And whatever will be, will be. There we go, that's the pink. Now I'm going to go in with one of these iridescents. I don't know which one's which at this point. So I'm just going to go straight in. And again, do it from the outside. So it's definitely all going to intermix. And hopefully give us a cool effect. I don't know at this point. It might not. Whoops. All of it can go in there. And then we'll see what happens, if anything. So there we go. That is all of that iridescent colour in there. And it doesn't look like much at the minute, guys, I'll be honest. Now I'm going to go in with this beautiful robin's nest. And again, I'm going to do it from the edge. And you can see it is pushing the rest of the resin inwards. I don't know if we're going to get an effect or not. It's the first time I've tried this. Especially the first time I've tried it with these colours. And this iridescent type powder. But we are going to find out what's going to happen. If anything, you watch, we'll just get these lines of colour. And no effect. That would be a little bit disappointing for Christmas, so I apologise in advance if that's what we end up getting. I'm hoping we won't. There we go. So that is that. What am I doing? And then the last one is this final iridescent. And again, I'm going to pour it from the outside in. Trying to keep it as even as I can. But I'm not the best at pouring. But hopefully it shouldn't matter in the end piece. It should just give us a beautiful effect. Whether it's a crackle, whether it's a web, I don't know. It's just going to do whatever it wants. And you can see those glitters, how much we've moved those inwards. Here we go. And what do you think, guys? What do you think? Is it going to be a disaster? Or is it going to be nice? I don't know. So I've still got some clear. So I'm going to pour that straight in from a height into that centre. And hopefully it's not too thick, and hopefully it's just going to push out the resin a little bit. Give us a bit of a clear edge. I can see those bubbles I've just put in. But I'm not wasting any of this beautiful resin now I've mixed it. If you know me, you know I don't waste resin. And then I'm going to put that gold in. And then we're just going to see what happens. It will either do something or it won't. It's as simple as that. And I thought it'd be a great way to just try and use up all 6 of these. So I'm just going to torch it first because I can see those bubbles. And actually I've got a few drops of this left, so let's use them. Don't want to waste it. There's not an awful lot though. I think I'm going to struggle. In fact, I'm going to put that in a school drip mould. So we've got that nice even-ish spread of those colours. Let's get rid of these surface bubbles that I've just put on. And again, we're going to see if it's going to move, if it's going to do anything or not. It might not, guys. Now, before I forget, I've got that gold as well for the centre. I'm going to try it from a little bit of a height. Don't know why, it just feels like the right thing to do. And I want this to be quite a lot of gold, which it is, so we should be okay. Pretty confident that is reasonably central. It's not perfect, but nothing in resin art ever is. And I'm happy with that. I'm just going to give it one more torch.
and we're going to see what it cures like. Hopefully we're going to get some effects. If we don't, I'll be a little bit disappointed. But we'll see what happens. And if not, I've still left about 200 mil, well, probably only about 100 mil actually, looking at it, to do something as a back. So let me know what you think's going to happen. Is it going to do anything? Is it going to do nothing? Don't know. We'll find out together. I'm going to leave it now to cure, and I'll see you guys at the next step. Hi everyone, and we are back, and it's only been about 4 hours, so this is nowhere near cured yet. But I thought, look at the clear center, it's not going to pull in anymore, so we've got that effect around the edge, and I think it's because I left the resin for a little bit too long. But I thought, do you know what? Let's create a different effect on the back if we can. So I've mixed up 5 ounces of resin, and I'm just going to pour it into these cups. And this is just an experiment, you know, but some of my greatest pieces have come from experiments. Some work, some don't, and we're going to see what happens. And the plan is here is I'm going to try and puddle pour a bit of a back. There we go. So you can see, I'm just going to start it off like so with that. Now I'm going to mix up some colors, and then I'm going to pour straight into there. So I'm going to go with some of my favorites. So I've got some blackberry, which is gorgeous. Beautiful purple. And I'm sorry about the lighting. The main light went out, but you get the idea. So, a bit of the blackberry, which is a nice purple. I was weighing up using a glittery one, but I don't want it to overtake the piece. So, the plan is here. I'm going to mix up these 3 colours. I'm going to do blackberry, I'm going to do white, and I'm going to do the robin's egg again, just because I think that will bring the whole piece together. And then I'm just going to pour in the middle, on top of that clear, until it completely goes to the edge. That way I know that we should get some form of coloured back. And it's going to be interesting just to see what happens, just to finish off this piece. And I've never poured sort of 3 hours, well, what time was it? So it's about 4 hours I've let this cure for. So I know if I touch the resin now, it's going to be tacky. So it's going to be interesting just to see what happens. See if we get a crackle, see if we get some striations. I don't know at this point. So I want a tiny bit of the white. In fact, I can add a bit more because anything spare, I can use in the skull mould at the side. So add a tiny bit more of the resin. I'm not going to add any more clear to the actual piece though, because I think it's going to be more than enough to just push these colours out. So here's the Supreme White. And again, I don't need too much, but whatever's left on my stick is what we'll do. And again, I just thought it was a great way to finish off this tray. And we'll see if we get any other kind of effect in the centre. If we do, it's going to look really cool, I hope. So again, just mixing around the whites so we get a nice opaque white colour. And this is going to be the last piece. Can you believe it? We've done 25 days of these advent calendars and I've enjoyed it. I hope you guys have too. And I hope it's got a few new people viewing the channel. You know, there's, I think, nearly 300 tutorials now. So don't just watch this video. Go back through the list, see if there's anything you like the look of, and watch it. You know, it really helps the channel. So I'm just going to put the lid on that, and then I'm going to do this robin's egg again. And I think these 3 colours together will actually go really well. There we go. And I don't know, we might get a crackle out of this. We might get some different kind of striations. And part of me was going to just puddle pour it, but then I thought, no. I thought I want to dirty pour it. I love a dirty pour, as you've probably seen in the previous videos. And I think it gives you an effect like no other. And these colours I haven't dirty poured before. So it would just be interesting to see what they look like. And always wipe your stick, then it's ready for next time. It just makes it a little bit easier. So I've always got some
used cups by the side of me, which are perfect for just using in a dirty pour. So I'm going to grab one. As you can see, there's a little bit of used resin in there. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. So I'm going to start with a bit of the white. Then I'm going to go robin's nest. Then I'm going to go with the purple. And then I'm going to repeat that until all the resin is in. I think we're going to get another 2 rounds. And that should give us our pouring cup. Last of the white can go in. And I will scrape these out afterwards. Last of the robin's nest. Robin's egg even. There we go, I'm renaming the colours now. That's how late it is, I need to get to bed. And then the last of the blackberry. So they're the colours. And then I'm simply going to pour it out in a thin stream. Straight into the centre. Like so. Shaking it from side to side. Hopefully mixing those colours around. And as you can see, it's pushing the clear out as well. Here comes the white. Now I'm going to go around in a slightly different fashion, hoping that these colours are all going to intermix and push out all the way to that edge. Now big dollop in the middle and then do the same again. And as I say, I don't know if it's going to work, if we're going to get a different effect or not, but I thought I want to try it. And I think I've got slightly too much resin here, but we should be okay. I've done 5 ounces. And now we're just going to let it spread, hopefully to the edge, and settle in. And we're going to see, well, it's definitely going to cover up that centre, what wasn't covered. So I'm going to let this spread to the edge on its own. If it needs a bit of persuading in a minute, I'll give it a gentle hand. And then we're going to let it cure. It's as simple as that, guys. So whatever happens, happens. It's definitely going to cover up the inside where we had that hollowness. So all I'm going to do with these, I've got one of these scraper paddles. I'm going to scrape this into a skull mould at the side of me whilst that's doing its thing and spreading. And now I'm just tempted to give it a helping hand, and I think I will, because actually it's not going to hurt it. It's just going to make sure it spreads. I'm going to deliberately try and leave the centre though, and it's a beautiful colour. And then I'm going to get a smaller stick and just go around this edge, making sure it goes all the way up to the edge. Now as it settles, which it will always self-level out, sometimes it just needs a bit of a helping hand. You're doing a thin layer like this to get to the edge. And then I'm going to let it do its thing. And whatever the resin gods decide is what this back's going to look like. But I'm deliberately trying to leave the centre, so anything natural that's going to happen effect-wise should stay in that centre where we've got that clarity and that clearness. And then I'm not too fussed about this edge because I don't think we will see much through the initial layer. But I do want to make sure it goes all the way to the edge. Any excess I can always clean up after. But I just want to make sure that I've got this colour covering the whole piece. I'm trying to be gentle because I know the resin underneath isn't fully cured. And then we're going to let the resin do its thing. See if we get an effect. We might, who knows? There we go. And I think that is about it, guys. So I'm going to give it one torch, and that's our base to our tray. Whatever happens now. And I can see I've got a slight tilt on my table, which I need to fix, but I've been doing that many projects recently. I just haven't had the time to re-level it. So what do you think it's going to turn out like? Do you think it's going to be good? I think it's going to be a mess. For our final Christmas Day piece, who knows? And I've still got a tiny bit of clear resin left. So I'm going to scrape these colours into the skull. I'm just going to pour that in. That's definitely enough, I think, for a base. And in fact, just so we've got a bit of a pattern on the back, I'm going to take some of this white and just spread it around on the back. Shouldn't affect the front now because we've already poured that. And just create a bit of an artistic design around these edges. See if it pulls in. See if it makes any particular pattern. I don't know at this point. It might not. And do the same with the robin's egg. Just around the edge again. I'm leaving the center. Whatever that wants to do, it can do. And then this beautiful darkness of the blackberry. I'm pretty happy with the way that that's looking. And then I'm just going to leave it. You know, resin does, if it does anything, it'll do. And then we can come back tomorrow, hopefully about midday-ish, and demold if it's cured. Definitely full though now. I'll pour some more clear in. I don't think I'm going to. I like it the way it is. So I'm just going to leave that. And the rest of this clear can go in the skull mold at the side. And I'll see you guys at demold. Here we go, guys, and we're back, and it's time to demold this tray, and I'm loving the way it looks this side. Look at this. Absolutely stunning. All the sides are looking good. It's going to be a good Christmas, everyone. Here we go. Christmas Day. Can we have a perfect resin tray? And I hope you've enjoyed all 25 of these videos. It's been quite a few. Obviously inspired by that Create and Bloom Advent Calendar. It's been amazing, and I'm glad that you guys have been along for the journey. Absolutely love that, though. Look at it. Beautiful. And let's just flip this round. Before I do, like and subscribe to the channel. Oh, I'm nervous. Let's go. Oh, wow. Hello. Look at that. So we got a kind of a weird crackle effect going around the edge with the glitter. And then in the center, we got that weird resin effect. What do you think, guys? Very, very strange tray. Loving the sparkle of the glitter, though. And I'm loving the resin effect that we got there in that center. And I'm glad I did that, actually, now, because I'm not as keen on the edge. So, but there we go. What do you think? Do you like it? Is it something that you prefer that side or that side? Personally, I think I prefer that side, which is a little bit strange. But let me know what you think in comments. It's been fun. Great one for Christmas Day. Enjoy the day. Have fun with your loved ones. And I'll see you guys on the next video. See you later.